BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक ये है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, very warm welcome. BW Future Cities Conclave 2021 is underway, and my name is Ravin. I thank you all for joining in. It's an absolute pleasure to have all of you here. A very good morning, and let's get this started. So I'm honored to kickstart the BW Future Cities Conclave 2021, the flagship event of BW Smart Cities community of the business world. Prime Minister Narendra Modi and the government he leads announced a vision of 100 smart cities across India by 2022, and a new holistic approach of city planning and regeneration is underway that is integrated, tech-led, and policy-enabled. The smart cities vision connects with other key government projects like Amrit, Housing for All, Swachh Bharat, Digital India, and a lot more that the government has done, with PPPs as a key focus area. BW Smart Cities as an integrated media platform that seeks to map, connect, and showcase the key stakeholders who will be crucial partners in the realization of this vision. In the wake of current global situation, which urges every nation of to change the ecosystem for living overall, the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs played a crucial role in disaster management, using amenities as integrated command and control centers across ULBs to identify, monitor, and manage COVID situations in the region. BW Future Cities Conclave 2021 will witness discussions to propose new innovative solutions to modern urban crisis for cities with an aim to take a more positive attitude towards reinventing future cities across globe and reinvesting ideas and resources for cities in India. Launched 4 decades ago, Business World BW today is a fortnightly magazine that has come to be renowned among India's largest and most respected business magazines. BW Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Patram, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, is the fastest growing business media house in India. With a thought leadership bent in the domain and network spanning across 18 niche communities and 8 magazines, BW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystem. We also curate and conduct close to 100 IP of our own events throughout the year in a focused attempt to keep our communities meaningfully engaged with each other and our rapidly growing consumer base across industries. Today's event will be enlivened by a series of panel discussions that will identify and discuss about the best practices, innovative ideas, and future-ready solutions through interactive participation of key stakeholders. I really want to thank all the participants that will be coming up on the dais, and of course, everyone who's signed in right now. So to begin the day's proceedings, let me quickly invite on stage the first speaker who will be delving into the conclave today. We have the keynote address by Shri Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, Ministry of Electronics and Information Technology, Government of India, who will enlighten us on digital transformation for next normal. With that, I'll hand it over to Dr. Kumar.
Thank you and very good morning to everyone, to all my fellow panelists, all the members in the audience. It's a great pleasure for me to be present here in this conclave. The agenda for the conclave is digital transformation focused on smart cities. So let me begin by saying that digital transformation, the word as it has been used over the past many years now, and the context in which we understand it today. Not very long ago, this word, when we talked about digital transformation, it usually meant that businesses and government departments, they would be using IT as a tool to really automate some of their functions. For example, automation of payroll, automation of their customer relations, etc. So it was treated more as an adjunct to the main business rather than as a tool central to their entire business model. In the recent past, this thinking, this concept had changed completely. And in today's world, when we talk about digital transformation, what is usually understood is that digital is no longer an adjunct tool to the main business. In fact, digital is the business for many domains today. And without digital, they cannot even think of running their businesses or running their businesses profitably. So digital has become the central tool to really transform businesses across a wide range of domains today. So when we see digital transformation in that context, then the entire vision about how digital should be used in today's world to really have a transformed vision of businesses and government, that becomes clear. So let me talk about how METI, that is the Ministry of Electronics and IT in Government of India, has been taking this task of digital transformation, not only within the main IT sector and the main IT focused economic stakeholders, but also across the entire government domain, covering all departments and also covering all the states. So today, when we talk about digital transformation, METI is leading that effort on behalf of the government under its broad Digital India program for the last 6 years now. And this has led to a complete change in the mindset of the government functionaries in all the ministries and in all the states. And this overall broad framework has been used by almost all departments to transform their entire digital interface with the stakeholders, both within and outside. So when I say that, I mean that the entire interface, for example, the way government departments deliver services to citizens and businesses, the way they interact with the private sector stakeholders, the entire interface has been completely transformed today. And today we see almost all government departments and almost all states delivering the entire range of services through this digital and online interface. This has made life so much easier for everyone. There has been much improved ecosystem for ease of doing business and ease of living for citizens. And as a result, we can see the impacts at the international level as well, where India's ranking in the ease of doing business index globally has improved tremendously. We were ranked 140 plus till 6 or 7 years ago. And today we are ranked 63rd. And hopefully when the next ranking comes, then we would put up even a better show. Similarly, in other domains, when we talk about the innovation ecosystem, or when we talk about competitiveness, in all these global rankings, India has shown remarkable improvement. In fact, for the first time, India has been ranked within top 50 nations in the Global Innovation Index. That's a huge achievement. And this has all come about as a result of the vision that METI has been spearheading in the entire government and in its interface with all the stakeholders, who transform the entire economy, entire governance using technology as the main transformational agent. And when I mention this, I mean that we have really worked very hard to support this entire innovation system, which has technology as the foundation. For example, today METI is really promoting the tech startup ecosystem. We have established a new wing here, which is promoting the startups. We have the METI Startup Hub, a new entity within METI, which is working with several thousand startups in India, which are all tech focused or tech, which use tech as the main focus of the business models. We are supporting them through various programs, through various grand challenges, various competitions. We encourage them to really do advanced R&D, to really bring those advanced technologies for implementation in the industry, in the government. And I'm happy to note here that many of the startups have graduated and they have been able to raise very significant amounts of funding from the private VC system or from other private sources. And they have shown that with government's focus on supporting innovation, India's startups and Indian entrepreneurs can do wonders even at global level. So that's just one example of how METI has been leading this entire digital transformation across the entire government. And we are working very closely with the industry partners to really improve this even further. We have established 22 centers of excellence, which have been set up across the entire country. All of them are being run with major industry partners so that they can take the benefit of collaboration with the industry partners and come up with innovations that can really be useful in making our industry and businesses competitive. Again, these have seen very significant successes in promoting startups in those domains. For example, we have focused on artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, Internet of Things, 5G technologies, autonomous vehicles. So a whole range of areas we have taken up for transformation through our very innovative startup and entrepreneurial ecosystem. Let me also mention that in the main domains of governance, we have launched several major initiatives to aim at a complete overhaul of how citizens and businesses perceive government departments and how they deliver their services. So you might have noticed that till now the main model for the electronic interface of the government departments was to have e-governance projects, which meant that government departments were implementing their citizen services through an online interface. And in this endeavor, they had created a large number of websites, even within one domain. So, for example, if you take education, or if you take healthcare, or if you take agriculture, any large domain, typically the department would have multiple websites which would be used to interact with citizens and businesses. And the citizens and businesses would be required to log in through these multiple portals to obtain different services. Now that has grown to be somewhat cumbersome over the last several years, because it has led to multiple interfaces that citizens and businesses have to deal with the concerned government department. Now, what we are trying to do, we are working with these government departments to ensure that this interface that they have with the stakeholders is transformed into a common, seamless public digital platform through one common interface through which the stakeholders can obtain all the services within that domain. So this initiative we have named as public digital platforms, and these are now being developed with a number of government departments. One example of this effort coming to the final result is in the healthcare domain, where the Honorable Prime Minister launched the National Digital Health Mission in August 2020, which has now grown to be a very big platform for people to avail their services. It has been already launched in 6 UTs of India last year, and in the coming months, we hope to work with the Health Ministry to make it available across the entire country. That will be subsequently expanded. But the idea is that through this common national digital health ID, unique national digital health ID for everyone, every citizen, people would be able to obtain all the services in the healthcare domain, both from government and private healthcare providers, through one common interface. Similar vision we have for other domains for transformation using digital technologies, which we are now actively working with the concerned ministries. So these are some of the areas where really we have tried to focus on how we can transform digitally the entire governance domain and various sectors of the economy. Let me also mention about the vision that we have for the next 5 years in terms of digital transformation of the entire governance domains and the private sector. You might be aware about the $1 trillion digital economy vision that MeitY had unveiled in 2019, where the goal is to take the share of digital economy from the current level of about 200 billion US dollars to at least $1 trillion by 2025. Now, achieving this vision of at least $1 trillion of digital economy in the next 5 years requires massive digital transformation in all domains of governance and all sectors of the economy. So in effect, what we are saying is that all sectors, all domains of governance have to treat digital as central to their activities, central to their business model. Then only we can ensure that digital interventions can lead to this massive transformation. And in this endeavor, it is very important for us to really involve all the stakeholders, not only from within government, which of course we are spearheading, but also from the private sector. And that's where the collaboration with all the industry partners becomes very relevant. And we have worked very closely with all of them. And we are trying to extend this entire effort even further so that this vision of $1 trillion digital economy can be achieved in the next 5 years. Let me also talk about a few other key initiatives which we think can really enable this digital transformation. One major area is in terms of putting a legal framework in place for the rapidly emerging data economy. So when I talk about this, then I mean that data, which is rapidly becoming the main base or main foundation for the entire digital economy, we need to really put that entire emerging domain within a solid legal and policy framework. Towards this endeavor, you might be aware that the Personal Data Protection Bill, it is in the Parliament now for consideration. That's a major effort to ensure that we put in place a proper legal framework for emergence of data economy for handling data. Since privacy is a key issue that has emerged in the entire world across all parts of the globe. So we think that our privacy protection framework that we are trying to put in place now, that is the world's most advanced and contemporary framework for data handling. And that's that holds the key to enable the emergence of a data economy in the coming years, which should help India in achieving the goal of $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years. Also, we have a framework which we have put in public domain for the non-personal data. Also is probably the only effort in the entire world. We are trying to put in place a comprehensive framework, a policy framework for handling non-personal data as well. So for both personal data and non-personal data, we are going to have the most advanced architecture in place in terms of legal enablement and emergence of data economy in India, which would really help in achieving this transformation for us. Let me also talk about one domain where, another domain where we think our efforts would prove very relevant and important for achieving this vision of $1 trillion digital economy. That is in the domain of emerging technologies. For example, I mentioned about AI, ML, then IoT, 5G, etc. We have launched a major initiative for really improving our own ecosystem, our capabilities in the emerging technologies domain. We have an emerging technologies division in METI, which is leading the efforts to ensure that our national level competitiveness can really improve in these domains. We have a national program on AI, which we hope to launch soon after the necessary reports are in place. But under the national strategy on AI, AI is one of the key areas where we are trying to really ensure that we become among the world's leading nations to use this technology for the benefit of our economy and for the benefit of governance. So the idea is that the data that we generate, we have humongous amounts of data in various domains, which have been accumulated as a result of the large projects that government departments have been implementing for more than a decade now. This data can be used very effectively for developing artificial intelligence algorithms and training those algorithms for really improving our insights into how we can further improve our services to citizens and businesses, and also how our businesses can really use this data as the base for developing new advanced algorithms. So this is one major area for activity for us. Then we are also having our activities in the domain of blockchain. We have published a national strategy on blockchain just a few months before, on which we have done consultations, and the final strategy we hope to bring out soon, where again the focus is to make India the world's leading nation in blockchain technologies, which are again going to be a key foundation for the advanced technologies in future. So these are the main initiatives that METI has been spearheading to ensure that the digital transformation can be effectively used as the overall vision for transforming our economy and governance. When we talk about the context of smart cities, let me mention that India has been really making a lot of efforts at national level to realize the vision of smart cities over the last 6 years now. In terms of METI's efforts, we have worked with the Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs to launch what has been named as National Urban Digital Mission to support the urban governments and all the other interested stakeholders in solving various urban problems, including improving our cities and making them smart in the true sense of the word. So under this mission, we are providing a shared digital infrastructure to all the stakeholders in the smart cities mission and in urban areas across the entire country, where the goal is to ensure that these advanced technologies can be used for achieving the vision of smart cities and improving governance in those cities. The India Urban Data Exchange is an example of this kind of collaboration amongst various ministries and the private players to really bring the benefit of data being made available through a common platform. I'm sure that this will prove to be a game changer for the entire smart cities mission that the government has launched, and it will make it really smart. When we talk about smart cities, I mean, 2-3 key elements come to our mind. For example, smart energy, then a smart data, smart transportation, governance. So all these areas are very relevant for digital transformation, and I'm sure that with the efforts that METI is leading, collaboration with the relevant ministry and state government, this would really help us in achieving the mission in the time to come. So let me conclude at this point of time. I am really happy to see that such conclaves are being organized in collaboration with all the stakeholders. And the deliberation that have been listed for the day, they include very relevant topics for the discussion. And I'm sure that the recommendations from those discussions will be taken in the right spirit by all the participants to really improve the effectiveness of this entire mission on smart cities, and also for ensuring that digital transformation is taken as the goal for achieving the overall vision that METI has laid out for the $1 trillion digital economy in the next 5 years by all the stakeholders. So thank you so much for inviting me here, and I wish all the very best for the rest of the day's deliberations. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Kumar, for setting up the context for the day and joining us. It was wonderful to listen to you. Thank you so much for your time. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the next session for the day that we have for you. And we'll be talking about Digital India for Future Cities, transformation of urban livelihood for next normal. Now, this is going to be an interesting one. We have the moderator, Noor Fatima Warsia, Group Editorial Director, BW Business World, joining in. Along with this, we have Mr. Santosh Mishra, Transport Commissioner, Government of Tamil Nadu, who is joining in. Santulan Chaube, Joint Director, Information Technology, Government of Delhi, will be with us shortly. And we have Mr. Amit Mishra, CEO, Jammu and Kashmir E-Governance Agency. He will be joining us shortly as well. So we'll quickly start with the speakers that we have, and I'll request Noor to take it over.
Thank you so much, Ravin. I think I should start by correcting you. It is Mr. Amit Sharma. who will be joining us.
All right.
We have Ravan in a completely different avatar from what a formal Future Cities meeting would have looked like. But grateful for your time, Ravan. We already have Mr. Santosh Mishra with us, so I think I will take it from you.
Cheers, Noor.
Mr. Mishra, very, very welcome to you. The rest of the panelists are also joining us soon. We are live here. I am Noor Varsia, the Group Editorial Director of BW Business World. A very warm welcome to all of our delegates today. There will be more speakers joining in the course of this discussion, and I'm going to try my best that we keep it as seamless as possible as they keep coming in. But in the meanwhile, we have somebody who is the Commissioner for E-Governance for the government of one of our states, Tamil Nadu to be specific. So I'm going to take advantage of this over here right now. Mr. Mishra, I understand you also have to leave by 11:30, so I'll keep that in mind. Just for starters, we used to talk about new normal, and smart cities was a part of new normal. Now, in the last 1 year, in the wake of the crisis, we now speak about the next normal. And in fact, our topic today is the transformation of livelihood for the next normal, and how Digital India is looking at it. Now, from that perspective, I wanted to understand from you, next normal and new normal, what was the difference? What is the difference that we now speak about smart cities? How have we changed our thought process about it? Yes, I cannot hear him.
Can you hear me?
Very well now, yes, please.
Okay. Thank you, Noor, and thank you, Business World, for inviting me here. So I've recently taken over as Transport Commissioner, and in my previous avatar, for the last 3 years, I was driving the e-governance of Government of Tamil Nadu. So it's a topic which is e-governance always is close to my heart. So I really relish discussions and deliberations on these areas. And I think what you said about the pandemic, one thing which pandemic has actually thrown out very, very clearly, and I think we all who have an interest and stake in policy making need to understand is inclusiveness. And I think it has been really highlighted in multiple events. If our systems, if our cities, if our smart cities, our health systems, our social security systems, our transport systems, are they inclusive? Do they provide equal access to everyone? And I think this is what we all need to sit down, analyze, and use technology to actually create inclusive society. I think that's in my opinion, the challenge which is staring at us. And not only in one state, but across states in the country, we have seen, of course, the systems were extremely stressed, no doubt on that. So we need to make systems which are resilient, can still not lose characteristics of inclusiveness under stress. And what are the technological innovations which can build this are very, very important for all of us to take a look at. So I was hearing Mr. Rajendra Kumar, Additional Secretary, and he's a senior from Tamil Nadu only. He has done some great innovations in the mighty in the ministry, and also in the area of digital transformation. His contribution has been seminal. And I was very keenly listening to him, and he was saying that they are focusing on emerging technologies like artificial intelligence and IoTs and blockchains and whatnot. I think it is, and these technologies have a tremendous potential in the sense that they actually can, the inclusiveness and the digital divide we are talking about, or access to common public infrastructure we are talking about, these are the technologies which can actually fill that gap. And they can be harnessed, they can be trained, they can be made responsive to the needs of the underprivileged sections of the society. And I'll give you an example. For example, if you look at, and this was a project I was involved in, if you look at cataract, for example, I mean, pandemic, of course, threw a whole new dimension of problems which ranged from, migration and access to health and ability to, access to movement and whatnot. I mean, so, but I'm saying in the new, hopefully when the pandemic gets over and you come back to at least pre-pandemic level of operations in the cities and in the districts, one of the challenges which, for example, I was telling about the cataract, if you look at the population which gets afflicted with cataract, it's disproportionately high amongst the low income groups in the cities and elderly groups in the cities and in the villages as well. So you have to come up with systems, you have to come up with solutions. So we designed a system which is a simple mobile app. Anyone can be trained on it for 15 minutes, and then that mobile itself becomes a diagnosis tool. So you just click the picture of the eyes of an elderly person, and the app actually detects whether there's a cataract, what condition it is, does it need to be operated immediately, etc., etc. Now, the good news is that the system has enough money to actually do the operation. And operation actually doesn't cost a lot. I mean, the doctor the blindness control head I was talking to, he said, I mean, it's only a needle which I need to replace for every operation, which is about 50 paisa or something. So, I mean, while the infrastructure is common and everybody uses it, but I mean, what he was trying to convey was that the cost is very low. The real challenge is how do you identify and reach out to these people? They are not going to come to your clinics, or they won't come to your health system centers, probably because of lack of awareness. How do you create solutions which ensures that these people, these population, these elderly women and elderly gentlemen from low-income settlements in urban areas or from the rural hinterlands actually realize that they have a problem in their vision, and they also are convinced that this problem can be rectified. So this app was a great success. We launched it in, because of pandemic, we could do it only in about 14 districts. We did trials, and now, of course, once the pandemic kind of subsides, hopefully we will move to remaining districts. So I'm saying that this is a major, major challenge which this pandemic has thrown. And I think we need to look at how do we make our cities more resilient, more equitable in terms of access, and whether it is access to education infrastructure, whether it is access to health infrastructure, whether it is access to movement, mobility infrastructure, whether it is access to, practice a profession. So how do we ensure that these systems are designed in a way that people who may not even know the language of the state, but they have come from outside, guest workers, people who have moved from one city to another city and may not be having a good, idea about where to go for which service. How do we cater to them, and how do we make sure that they have unfettered access to the basics which every human being needs for a decent living? So that's my take on this.
Understood. Your point of inclusion, you explained it rather well. The moment you used the word, I wanted to ask you that how do you define it? But one of the problems that we are definitely facing for a while now, or rather we have been set to be facing for a while now, is that our development has been top heavy. or it is regarded that the larger cities or the larger sections of cities have developed faster than the lower sections. Now, this particular discussion obviously focuses more on urban livelihood when we are talking about this, but this disparity of the developed developing faster than the underdeveloped is true even in our urban cities right now. आपने inclusion के बारे में you kind of went to that topic, but to understand right now, what are some of the things that you are seeing where this disparity can be bridged? First, do you agree with me that we are top heavy when it comes to development?
Well, I mean, I would sort of say that it's a process of evolution we are undergoing. We started from, planning commission and, idea of having a central planning to started going into 3-tier government. And then we started looking at inclusive development and including all stakeholders. So, I mean, that evolution is continuing. And I guess the disparity which you talked about is real, it is there. And I think as a policymaker, again, I mean, it's a challenge we have to take, that we need to create platforms and we need to accelerate those who are left behind to actually catch up with those who are anyway moving at a fast speed. So you have to, and good thing is that technology becomes a platform which actually can help you leapfrog from your current position to where everyone else is in the game. But the real challenge there, it's not that easy, in the sense that those who are actually lagging behind, they are lagging behind for a reason. And one of the key reasons is their capacity to understand, implement, and utilize technology. So that's where the policy making system or some sort of a hand-holding in terms of creating technology capacity in those who are lagging behind, whether it is a smaller corporation or a smaller cities or a smaller towns or states who are at the back of the development ladder and aspirational states. And I think Government of India has a great program called Aspirational Districts, and I think it has started yielding good results. And I think that's part of that process. Probably, I think in the next phase or version 2 of that, it will also tap into huge technology which can actually help achieve many of those SDG targets or targets where industrialization or education, health, all those parameters can be actually brought up to the level.
Because we spoke about data and technology both, in fact, even in the previous address, Rajendra ji mentioned about the data economy. I want to understand from you the state of digitization as you see it for our current. You can give us just your example or different states from a pure state of digitization or the state of data economy. Let me correct myself. Whether it is information, status check, what have been your challenges and learnings, specifically in the last 1 year when we went digital and data heavy?
Right. So it's a it's a great question. And so there was this cliche which said data is the new oil. Yes. And then I read somewhere that actually it is not all new oil, it's actually water. And there is plenty of it everywhere, but very little which is potable.
Yes, fair enough.
So this data explosion has happened, but again, I think I'll loop back to what I was saying earlier. The capacity, I think, again, and this is a clear. So one is a digital divide, and then you have a capacity divide. And I think this capacity divide is more worrisome than the digital divide. And if you have capacity divide, then you will actually accelerate the digital divide, and those who are left behind will actually will perish to the end of the line, and it will be a serious issue from the perspective of raising the standards and bringing everybody up, including everyone in the development process. So I think when we all have, I mean, we always take pride, oh, it's 1.2 billion and 1.3 billion and so many mobile phones, and you you create so much of data, peta or exabytes or I don't know, zettabytes of data. But the point is, are our systems, and when I'm talking about systems, I'm not talking about private sector because I come from the public policy perspective. So I'm talking about our systems as in public policy, as in administrative domain, as in policy formulation domain. Are they tuned, or are they powerful enough, or are they capable enough of making use of that data revolution which is happening and make it more accessible to people, create programs and schemes and policies which actually create equal opportunity, create more inclusive growth, create a system where no one is left behind. I mean, are we having that capacity? So that's the real challenge in terms of data. So while it's a great thing to have so much of data and so much of good things happening, everybody is moving digital, great. But let us be cautious. Let us build systems which are not like one limb on the digital and another limb on the digital and the third limb on the digital, but none of the limbs talk to each other. I mean, so digital, like, I mean, it is a close parallel is when the computerization happened. So I mean, they said, oh, we did everything, we are computerized. And at the end of the day, when you started looking at computerization, I mean, they were actually word processing machines. So essentially, computers replaced the typewriters. So which is a good thing. I mean, not really a bad thing, but it's kind of, it's serious underperformance. I mean, you had so much more potential to use, which you are only using it for this much. So similarly, this digitization again is a new area where every state government and Government of India, MIT, Niti Aayog, everybody's trying to actually build capacity, build solutions which will help more people and make governance citizen-centric. But then the challenge is that make sure that while we are doing this, we are doing it with the overall architecture. There's a plan. There is a connection, and the data which is coming out is not only used in silos, but actually they can feed into something much more meaningful. I'm aware of Karnataka doing something very wonderful in this regard. So I think I'm sure other states are doing as well. So this is the challenge for all of us when we talk about data economy, and particularly data economy from the public policy perspective.
Fair enough, I got it. You mentioned about the ability. I must give a heads up to my team over here back end. If any of our speakers are in, do let them in. Don't worry about it. We will take him in the conversation. In the meanwhile, I will continue with this. What is very interesting for me as a discussion right now. In the point that you were making, underutilization or underperformance. That can happen with technology sometimes. That's a rampant problem, even when we're talking about the very suave, for want of a better word, corporate sector. Training of the people on board has been one of the major problems. Now, in India per se, we are talking about skilling and reskilling for being adept for the digital age. But from a government perspective, what are some of the things that you are doing to ensure that you can deploy all this wonderful technology, but this problem of underperformance doesn't hold you back because the last mile didn't really know what power they hold in their hands?
Right. I think absolutely correctly put. The capacity, as I said, the capacity divide is the single largest problem to me in the governance domain, I think, and that's a big challenge. And I think, again, thankfully, a lot of thought has gone into it by all the state governments. I mean, I keep talking to a lot of state governments. In Government of India, of course, there's a huge discussion on that. Niti Aayog has come out with support for capacity building. In fact, their AI policy and the national AI policy, as well as the blockchain policy, does talk about capacity building. And so each state has its own way of dealing with it. I know I can speak about Tamil Nadu for sure. So we have created what is called a Center of Emerging Technologies. So Center of Excellence in Emerging Technologies. So what it does is actually it's very important to understand that if you want to harness something which is very sophisticated and in terms of and very powerful at the same time, you cannot rely on partners living outside the ecosystem completely. So you need people within your organizations and within your governments who understand these technologies and actually then take their assistance in roping in other implementation partners. Then it becomes a game which can be, which can reach its logical conclusion. If you are not having, you need to have that discerning power. You need to have that grander vision. As I said, you need to architect the solution. The solution can be developed by anyone else outside, but architecting, keeping your realities of, your villages and cities and towns and habitations in mind is to be done by you. You cannot outsource that. So, I mean, the cliche again is that you can't outsource the thinking part. So thinking has to be done by us. So the state in Tamil Nadu, of course, we have, what we have done is we have this, as I was saying, the Center of Excellence in Emerging Technology, which actually does the thinking part. So small POCs and all we can develop ourselves. We don't really have to go out to develop. I mean, that's the kind of technical capacity we have. And then once we have architected a solution, once we understand what we want, once we have seen it convinced about it, and we have talked to the other departments and other stakeholders and saw that, oh no, this works. Then we go out and say, okay, now help us build it to the scale. So that's the model we are following. And I think this is the model many of the states are following. Telangana has this T-Hub. I think it's one of the great initiatives for that. Other states are also showing interest in that. So I think sooner or later, if you look at any GD, for example, National E-Governance Division, they have just put out an ad recruiting really, from the private sector on some of the best guys in or people in AI and ML and data analytics and all that, data visualization, blockchain, etc. So I think that's the response which states are giving. Again, I think it's like every state is at a different point of evolution. So some of them have kind of cracked that problem and have started moving ahead. Some of them are in the process. Some of them are still wondering what to do. So I think those who are wondering what to do, I think they need to be sort of nudged and helped a bit, because geography also matters. So I mean, the kind of pool of talent you will find in Bangalore will not be available in in Lucknow, for example, or Patna, for example. So you have to sort of factor those things into it and incentivize suitably, nudge the governments, help them, and I think sooner or later everybody will have that situation overcome.
When you talk about the grand architecture or the big architecture, which I'm aligned with completely, unless until there isn't a big vision, silos will defeat each other's purposes. Where does this fit back to the center or to the overall government's vision? And how best can states and their plans juxtapose or work with a larger plan so that once again the benefits of this can be leveraged?
Yeah, I mean, great point. And again, I think it again comes back to the point I was making, that you can't outsource the thinking. And when you do the thinking, you have to also think about the environment. I mean, you are not working in isolation. So you might be a great state government, but still you are not actually working in isolation. You have neighbors, you have Government of India, you have all the other stakeholders in the system, you have private sector, you have NGOs and social organizations. So you have to work in consultation, or you have to interact with them very, very frequently, and you have to actually work out a solution which works, which looks forward to possible evolutions in the environment outside you. So if you are building a solution and Government of India has, for example, the National Digital Health Mission. So I mean, they have already brought out a blueprint saying that this is how it will be. These are this is the architecture broadly, which looks like. Now, if you were a state and you were trying to digitize your health system, so you would, that thinking has to be there with us, saying that, okay, this is what the India stack or NDHM stack is coming. this is what our current level of technology or digitization is. This is where we want to go. Now, how do we make sure that when we reach our objective, we are still compatible and we are able to talk to the national architecture which Government of India is proposing? So you have to leave those hooks in your systems so that when you build a system, it is still able to talk to the other systems which are being built, sometimes even independent. And I think and in fact, you will benefit more by networking effect than by staying in isolation. So it tremendously makes sense that when you're thinking about your solutions, your architecture, your designs, you also take into you factor into what is happening in and around your environment and potential players you will have to interact with as a policymaker of a state.
Perfect. Essentially ensuring that the whole is in fact larger than the sum of its parts. We spoke about people so much. I must ask you this. In the last almost 2 weeks, we've got a lot of disturbing stats in terms of the current unemployment in India. Now, especially when we're talking about urban livelihood per se, this does become an area of extreme concern. Now, what are some of your thoughts on how this should change in the next, say, 6 months or even more than that, considering we do look a little bleak on this right now, rather very bleak on this right now?
Yes, employment is a challenge, and it's more so in the urban areas. Obviously, the spending capacity of people has come down, no doubt on that. People have, because of the lockdown, their incomes have been affected. So, lockdown is a harsh measure, no doubt. But then, this is a necessary evil. We have to, we couldn't have done without it. So now the challenge is, how do you mitigate that problem? So I think one of the good things which is happening is that the food security has been kind of provided by both the governments and the central government, the Government of India as well as the state government. How do you put the lives back on track? I think it'll have to happen in due course as the systems open up, as the cities open up, as the vaccination levels improve, as the infection rates come down. This will take its own natural course. I think unless infections come down significantly, cities will not be opened. The governments will be very hesitant, and it is good for the people also because you can't really prioritize economy over lives of people. So a mix, judicious balance, and that's what I think I see most of the governments all governments are trying to do. So once things sort of start trickling back to the normal, probably I think these livelihood issues will start kind of easing. Meanwhile, I think it has also opened up a new set of demand in certain sectors, so more than usual. So which can be a mitigating factor. So like home services. You never thought of getting a haircut done at home, but now those who can afford it, they have started doing that. So and this was, getting a haircut done at home was not really, I don't know, at least we found it a little strange. But now it's gaining acceptance, right? So so there are new avenues opening up in terms of employment. So while the traditional employment is affected and it will have to sort of trickle back to the normal based on how the economy opens up. But these new sectors have come up. So like home food deliveries and, as I said, I gave an example of, home visits by barbers and all that. So, those are interesting opportunities for people. There's a great new sector of work from home which has opened. So people are, saying that, okay, don't come, but here is a piece of work which I want particularly. And these emerging technologies have become a great opportunity creator in that sense. So there's a huge new economy of data annotators. So you are given a set of data and you are supposed to tag it. And anybody can do it with very minimal training, and they can sit at home and do this. So these are some new opportunities which are arising in the economies, in employment, in terms of employment opportunities, which people can make use of.
Fair enough. I got it. We had some kind of an announcement in between. I'm sorry for that disturbance. Just to now kind of wrap this up, we do have a few more minutes with you. Just to kind of wrap this up between us before I'm given to understand more speakers are still joining in. From an overall perspective, when I was doing my homework, and let me also be upfront about this, when I was doing my homework for the session, one of the comments that everybody was making was that when it comes to our planning, we still rely on our formal planning system, rather, still relies on very, very old set rules, or, what was put in place a long time ago. You mentioned a little while ago. When we were talking about how the process is an evolution of bridging down the gap between the developed, faster developing. And now, from that perspective, do you agree with this allegation that our formal planning system is rather outdated?
I mean, I won't sit on judgment over what we did and how we did it. But all I can say is that I see a lot of hope and a lot of good stuff happening. A lot of thought leaders in this space who are very respected worldwide have, started working on designing a new paradigm, designing on new systems of delivery. And I think there's a focus on improving digital doing digital transformation in most of the spaces which touch people's lives. So I think there's a as I said, it's a journey, it's an evolution. You start from something, you learn from it, you move to the next one, you learn from it, and then you move to the next one. So it's never-ending process of reform.
Fair enough. I will buy your point on this one. This is obviously a point that there will always be a debate, but because we have a vision, our Prime Minister has a vision of a $1 trillion economy. I guess the questions also come from there on whether, inclusive of last year, did we take the right steps to head towards that? In our summary, I also want to bring back the point of inclusion that you were mentioning right in the beginning, which has always been a challenge for policymakers per se. From that perspective, also the stakeholders inclusion. Now, I want to deviate our conversation to that. There are several stakeholders that will allow new forms of technology to up our game. Now, their inclusion, we have seen a lot that's happening with startups, for example. A lot of startups with the government have got a boost also because of this. But are we currently in a place where this inclusivity of all stakeholders is at least adequate, or, it is batting to the level that we will see tangible results?
Again, I think, if you mentioned about startups, and one great news is in last 1 year, you had like 20 odd unicorns. So which is very good. It shows that the capacity of innovation in India and, their acceptability, by ultimate acceptability is when somebody puts their money into it. So I think that has been proven beyond doubt. So which is a great thing. So that means that the innovation ecosystem is performing very well. That's how I perceive it. Do we have all the stakeholders in? I think we have large number of them in. Can we include more? I think there's always a scope for improving your current position, always. So I think that is always there.
I love these answers. That say there's always room for improvement. But I still want to hang on to your point that there is hope. All that we have seen, you mentioned your previous assignment was more on the transport sector. And when we were doing our homework, we saw, in fact, the public transport sector in India has really taken a lot of steps, whether it was the use of CNG or low pollution fuel. Ahmedabad had the rapid bus transport, or the bus rapid transport, I think that was. Also Mumbai doing something like disaster risk management. So some of our sectors really went out there and they took the right steps towards making the use of technology and improving what we have in hand. Obviously, there is much that you have also shared with us on why we are in the right direction, why as a country and as individual states, the steps are being taken so that our future cities are able to transform to the next normal. I am grateful for your time. I have to say, I have exhausted my questions for you. This became a one-on-one. Once again, I am sincerely grateful for your time. I'm going to just request Ravin to come back so that I annoy him before our next speaker joins us. But any parting remarks before that, Mr. Mishra, that you may want to say to our audience?
No, I think thank you. And it was a great conversation with you. And thank you for having me here. I think we should all watch out for the technology space in the next decade. I think that's what is going to dominate our discussion and probably will drive a lot more innovation and economic contribution to the country.
I am grateful for your time. It was a learning experience for me. Thank you so much, Mr. Mishra.
Thank you.
Ravin Kundu, you are now looking like a proper formal child. I should welcome you properly.
Thank you, Noor. Appreciate that.
Mr. Mishra, so that we can thank him for his time.
Thank you, Mr. Mishra. Thank you so much. It was a really insightful conversation with two amazing orators there. So thank you so much for that.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank
Mishra.
you.
All right, Ravin, this became a panel discussion. The format has got improvised a little bit. I almost started feeling a little bit that I have really exhausted Mr. Mishra. So I did want to let him go. I do understand the rest of our speakers would be joining soon. I just wanted to understand from you, you're now here with us since morning. Let's just talk about this topic of livelihood a little bit, Ravin. Do you agree that our cities are gearing for the next normal, that enough is being done so that the future cities are in fact rightly classified as smart cities in India? What is your personal experience?
Wow. So thank you for that opportunity, for letting me speak apart from the script that I have here. So Noor, honestly, since I have traveled in the last decade all over the country for different assignments and work, and I've seen a rapid growth in the infrastructure that we have, and it is absolutely amazing to see the kind of niches that we are touching. As the gentleman was already speaking about, a lot of verticals coming in together, and we as an enterprise, as a country, trying to come together and create new infrastructures. I think we are on our way to become the global dominating force that we are envisioning. And so just speaking about the smart cities, I think in the last couple of years, a lot of attention has been given to not just the tier A cities, but also the tier 2 cities and tier 3 cities. So if I talk about going to say Lucknow, for example, because Lucknow came up in the conversation. So the last time I was in Lucknow, I was amazed by the infrastructure build that was happening there. So talking from the roads to the CCTV cameras everywhere, to the integration of technology in terms of how the public transport works, it was immaculate. I went to Chennai, I think the last month, and I was amazed to see the number of CCTVs on the roads. So it was actually, I felt I'm in Sydney or somewhere in Auburn, because the kind of security that brings to that comes along with having so many CCTVs in the right spots. It gives you a leverage as an individual or as a community, that to feel free and to kind of explore your own city and be at peace with wherever you're going. So we are doing great for sure, and fingers crossed. Let's see what happens in the future.
Do you think the pandemic put a little bit of none of us could travel actually I know you still did some bit of traveling, right? Despite all this, I wasn't able to get out at all, but it did kind of slow down things. Now, from your perspective, were you also seeing that, or when you were traveling, it was all like, were you just thanking God at that time that we can travel? I can see one of our speakers have joined us right now.
So I'll keep it short, and I'll be very happy to get the speaker up. So of course, the traveling part could have been nicer for a lot of other people. I was thankful that I got an opportunity to travel to a lot of places because I was in a couple of cities in the last 3 months. So that's one thing that we as a species honestly can really work on, because whenever adversity hits, we really need to come together to become a better individual and probably a better community. And I think we're doing that. So it's going to be amazing to see how things roll out in the future. With that, I think we'll have the speaker come up.
Thank you so much again, Ravin. And this is a formal welcome now to Mr. Amit Mishra, the CEO of Jammu and Kashmir E-Governance Agency. Hello, Mr. Mishra. We are really looking forward to our conversation with you today. I had the pleasure of a rather...
Excuse me, it's Amit Sharma.
What did I say? Did I say Mishra? This is Ravin. Because of him, he got it wrong in the beginning, and I corrected him. And I was going to say that we had Mr. Santosh Mishra with us.
Okay.
And clearly,
it's infectious, isn't it? It is my bad. Mr. Sharma, thank you so much for joining us.
Yeah. Thank you.
Yes. But thank you, Ravin.
And my apologies to everybody. Actually, I got a bit late. I was traveling, so I thought.
No worries. Just for your information, we have changed the format a little bit. You should have joined a panel discussion. You are joining a one-on-one. I'm going to be your host for the next, I guess we are still about 15-20 minutes with you, probably more. Mr. Sharma, I had a very invigorating conversation with Mr. Mishra some time ago, and we touched on several points that I had in my mind. My aim is now to get your perspective on some of them. One of the points that we discussed where I really wanted your point of view too was the state of digitization. As India guns for the $1 trillion economy dream, everybody spoke about the data economy right from the start till now. Now, where does according to you, the state of data in our state sit? Whether we're talking about information, status check, according to you, are we adequate, far behind, on the right path?
See, what I believe, basically, Noor, still lot needs to be done. There is nothing like we are sufficient. Nobody is sufficient whenever you talk about, IT and various interventions. So look, if I talk about my particular union territory, Jammu and Kashmir, where I am handling e-gov operations, so every time new additions, new modification, there are so many things happening. The industry is rolling over so thick and fast, like a lot of things keep happening every now and then. So I personally believe that lot needs to be done every now and then, because this field is very dynamic so far as data is concerned, so far as dynamics are concerned. Like you would see innovations in that manner, like you can't even sometimes understand that why and how and when, from where this thing has flown. And then one more important thing I think I would like to touch upon, especially in this era when things have obviously forcibly moved towards virtual meetings, one-on-one things have gone down. Last conference also, some couple of days back, I was just talking, like corona has forced things, unfortunate, but that's a fact. Like things don't usually roll over properly. This digitization, data related things, people are not very casual. People think that things keep moving and moving, but these bad times somehow somewhat have forced things to happen. Earlier, earlier, no, what actually happened, like which we used to think that will happen one day or the other, or it may or may not happen. Now it is a reality. If I talk about few concepts, like in the government only, like you talk about e-courts, courts conducting their operations through e-gov mode. Like you have those sometimes prisoners also, are so-called accused people also being taken to the courts, and the pain area you must have seen in these old movies, people being taken to the courts, and there's something happening and they're running away. So everything has got, you see the beauty of this thing. You just have a screen in front of you, everything is safe and sound, there is no bahana, somebody coming, accused coming, I have some heart problem, you must have seen in those. So those funny things have gone away, and then the pain areas have also gone away. You see, okay, one very good example from again my own UT, as well, state of Jammu and Kashmir, I'll just share. We had a wonderful concept of Maharaja time. Those days it was wonderful when Maharaja used to rule Jammu and Kashmir. We had a concept of Darbar move. You all must be aware, I'm sure. 6 months the capital operates from Jammu, that is during the winter months, and 6 months from Kashmir, Srinagar. during summer months, right? This is the summer time. That is, capital is operating from Kashmir. So, we had a concept of moving all the records physically from Jammu to Srinagar and back to Jammu after 6 months, every 6 months. And we just used to joke around sometimes that if one of the big, huge vehicles, the trucks carrying things, falls into River Chenab, which is flowing across, the whole department will vanish. Physical files were being moved. So I'm telling you something which is very interesting also. Now, this year only, through our JAKEGA efforts, J&K Governance Agency, we have successfully done the intervention, and this is all electronic. So now e-office has come into existence. All data got scanned, everything day and night, a lot of effort went on. But I must share here, it was never happening earlier. It is all cause of Corona times, tough times. Things were forced upon us. And see the beauty lying in it. We have cut down in terms of, that traveling, transportation of the material from Jammu to Srinagar and back to Jammu, and same rotation happening. Then everything is digitized. Costing has come down drastically. All the pain area has gone down drastically. How much man hours were wasted accumulating, taking those luggages, taking those files, and if one file also goes, would have gone missing, and there is a scope of pilferage, taking away the record, there is scope of, all kinds of negative things attached to it. Like, it becomes really tough to handle things when in physical form. So on online, things have started happening, approvals are coming, files are moving, data is getting scanned, drafts are going like that. So irrespective of the secretary, like if we are sitting in Jammu or Srinagar, it does not matter. It's all virtual now. There is no bahana through VPN. Even we are operating, working from home also. So there's nothing like you have to sit inside secretariat and work. So there are so many advantages of going to electronic mode, the data transfer there, the data transmission, the digitization exercises which are happening. And I see a very, very bright future in this. I have recently taken over this agency, but even when I was not here, I was always a strong votary of switching over to eGov mode. And not only eGov, my perspective, Noor, is like mGov is the norm of the day. Like mobile governance is the only way we can contemplate things or think about the future, because it does not stop here. And I even say we have to think about the last mile user. The last mile user is the man standing last in the row, whether that person is carrying something on the head. I mean to say those were kind of workers, unorganized labor, or somebody moving a rickshaw, or an agriculture field worker. You have to think about that person also. We are talking big, sitting in these conferences, like a Business World conference is going on. I know I traveled with you guys to Andaman also, some before Corona, you all know it. So we have been, okay, fascinating things are happening, but think about that person who is sitting last mile user. Let's think and contemplate how to cover that man. So I have some solutions for them also. You know what, in this smart city thing, we should think to cover them. And I tell you how we can do it. You can go in for USSD coding kind of thing. On those basic Nokia phone, which 2110 kind of basic phone used to be there. So I say that IVR responses, operate your data centers like this, the CSC kind of model, where they can place their orders, or they can you can ask for the document. इसके लिए एक दबाइए, इसके लिए दो दबाइए, तीन दबाइए, and all that. So that kind of thing has to happen. Ultimately, we have to cover that last mile user, without which it cannot be successful. You need to that is the real eGov model. That is the real m-governance model. Without that, we cannot be successful in terms of smart cities. And that's a fact. That's an underlying fact. We have to cover them. That is my ultimate target and goal till the tenure I spend here in eGov as its CEO, and even later also. This is how I think beautifully we can help public. We should think about the last mile user.
I like the way you're phrasing it. And also there's so much of optimism in your conversation. Every time we talk about our country, its planning, where are we headed for our citizens, it's always nice to see this kind of forward-looking and optimistic point of views. I want to get your point of view on broad architecture of a plan. Now, this came up in my previous conversation. It was one of my talking points as well. There is a problem, especially when we try and deploy technology, that technology can sometimes work in silos. Some part of a department can implement something and may not really leverage the collective use of it simply because somewhere the broad architecture was missing, or it did not compute or calculate for what could have happened with embracing newer forms of technology. Now, how do you address something like this so that you do not get stuck in silos and you can leverage the collective might of technology?
Noor, you see, that is very, very important aspect which you are talking about. And I'll tell you, for that, I have a fair enough idea what is happening. Like, I'll again share a government perspective only. What is actually happening, you see, there is a lot of duplication of data, data flow. You're absolutely right. Working in silos won't work. You know, you should have such a robust system. Like, suppose Aadhaar has come. Wonderful. This is a very good technological intervention to remove that silos effect. You know, one beneficiary, for example, uses one facility in health department, takes the benefits, say as a beneficiary in health. That person is a beneficiary of one. Then the person goes to rural development, takes it with other name, other number, registration number. Third, he goes to food civil supplies. I was director of food civil supplies, so I know that area also. I have seen that pain area. So, you know, Aadhaar linkage and those things. So you should have a single database of all the departments where it should hit. Whenever the query comes, it should hit that single database, and that man should not change names at places. Somewhere he's Ram Kumar, somewhere he's Rama, somewhere he's Muhammad Ram, somewhere he's something like that. So very funny things happening in India. You know, still we are in that progressive stage, because I have personally seen these things happening. So the only solution is to go for a single big database, a single data center where everything is hosted, any cloud, anywhere where we put our data, and that data base should be hit every time the query is raised, so that that person does not take disadvantage of this silo kind of model of the systems. So for that, we need to develop our systems in such a manner, like every department should be in proper sync. There is a problem, there is still a gap, I'm telling you. Suppose anybody goes for making a presentation at one place or the other. What happens is, like when they go, when they visit, you will realize that they will talk about their own data in silos only. They will not talk about a common database of a particular state or a union territory. Even central government is facing the same problem, department to department. You know, challenge. It's not a problem, it's a challenge. And I'm sure it will be overcome in times to come, because Aadhaar, I'm telling you, if the data is properly scrutinized and we make it more foolproof, this is the best thing which has happened ever in India in terms of technological intelligence. So I believe we are on the right pathway, and some wonderful support systems like you all are sitting there. Intellectia is working day in and day out. I'm sure we are going to come up with these kinds of deliberations happening. It goes in ultimately in the policy making also, whether it's mighty or whether anywhere. I'm telling you, we are the ones, especially you guys are doing a wonderful job in the background. So this will really help us, Noor. So wonderful you raised this question, and it's very well taken so far as I am concerned.
I will accept a compliment on behalf of my peer. Our only job literally is to keep putting you on the hot seat, but we get commended for it. So I'm thankful that you look at it that way. Let's talk a little. I can see that we have a young delegate with us. This is for their future. In fact, the future cities, all of what you are doing right now is for that generation.
Right.
Let's talk a little bit about training in-house. Now, that's another big problem with technology. Now, the corporate sector obviously is going through various stages of skilling and reskilling, so that not only is technology understood, but also the whole power of that technology is unleashed. What are some of the things that, probably that are happening in your office in terms of training your people to ensure that the technology that you put in their hands gives them maximum returns?
Yeah, so you basically want to know about the training part or what?
Or training part, training part of your own teams, because technology though is now available. We are deploying it. Many stakeholders want to work with the government of India. Access is there. But the problem is converting that access into success when it comes to implementing it, which cannot happen until our own teams are properly trained. Now, what are some of the things that you are doing to ensure that there is no miss?
I fully agree to your point that technology has a major linkage with the capacity building, and I even believe it that we need to do a lot in terms, like I'll give you an example. Like e-office is being implemented in J&K at this point of time, like last 3-4 months, and now what we are doing basically while implementing e-office, we have been getting n number of queries from various departments, because first of all there's a fear of the unknown. Training, again I'm coming to that only. So sometimes they won't even feel like they don't realize that how much good it would be to their system, for the betterment of the system if it happens. So now even sitting here, my teams are training people. Last 3-4 months it has been already been successfully implemented, but still they are training. Like Divisional Commissioner Jammu himself is sitting today's session and his team is sitting. I'm telling you this level of seriousness in training which is now happening, because you can't survive without it. If we have already set the ball in motion, files are moving like that. So training is the aspect where equally, I would say 20% of the synergy, minimum 20 to 25% of the synergy should go in training, if not more, because otherwise it's a total waste. Even if we launch the best of the best technologies and guys are not trained in using it, then what is the fun in doing it? So this is the future of India. I don't know how she is looking at it, but she has a bright future, as you rightly said.
Yes, that's really cool, actually.
Yeah, so good for a change. Like these virtual conferences are having an add-on feature. This way, the youngsters also get an opportunity.
Your family, we should be grateful.
Yeah, no. So that's what it is. I believe that training, yes, is a major component, and the more we do towards it, we should not take it lightly. I have seen many projects going haywire just because people don't get trained properly. The capacity is not built up to the mark. So 10 out of 10 points. Training requires as much seriousness, as much developing the softwares, implementing, piloting them. I fully endorse your point.
One of the points that came through when I was doing my homework for this session, when I was preparing, per se in India, urban development tends to be top heavy. By that, they mean that the developed areas develop faster, develop more, the underdeveloped not so much. The gap has broadened, continues to broaden. Now, from your perspective, when now again, I'm going to put this on other people, but I was told that Jammu and Kashmir specifically has this problem, probably a little bit more than say Maharashtra, for example. I wanted you to weigh in on that. There does seem to be a problem of being top heavy. How can we counter that?
Yeah, Jammu Kashmir has been little bit a late starter, I would say, regarding smart cities. And then, yes, lopsided thing is definitely there. But then you see, these particular things have brought out many things clearly. A lot of lessons have been learned in the past, like why it has happened. Like only Jammu and Srinagar, these two smart cities were coming up, and that heavy loaded thing, as you rightly mentioned, has happened. But now we are contemplating few models in which at least there should be an equitable growth in terms of many things. Like not only this, see, prior to this I was handling forest ecology and environment department. So in terms of, for urban growth and for putting up smart perspectives, you need to have very good solid waste management or different kind of models which have to be in operation, right? So I believe that no, we are disseminating and we are trying to actually plan up in such a manner, like smaller cities, like in Jammu and Kashmir. I would talk about some major districts other than Jammu and Srinagar, say Udhampur, say for that matter, you must have heard these names, Anantnag, Baramulla, and those districts. No, we are bringing more facilities in these particular areas, trying to put very good growth models, urban growth models out there. And I am sure in times to come, we will focus equally, if not exactly same quantum, but equally, because we have given we are now applying some bigger models also, we have gone for some DDC model here. District development councils have come up here, which are chaired by public representatives. Like we have got some three-tier arrangement, like panchayats are doing very well, then these public institutions are doing very well, and there are so many things which have come up. So what I personally believe, that in next phase, these places are being given due funding also, and we are doing sufficient work so far as smart work is concerned in these cities. So these small cities or small districts will also come up big way. Times only in next couple of years, you will see a big change so far as this particular notion in about Jammu and Kashmir is concerned, especially the tourist spots. Especially, I would say Pahalgam, Gulmarg, Patnitop in Jammu. There is one Mansar. There's a very good spot. Mansar Lake is there. So we are coming up big way, and Mata Vaishno Devi area, Katra and in around. Those towns are coming up big way in terms of, smart city management and those particular things which were earlier missing in JK.
I'm going to wish you the very best, because clearly it looks like that the blueprint for success, or the blueprint for getting this right, is already in place as far as the work you're doing is concerned. Just to kind of also break this down, when we were speaking about this in the beginning, you did mention that because of the pandemic, digital came home. E-governance got a push because digital got a massive push. But at the same time, a very large part of our infrastructural development was compromised in the last 1 year. So we have seen a dichotomy of sorts. Digital first, digital only has happened, but our plans have got delayed also significantly. Now, how do you see in the next 1 year the catch up happening, that the advantages of digital are layered back with the infrastructural targets, so that we can actually see more progress in our livelihood conditions?
For that, Noor, I believe this thing has been realized at the top level. I believe even the central government has realized this kind of gap happening because of obvious reasons, Corona, phase 1, 2 and all. So I now believe that due to the technological interventions, at least those man hours which are getting not utilized, or we were wasting a lot of things which should have infrastructurally come up. So this will also indeed help, because now we'll be using technology to the best possible in terms of filling up those gaps, in the sense like models will be changed and there'll be remodeling of the things. I'll tell you how, like what will actually happen in times to come. Like there'll be lot of things, like only those resources will be sent for infrastructural contributions where it is required. What I mean to say in simple, like earlier there used to be a lot of field work. Field was always flooded with public, and sometimes some people were doing things in a very generic manner. Now with the technological interventions like AI models in place and lot of other things, now the way infrastructures will come up will also get overhauled. Development won't stop. That does not have to stop also, otherwise we are going to suffer. You must have seen, at least in JK, I can assure you, lot of infrastructure development has come up in spite of these tough times. We have got some big tunnels, the railway project to Kashmir, the rail to Kashmir, the biggest, the tallest bridge, I would say, taller than Eiffel Tower. That's the tallest in the world. It has come up in Kauri. There's a place in Riyasi district where near Mata Vaishno Devi. That is one of the tallest in the world. That work went on irrespective of, but with the more use of technological interventions, less use of manpower, but more of technology. So now things have changed. The machinery, heavy equipment is now being operated automatically. Infrastructure won't, development won't stop, but the model of using things and man and machinery would definitely see a sea change because of this particular thing. Like I told you about that tunnel and those, those things. We have a tunnel connecting Jammu. If you have traveled by road, I wonder if you have traveled any time between Jammu and Srinagar by road. There was a very famous tunnel, Jawahar Tunnel, which came up at the time of our first Prime Minister, Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and that's known as Jawahar Tunnel. That cut down the distance between Jammu and Srinagar by 3 days. That was a technological intervention in 50s and 60s, I think early 50s. So that brought down the distance to just 3 kilometers. Just all the, and now there's a double, lane tunnel coming up, which is even going to leave that behind. A double lane tunnel from Banihal to Valley, that is going to be a game changer. Like already Nashi tunnel had come up in last 3-4 years back, and this is also going to be inaugurated by our honorable Prime Minister only in next few days. This is going to be, so I mean to say, this tunnel is again a technological intervention in spite of Corona times, where technology has played a major role, but in a different manner. So I mean to say, less of use of those hefty amount of manpower, but more of usage of technology. So that's why I say these times have come as a blessing in disguise. The way things were happening, they have gone in a different way. As I remember Shiv Khera's famous quote, winners don't do different things, they do things differently.
Yes, yes.
This is what it has actually happened.
Mrs. Sharma, this is my next question has no bearing to what we were speaking so far, but in the last 2 weeks, 3 weeks, we have had very depressing news about the unemployment rate in India. The numbers actually crossed 1 crore, which is like highly disturbing. Coming back to the livelihood point of view, this will become an area of major concern. Now, how do you see us fighting back or countering this for things to become better?
For that, Noor, I believe I still remember the model. If that is implemented properly and successfully, that would be a very good model. Like, labor, we are talking now about the labor. Unemployment is mostly at the labor level, because for the white collar people, they are sitting at home doing things as we all are doing, and virtual conferences. And this is an example. Nothing has stopped. So what actually happens in such particular scenario, that labor class suffers, the blue collar worker suffers a lot. So in these particular times, what actually can be done, we should realize that there was a very good model which came up last year during phase 1, or you would say the first cycle of Corona. Narega, Mahatma Gandhi, yes. Narega. So that particular NRES, GS. So in this particular rural employment guarantee scheme, these laborers who were going back to their villages or homes, you can't stop. Even after so much of appeal, I still remember by Mr. Arvind Kejriwal, Delhi CM, you see the outgoing of labor so thick and fast. The very first day he announced lockdown, second wave. So this actually happened. And even in Mumbai, you must have seen same thing happening. Every time it happens. So in these particular situations, what actually can be done, the best way is to support the labor in these times, whether they are working in the field or they're sitting at home, to channelize their energy in a very systematic manner in doing these projects, these Narega projects, which are very simple, helping the labor. And last year it was announced by our honorable Prime Minister that we have done it a big way last year. So same way, this is a transitionary temporary phase, right? This is especially, I won't say that Corona is going to go off. Let's understand the reality. Whenever a virus comes, it does not go off. It may be having third wave, fourth wave, fifth wave. God forbid, like it is a reality now. We have to live with it. So some alternative mechanisms have to be devised over and above politics, over and above socioeconomic things, and whatever happens in the background. Again, last mile user. Again, it comes back to the same thing which I was talking. They are the people who require the support. We are sitting at home. thinking about the things in a very hunky-dory manner. We are just passing our time. We have so many of things to do. We have fixed pay packets, whatever it is. For them, they are daily bread earners. For them, we have to think. And that MGNRGS, that program is a wonderful, wonderful option for those transitionary seasonal employment. That is meant to give seasonal employment to those people. They'll do some developmental work in their respective areas, whether they are making some canal, whether they are working in some water project, whether they are working in those kinds of like, I was handling forest, so we were doing work on restoration of water bodies. That helps ecological balancing also. So we engage them in such activities, or some, different kind of waste management projects, be it solid or liquid waste management. So there are so many things which are defined under NREGA. So they can be engaged in those things. Development also goes on. At the same time, their employment also gets, guaranteed for that particular phase when the wave is at the peak and they are back in their villages. And this way, things help, and it becomes a win-win situation. This is the only way we can address this temporary unemployment. It is not never permanent. It is a temporary phase of unemployment during the ongoing waves. Yeah.
In fact, NREGA did come up in some of the conversations when we were going through the our own stories or reportage on the unemployment numbers. I also want to talk about inclusion a little bit from our industry perspective right now. Just a little while ahead, we were talking about how within the system, silos should not exist, and it should be a broad architecture that everybody is working towards. But again, to all the things that you said so far, external collaboration has become very key to any development within the government. I wanted you to share with us some examples, maybe, where you were able to leverage the corporate sector, the private sector, the startups, anybody else, in terms of collaboration to get better results.
I can quote you a couple of examples when I used to be MD J&K Sidco. I have manned that post some almost 2 years. And during that phase, I got an opportunity to have external interventions. Like, I would say some very good interventions I got, successfully implemented out here in J&K. We are now coming up with a very good, what you call, that environmental park here, where actually it's not park, it is like dumping of waste material, like we call it CETPs and ZLDs, where the waste material is dumped. So we with the initiative and with zero burden on government exchequer, we got some groups who actually came where some hazardous waste was being produced. They could come up with a plant out there, a kind of thing out there at zero costing for the government. That's in the final phase now. One of the major industrial growth centers, Samba, one of my industrial estates in Sidco, where I actually happened an intervention, and about 8 to 10 acres of land we donated, and they are coming up with that plant so that those waste and that's a intervention. Obviously, when you think about the government, it's a long down plan, like you have to get the plans approved, finances approved. So this is a clear-cut example where outside factors do play a major vital role. And same is the example, like I used to carry out lot of green drives, lot of some industry initiatives under CSR. In CSR, you can get these things done to a great extent. And I used to involve corporate like anything. We used to sit alongside. I used to take them alongside on board, and we used to hold meetings, one-on-one meetings, sometimes open forums, and what best you can give to the industry.
Right.
Similarly, in Kashmir, we have IGC Lasipura in Pulwama district. So there we got one park made for treating of leather, CETP, common effluent treatment plant, that was being run by the entrepreneurs only. We didn't invest anything in it. We just convinced them to contribute, and that was for their good only. And it helped the environment cause also, because that's very dirty waste when it comes out of leather hides treatment and all that. So this is how you have to be little bit innovative. But yes, external factors have to be roped in if you have to become successful, truly successful, while being in the government. I agree.
You know, we do have a last few minutes with you. I would like to wrap up this conversation in terms of your personal targets, or maybe something that you have set for yourself that in the next 1 year, what are some of the things that your leadership will do that will bring in more inclusion and resilience to JNK per se and to the role that you're especially playing?
Yep, very good question. In fact, that was a thing I set for myself also. When I took over from the last CEO, I took details about his experiences. You see, in JNK, one thing is lacking now, which has happened successfully in many states and UTs. That is a true common facility center or common service center, CSC. I tell people as CEO Jakega, I may be doing wonderful. I may be creating a lot of data centers. I may be creating e-offices. I may be creating, say, SWAN and for that matter, SSDG and those kinds of networks which smart cities require. But what about the common man? Again, the last mile user. How that person will be benefited? Because in JNK, one experiment happened almost a decade ago. That particular thing happened, and in that particular thing a khidmat center model came up with JK Bank intervention. If you are a little bit aware, in that model they tried to create or replicate some kind of CSC, like you see Me Seva in Andhra and E Seva and different kinds of some Vahini something. Every state UT has its own model. So I want it to be truly implemented during my tenure. I mean to say a very simplistic model. I started discussion with that only, that USSD thing, in which a common man can, a person who does not even know anything about computers or even smartphones can just press some buttons on a helpline and say, I want a domicile certificate, a domicile, I want it. And उसके लिए एक दबाइए, दो दबाइए, इसके लिए ये कीजिए. You know, that kind of simplistic model. That person simply orders on phone and goes to a collection center and simply collects the certificate and comes out. No hidden costs involved, nothing. Simply the person goes and gets. That is the real smart work, if it can happen in JK, that I believe, because lots of services I want to rope in, say revenue department, there are so many of services, say food supplies, many services again, health department, many services. So the more the services, the better it is. So I personally believe that this kind of thing is going to be the game changer so far as technological interventions are concerned and smart city work is concerned. So I would like to work upon that model, apart from doing all those things which I'm already doing, like smart city things, e-office and all those things. They are there, but this is going to be my mission, because that has not so far happened in JNK since the technology has been introduced or IT department has come into existence.
And that is again interesting. You have quite an ambitious target for yourself. Any final words of advice to our delegates? I can tell you that various people who have registered today are not only from the government and bureaucracy itself, but there were also very many startups and companies that work with the government. Any parting words for them?
My words to all the people who are sitting out here in the conference is, let's try to make technology simpler. Let's try to make the technology meaningful, and let's try to use the technology to help the last mile user. Whenever we develop some solutions, whenever we work upon these kind of activities, so far as whether they are related to smart cities or whether they are related to, IT interventions or data or something, and let's work upon helping the cause of fighting challenge like these in the social networking. What is happening these days, lot of things are going out. So I would say, let us work upon making technology such foolproof. I know it's tough, a lot of hackers are there, a lot of people are there, they are one step ahead of us, but let's try to make systems foolproof. I'll give you an example, like Apple attempts in making things as foolproof as possible. So if they can do it, why can't we do in our technological interventions? So let's try to safeguard our data. That's most important and critical these days, because it can have international ramifications. regarding security threat and many things. So let's make things simpler. Let's make technology and take technology to the last mile user. That's the mission I'm also looking at. And yes, and a message, as CEO Jitega, I welcome everybody on board to Jammu and Kashmir. There's lots and lots to do here. Lots and lots to do here. And I'll welcome everybody with a red carpet here. I can assure you as Chief of E-Governance in JK.
This is for our delegates today, and anybody who is taking Mr. Sharma up on his offer, I'm going to wish everybody the best of luck. I'm grateful to Mr. Sharma for your time. My team at BW needs to mute their mics. In the background that is disturbing us so much. All right, I wonder if they have seen what they're doing, but they have muted Mr. Sharma as well. I just want to thank Mr. Sharma once again. I believe Ravin wants to do the same thing.
Yeah. And thanks to Ravin, both of you, Noor and Ravin. And again, my apologies. I was traveling, so that's why I could not make it on time. But I hope whatever I spoke had made some sense and it will help everybody in times to come.
Absolutely. Mr. Sharma, it was a learning experience for me as well. You made excellent comments. We are truly grateful both for your candid thoughts and your time. Thank you so much.
Same here. Thank you.
All the best to you, sir.
Thank you. I'm just leaving.
So thank you so much, Mr. Sharma, and of course, Noor Fatima, for that insightful conversation. They were talking about digital India for future cities, transformation of urban livelihood for the next normal, and it was really a wonderful thing to listen to. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Ravin. Yes.
Thank you, Ravin. So I'll take leave of all of you. Looking forward to have you in JK soon. Thank you. Bye-bye.
With that, ladies and gentlemen, we are moving on to the next session, and it's going to be a loaded one. We'll be talking about telecom and network. Is India 5G ready? That's the next big question. We have Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman, Telecom Regulatory Authority of India, and he will be with us for the special address. Dr. Waghela, over to you.
Yeah, so am I supposed to speak immediately?
Whenever you're comfortable, sir. Thank you so much for joining in, and we look forward to listening to you.
Yeah. So, good morning, everyone. And I'm privileged to be to this conference. In the beginning, I would like to acknowledge and extend my sincere appreciation to Business World for organizing this virtual conclave on future cities. I would also like to thank Business World for inviting me to address this session on telecom and network. Is India 5G ready? The event has been organized very timely as India is at the cusp of launching 5G, for which the trials have already started. Basically, this conclave has been organized to deliberate upon the new innovative solutions to the urban crisis and to transform the cities into smart, modern, and vibrant future cities with the help of latest digital technologies. Due to the mounting pressure of urbanization, the cities are changing their nature, creating a greater divide between the expectations of the citizens and the ability of the city to deliver the critical infrastructure. Population growth, aging infrastructure, limited resources, changing needs, and expectations of the citizen create new challenges for the cities to tackle. The most important sectors of our growing city, which need immediate attentions, are transport, power, utilities, public safety, healthcare, and education. As traditional resource delivery system reaches to the limits of its capability, there is an urgent need for innovative delivery systems to effectively manage and control use and delivery of resources. A smart city is one that can effectively leverage technology, infrastructure, public policy, and citizens' engagement to create an urban environment that fosters economic growth and productivity, innovation, social mobility, inclusiveness, and sustainability. One of the innovative solutions is the digital transformation of the systems. Digital transformation is the use of new, fast, and frequently changing latest technology to solve the problems. Technologies such as 5G, Internet of Things, data analytics, artificial intelligence, digital twinning, cloud computing, virtual and augmented and mixed reality, and many more. They are being used in cities to enable the development of smart policies, smart governance, and smart citizenship. The technology platform used by cities need to be designed to enable government efficiency and public access to useful data. This can include cloud computing services, sensor networks, and data centers, and traffic management systems for both road congestion management as well as public transportation systems, such as subways and light rails. Policies built on top of this platform include e-government portals and e-government services that allow citizens easy access to services and resources. Smart city technologies based on digital infrastructure and digital services offer a potential way of monitoring and managing physical and social resources in the city. Digital technologies can collect sufficiently large amount of data to support very close matching of supply availability against demand requirements. The 5G technology, now coming to the subject, the 5G technology is capable of delivering the three distinct categories of use cases simultaneously. And these use cases can be very, very useful and to the smart cities and urban management. The three broad category of the use cases are, the first is enhanced mobile broadband, EMBB. It's a very high speed broadband on cellular network with data rates into gigabit per second. Second is massive machine type communications, MMTC, providing connectivity to IoT devices and machines on a large scale with connection density of 1 million devices per square kilometer. And third, ultra reliable low latency communication. This is for critical applications with latency of 1 millisecond. These three distinct performances through a single network are possible in 5G. This is due to use of certain technological development, such as network slicing, network function virtualization, and software-defined network. The telecom connectivity and ICT requirement of a smart city varies from low data rate for IoT devices to high data rate for surveillance cameras. Further, for mission critical applications such as intelligent transport system and remote surgery applications, ultra reliable low latency connectivity is required. 5G has got the capability to serve these varied connectivity demands from the single telecom network. New capabilities of mobile communication networks enabled by 5G technology will allow higher quality video services with mobility at high speed. Business automation delivered through billions of connected devices, delivery of critical services such as telesurgery and autonomous cars assured by low latency and ultra reliable networks, and improved productivity assisted by high quality real-time data analytics. Unlike existing mobile communication networks, 5G network will allow tailoring of requirement for each of these different use cases within the same network. And this is something exciting. The government of India has already started taking initiative to ensure that the country benefits by launch of 5G services in a timely manner. To achieve the goal, various steps have been taken by the government. The government has issued National Digital Communication Policy in 2018 with an objective to lead India to a realm of new digital first world. The policy aims to facilitate the implementation of new technology such as 5G, IoT, and M2M. It also envisages attracting $100 billion worth of investments and generating over 4 billion jobs in the telecom sector by 2022. The government has already launched a program titled Building an End-to-End 5G Test Bed to advance innovation and research in 5G. In July 2019, the DOT issued guidelines for allocation of spectrum for 5G trials across all available spectrum bands. The allotment of spectrum for the 5G has been done and the trials have already started. The successful trial results are already making news in the media, as you must be reading. In 2018, TRAI had recommended for auction of spectrum in the mid-band, that is from 3,300 to 3,600 megahertz for mobile services. Sufficient spectrum is available in mid-band for deployment of 5G network. DOT is working on identifying sufficient spectrum in millimeter wave also for deployment of 5G. For cellular backhaul, a lot of fiberization is required for providing connectivity to base transmitting stations, that is BTS. Currently, most of the BTS are working on microwave backhaul. For 5G, we need high capacity backhaul which can be provided either on optical fiber or by using E-band spectrum, that is 71 to 76 and 81 to 86 gigahertz, and V-band spectrum, that is 57 to 64 gigahertz. For establishment of telecom infrastructure, the most important aspect is the right of way permission from the local bodies and municipal corporations, and of course, many of the authorities and organizations which are putting up infrastructure. For laying of fiber and for establishing large number of small cells for 5G deployment, faster clearance of ROW permissions is key to growth and development. Naturally, faster clearance and registration at the level of DOT of such cells will also be required. The cities or states which have widespread presence of robust telecom infrastructure naturally will attract more investment and will have more employment generation, leading to enhanced digital economy. As Honorable Prime Minister says, the people will follow the fiber. So wherever the connectivity is there, investment will go. For implementation of use cases like industrial automation, that is Industry 4.0, precision agriculture, smart education, automation in healthcare, and many more use cases, the state government must strive to have best and latest telecom technology and infrastructure in their state. And that is technologies such as 5G, IoT, artificial intelligence, augmented reality, virtual reality, etc. State and cities must have widespread telecom infrastructure consisting of optical fibers, telecom towers, small cells supported by use of street furniture, and grid power availability. Availability of such ecosystem in the state will attract the potential investors and increase the economic activities, leading to empowerment of men, women, and youngsters. The state government should come out with their roadmap for express clearances of ROW permissions in order to get high ranking in the state ICT readiness index. ROW permissions should not be seen as the source of revenue, as the telecom infrastructure has immense number of positive externalities for a city and for a state. For keeping them ahead in growth of telecom infrastructure, states must think about 5-year moratorium on the ROW charges. It is the responsibility of local bodies of cities to frame their ICT policy in such a way to transform the cities into future cities, which will be vibrant, globally connected economic units. For provision of connectivity inside the buildings, apartments, malls, and institutions, the mandatory provision of telecom infrastructure should be made as part of building code and building bylaws. Fiber to home and in-building solutions are the technologies which can provide the fixed line broadband and high-speed mobile coverage inside the building. Such kind of connectivity solutions are required to be built for making the smart buildings and smart cities. One point I would like to say that as the 5G will be rolled out and the new technologies will be ushered in, it will be very necessary that the various resources by the telecom operators, ISPs, infrastructure provided are shared, and the necessary facilitation by the government will require be to done. But I think more action will be required on the part of the various stakeholders, that they have to create a platform so that the infrastructures like towers, cells, and the fibers and the ducts can be shared, so that the cost of the providing the infrastructure and multiplicity of this infrastructure can be reduced, and that can overall increase the faster introduction of various technologies. TRAI has recommended in 13th March 2020 and has suggested to enhance the scope of infrastructure provider category 1 and recommended to allow them to establish shareable active infrastructure for telecom service providers such as wireless access network, in-building solutions, fiber to home, broadband infrastructure. Very important aspect is that social inclusion and digital inclusion. With the development of cities into modern cities, we also need to keep in mind about the social inclusion and digital inclusion. If we really want the digital inclusion of the excluded, such as those living in the far-flung areas, the government and the central and the state will be required to promote startups who will come up with the innovative use cases for the benefit of farmers, fishermen, artisans, laborers, MSMEs, and students, and many other such stakeholders. It would be a great idea if the ministries and the department concerned have their use cases labs established for their sector and start dialogue with the startups of research and development of indigenous use cases and application, and in overall create digital literacy among their various stakeholders. We have recently written to various ministries and for to taking up this initiative so that a focused introduction of use cases and thereby bringing in their stakeholders in the digitalized economy and mainstreaming them will be easy. IG calls for adoption of collaborative approach. Merely putting in place of 5G technology will not make the difference. It is the adoption of the tailored use cases which will help the country in achieving economic growth. We all need to play a role and everyone has to do one's bit. TRI has initiated dialogue with different ministries and departments for an early adoption of 5G use cases. I hope the collaborative efforts will bridge the gaps and make India shine. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Waghela. It was really amazing to listen to you. And thank you so very much for your valuable time. We hope you have a fantastic day ahead.
Yeah, I hope. Yeah. Anything else? No.
So if you have any questions, I don't think we have any questions at the moment now. Just wanted to, since I have 2 more minutes of time here, just wanted to dive into the fact, sir, how the future is going to be looking forward to the 5G, because when the 4G technology rolled out, a lot of questions came up in terms of the usability and its impact on the environment. So if you can talk a little bit about that, that'll be amazing.
See, let us be very clear. See, 5G is a better version of the various earlier versions.
Right.
The only thing is that 5G offers, as I told you, 3 distinct characteristics, and which make the digitalization of economy very, very easy. That is one thing. Secondly, see, as the digitalization of economy takes place, I think the state and the country and the economy and the city, which goes on to encash the various use cases which will be available because of the the related technologies like M2M, artificial intelligence, AR, VR, and M2M. They will be able to do 2 things. They will be able to improve their delivery of services to the citizens. Secondly, they will be able to reduce the cost of providing these services. And third, and more important, they will be able to use the resources in a much better manner. But this also throws a challenge in the sense that large sections of the society are not digitally literate. So, there are 3 points which will require to, concentrate. The point number 1 is that we have to provide digital literacy, and I would say most important are women and housewives. If we can make them digitally literate, and I think, it will be a great thing. And naturally, Government of India has already started National Digital Literacy mission, and that will be working. That is one thing. And second aspect is connectivity. That means the people who are excluded, those who are living below poverty line, or those specific stakeholders which I mentioned in my speech, that is fishermen, farmers, laborers, agricultural laborers, artisans. They need to be mainstream. As the economy is getting digitalized, they are likely to be excluded from the digital economy. And if they remain, they are excluded from digital economy. And if the physical economy is getting obliterated, and with the digital economy, it is very, very important that they become part of the digital economy. For that, we require them to give the connectivity. This connectivity can be in very form. That fiber to home, that is one thing. You can use wireless access services, and you can use, Wi-Fi hotspots. PM1 is one. That is one thing. And third, and of course, third important is that devices. See, many people cannot afford the smart devices. Fortunately, in India and world over, the smartphones are becoming very cheaper. And I'm very sure that when the 5G comes in, the better smart devices, the smartphone which is used for all purposes may come in. But maybe still many sections of the society may not afford that. So we need to have programs and we have to budgetary provisions so that these people have access to the devices and use cases. I have already told use cases which are contextualized, which are required for this stakeholder. For example, a worker, he will require a very easy to understand, very easy to operate, the application so that he can have access to the labor market and he can find, he can get himself employed or he can change for a better employment. I just to give one example. So this is what I would say that we require to do. But it is very exciting, and any country which concentrates on telecom infrastructure and preparing use cases for the population, contextualizing it. I know that is the country which will become part of the the global digital economy and reap huge benefits and huge benefit. That is what I would like to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Waghela. So that brings us to the conclusion of the session. And once again, I really thank you for your valuable time. And we look forward to hearing more from you soon enough. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. So I can sign off.
Yes, sir, you can do that now.
Thank you.
So that was Dr. P.D. Waghela, Chairman TRI, who was talking about how ready India is for 5G. And I think we got a lot of interesting points there. And with that, it's time we move on to our next panel. We will be talking about tech-enabled transformation, changing landscapes of urban transformation. We have our moderator from BW Business World, Senior Editor, Mr. Rohel Amin. Along with him, we'd like to invite on stage Mr. Aditya Singh, CEO, Bhopal Smart City Development Corporation Limited, Government of MP. We have Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Senior IT, Ranchi Municipal Corporation. Joining in, Mr. Prem Kumar Chaudhary, Municipal Corporation Commissioner and CEO, Bhubaneswar Municipal Corporation of Bhubaneswar Smart City Limited. Ms. Garima Mittal, CEO, Faridabad Smart City Limited is with us as well. Joining her, Mahendra Singh Tanwar, Commissioner, Ghaziabad Municipal Corporation. And finally, Mr. Samir Unhale, Joint Commissioner, Municipal Administrator, Government of Maharashtra. So that's our panel, ladies and gentlemen, for the next session. And I would like to hand it over to our Senior Editor here at BW Business World, Mr. Rohel Ahmed. Rohel, over to you.
Thank you, Ravin, for the introduction. I hope I'm audible to everyone. Am I?
Yes, you are.
All right. Thank you. I want to go back to, there has been a lot said and written about smart cities and the transformation that we are waiting to, witness. But somewhere, I mean, we are still waiting for a lot of things to unfold, I think. Of course, it's not an easy project. It's a big project. I want to start my first question. We're talking about the tech-enabled transformation part. Let me first come to you, Mr. Singh, if you can hear me. Am I audible? Okay, Mr. Kumar, let me begin with you. Tell me, we have spoken about smart cities and development. Now we are looking at tech side of innovation, where IoTs and smart tech will be part of it. But tell me, first of all, where do we stand in our vision of developing smart cities? What is the current status of that, and how soon would we reach a stage where tech will be part of it? Mr. Kumar, am I audible to you? Am I audible? Hello? Can somebody respond? I am.
Yes, you're audible. I can hear you. Samir here.
Okay, sir. Okay, if you have listened to my question, why don't we start with you?
Yeah, okay. So, well, first of all, I must congratulate Business World for having this gathering, because collaboration and sharing of ideas is an extremely important part of any collaborative and cooperative effort that one might be required to take. India's urban system, is it's almost the third largest country of the world. If you consider the population of all the Indian cities and towns, it will be almost around more than 40 crores, and which is would be even bigger than the population of the United States, which are supposed to be around 330 million. So the importance and significance of India's urban system is definitely there, not only nationally, but also internationally. And any challenges, global challenges that we talk of, maybe it is, engaging with the current pandemic that we are into, the economic recovery of the cities and towns that we'll have to look for, taking credible actions on climate, and also attaining the sustainable development goals. We'll realize that the role and significance of Indian cities is tremendous, and we require all the possible help and efforts to improve the efficiency of a city as a system to deliver these goals, and as well as make the lives of our citizens more livable and lovable. So that, Rohel, would be my opening remark for allowing me to participate in this thing. Secondly, India's approach has more been a mission approach towards seeking urban transformations. If you, prior to probably 2005, we mostly had programs which were executed in a typical government way. But from 2005 onwards, we had the first mission, which was the Urban Renewal Mission, JNNURM, along with the basic service to urban poor for the bigger cities. And for the smaller cities, we had the UID SSMT, which was for the infrastructural part. And I think that brought India's urban system into the mission mode of seeking and achieving urban transformation. Even the second phase of this, we reach to the Swachh Bharat Abhiyan, which was Swachh Bharat Mission. We have the Amrut, which is itself the urban transformation mission. We have the Smart City Mission. We have the Hruday Mission. We have the Deen Dayal Antyodaya National Urban Livelihood Mission. So we feel that we see that this is a distinct trend in which we have tried to bring in a mission approach to achieve urban transformation in the cities of India. And thirdly was the part you mentioned about technology. I think Indian cities and technology, and for that matter, any city and technology is like a Siamese twin. We cannot imagine a city without technology. And therefore, it is technology that makes a city what it is. Initially, it might be the civil engineering part. Maybe when they had the older cities of the Harappan civilization, or even the prior to that, we had the civil engineering as the transformative technology then, along with the hydraulics engineering. Now we are looking at major mechanizing of the municipal infrastructure. It could be a way of putting it. For example, even if you consider water supply, have the SCADA system and remotely water sensors and remote operated water walls, which are trying to bring in this transformation into one of the sector of water which I shared. So is the case of using the satellite imagery and the geographical information system that is also getting available by especially with the Google Maps and the ArcGIS, which we had brought in a major transformative change into the way we are looking at Indian cities and towns. And I think this is the synergy and the power and the enthusiasm and the dynamism that we have in this third decade of the third millennia, in which we all should aspire in a collaborative and cooperative fashion to bring in a transformation. And the essence of transformation is time and the scale. If one city is going to adapt to one particular project in maybe 5 years, that is not urban transformation we are looking at. We want transformation at a very limited possible time, and something that has to be done at a national scale. If one city is doing good, that doesn't really make any sense. We ought to look for a way in which 4,000 cities and towns of India can adopt and execute and implement a transformative project into a limited possible time and give that benefits to the citizens of India. That's what ultimately is the crux, that the poorest of the poor and the weakest of the weak must have the benefit of the urban transformation that we are talking of. It's not going to be, if you're just going to implement a high-end server in your city, then what benefit is the street vendor or the how home worker or the informality of urban India is going to benefit of. So I think these are the broader points and issues which I would like to share with the audience when we are discussing about urban transformation and use of technology for this transformation. So thank you, Rohilji.
Thank you. Thank you. Mr. Kumar, am I audible to you?
Yeah.
Oh, great. Earlier, I was trying to reach out to you. So tell me, I want to understand from you the role of technology in transforming urban landscapes. I mean, we talk about smart cities and we are witnessing some change, but are we closer to any idea or any perception where technology would be used for the for making cities even more smarter? Are we close to it, or is it just a statement that we make very often?
First of all, very good morning to everybody here, and thanks for inviting me on this panel. So basically, in last few years, the way of working of the municipal corporation has changes a lot in terms of technology. Earlier, as sir said that before 2005, the scenario was very different, and after 2005, after the implementation of GNURM project and the e-governance project, the scenario of municipal corporation, the working of the municipal corporation changing every day. Like in 2000, before 2005, if we take the property tax management system, for example, before 2005, it was everything was manual for the collection of the property tax, for the computation of the property tax and the collection. After 2005, with the implementation of e-governance program and the GNURM, we started thinking that if we digitize these things and when we get all the data on the digital platform, the coverage also increases and we can add more and more SSE to pay their holding tax. For example, we our journey for the property tax was started in 2005 and 6. In first phase, what we have done, we have just take the old records of more than 40-50 years in whatever condition, and then we are starting it digitalized first. We have digitalized all the records in as it format, and in second phase, then we have started the verification of that record. How authentic is that record, whether it is correct or not. Am I audible?
Yes. Please go on. Yes.
Yeah. Whether it is then in second phase, we have started the purification of the data. Once the data was purified, then we have started now. We have started to issuing the notice to the citizen for the property tax, and we have find that there are lots and lots of dues for each and every city. Like some citizens have not paid their taxes since last 10 years, 20 years. Then we have started to shooting the notice to them, and the response was so tremendous that in last year before digitization, our tax collection was 3 to 4 crore per year, and after digitization, it's become 10 to 11 crores. Slowly, we have started working on that, and we are expanding our services on the online platform. Right now, our property tax system I think, is one of the best system in the Jharkhand. If you want to see your property details, whatever the details you have attached, whatever documents you have uploaded, you can access it in just a few clicks. I want to share one more information with you. During pandemic, when there was a lockdown and everybody was at home, still our tax collection was growing rapidly. Since last 3 months, from April to June till date, we have received around 20 crores rupees in our property tax collection, in which 6 crore rupees we have collected online through online mode, through using payment gateway and the POS machine. So the things are transforming. Recently, we have signed an agreement with Stesilite, in which we are trying to put the GPS in all the solid waste management vehicle, and we are also giving a small GPS clock to all the sanitation worker, so that we can check that whether they are working on their beat or not. So slowly and slowly we are transforming our technology part, and it is giving the result in a very positive way.
Right. Oh, let me come to you again, sir. Sameet ji, my question is that you have been part of this project, for a long time. What are the major challenges when we talk about upcoming smart cities in India? What is delaying it, in your views?
I think we'll have to understand that delaying would be a subjective interpretation, because the smart city is experimenting with a very good innovation, which is a smart city special purpose vehicle. Prior to that, what you had was a monopoly of city lying essentially with the municipalities, and the efficiencies and effectivity of a municipality as a system created, or rather imposed, its characteristic onto the city and the citizen experiences. In administrative sciences, we always look at structural differentiation and functional specialization as one of the way of administrative development. And if you look at the urban sector in India, you will realize that I mean, it's my personal view, despite I'm working in the municipal sector, yet it's my view that, we could experiment with a bit of demunicipalization of Indian cities. But I feel that, quite a lot of things are thrust upon the municipalities. And if you consider the 4,000 odd municipalities across India, which are in the differing levels of their, capacities and the manpower and the general social cultural milieu in which the municipalities have to work. That's the mild way I can put it. So I think we could experiment. And I think in this context, this special purpose vehicles of the smart city, I think, is a very important innovation. And this, if you realize the three levels and the three stages in which the smart cities participated, like some of them are hardly 2 years old. If you're going to compare a 3 or 4 year old institution with one which is 150-year-old, I think that would be unfair comparison. And I think that was my response vis-a-vis the delays, because I think secondly, more importantly, I feel that the idea of smart city is a more holistic and more integrated one, and trying to evaluate it with a fragmented perspective of projects, I think will not do justice to this idea of smart cities, because smart cities is just not project management.
Right.
It is just not project management, it goes beyond that. And therefore, when you are looking at a holistic integrated impact on the citizens of the activities which are done to this special purpose vehicle for the smart city, I think you will realize that it is not a delay. In fact, it is working as an extremely accelerated way, an extremely fast way of creating this connect and impact on a relatively very new institution called the SPVs. So I personally am very hopeful and optimistic that the impact that the citizens will get will be much, much faster than this regular, arithmetical or clerical way of, whether the project is completed early or not. We are looking for a rather greater canvas, actually, of the impact of smart cities. Thank you.
Mr. Kumar, your thoughts on this, what are the major challenges for upcoming smart cities? How do you read this?
I think one of the major, I am also serving as a city data officer for smart city for the Ranchi city. And whatever the major challenges I have found right now, in coming days and in coming near future, we all are surrounded by the data. In smart city, the smart city is not about the putting sensors and getting the data and everything. You have to convert those data into the piece of information. Not every data is important to us. So you have to implement the mechanism where you need the purified data, for which you can convert into the information, so that the citizen get the benefited. There is a open data. There is an open data program is already run by the Smart City Mission, in which there are different data sets, and they have trained us how to treat the data and how to make the data to speak. And ultimately, the data should speak in future, so that the things become easy for the citizen and everybody. Suppose in properties, in municipal scenario, I tell you, there is a online services in each right now in India. I think every municipal corporation has some online services already is there in place, but we haven't analyzed the data, right? Like citizen is applying for water connection or applying for a property tax assessment. They every time they fill their personal information, their address, their ward number every time. So in the database, there is a repetitive set of data and there is a duplicacy of the data. So in coming years, we want to filter those data that the citizen don't need to fill every time their personal details and their address details for any municipal services. So we are looking these things in this way. It's there not be the repetitive tasks in near future, and we should collect only purified data so that it can convert into the information.
Right. I could see Mr. Singh joining us. If you can hear me, Mr. Singh, maybe I can start a question with you.
Yes, I can totally hear you. Thank you.
All right. So I just had a couple of questions posed to my panelists earlier, but now I want to ask you what I was asking them just before Mr. Kumar finished, was that, we talk about smart cities, everyone is looking, a lot of conversations around it. We waited. I want to understand from you, my first question, that what are the major challenges for upcoming smart cities from your perspective?
Major challenges as per the ICT technology wise or infrastructure wise, I would like to just clarify it from your end.
First of all, infrastructure wise, and then I'll come to the tech part of it.
Okay, so thank you for your question. I will say the major challenges that I have been facing in Bhopal Smart City, or in general when we had other panel discussions with other smart cities that we face, I think there is a kind of disconnect between the general citizens and the kind of project that smart cities have taken. So people don't feel them very much citizen centric. So I think the major challenge is the gap of communication that is there. So what we started in Bhopal, we started a Know Your Smart City projects, and in that campaign, Know Your Smart City campaign, people can participate. They can come to our office, understand our projects, and we also used to make site visits also. So the kind of opposition that was there in infrastructure projects, that we were anti-environment, we were damaging the current infrastructure, and then Bhopal has a redevelopment model. So in that way, if there is a proper communication between the citizens and the smart city, that is one of the ways that we can overcome the challenges in infrastructure. Other challenges in infrastructure were the location. In Bhopal, we are having the center of the city, the heart of the city, the new market area for the smart city. So there was existing, legacy of that infrastructure that was there, that we have to demolish and redevelop. ICT wise, I would say ICT wise, there is a two-way challenge. One is the readiness of the citizens also, that what kind of services they want and how information technology wise they have that kind of awareness. We also need an e-literacy campaign, like for the technological aspect, people should know how to use an application if the smart city or any other ICT body has developed that. So that was one of the challenges. Secondly, we should, as I said, we should also understand the demand of the city. Not one suit will fit all. So we must take these kind of ICT projects city-wise, that which city has what demand. Some cities need ICT for transport, some would need ICT for connectivity and I will say telecommunications. So in that way, we have a kind of n number of ICT projects in which we have tried to cover all the aspects of citizens, and in that way we have overcome that challenge.
Right. Mr. Udhale, I want to understand you that what kind of tech innovations have you undertaken? If you look at the last maybe 6 months or 1 year, what are the big innovations that you have tried to implement from a tech perspective?
I think most of the smart cities in India, there are almost 44 which are above 1 million plus. I think one of the very important and relevant work which was done was using the integrated command control center for the war as a war room for the COVID management activity. I think that was something which was very close to the immediate needs and relevant to the challenges that the Indian cities are still facing vis-a-vis managing the COVID. Because I think when the number of data and the number of instances and events increases exponentially, it's very difficult to handle and manage them using the typical clerical way of drawing diagrams, or even making tables and sending them over paper to the other department. So I think this war room concept of war room for COVID management, for availability of oxygen, for availability of beds, for other vaccination activities, for in this smart city framework, I think was extremely important work which was done entirely by within this smart city. It was very important, very relevant and it did help. A lot of cities, in fact, you must have seen, have done the exceptional work in using this existing smart city infrastructure of triple IC into COVID. I think regarding crowd management, it is also done a lot of cameras. In fact, most of the bigger cities do have a broad network of cameras, and for crowd management it was used substantially. Thirdly, I think for the citizen engagement is always the issue in the bigger cities, and I could share my experience with my earlier tenure with the CEO for the Thane Smart City, in which we had made a citizen engagement app called as DigiThane, and almost 60% of the families in that city are a member of that, and we had more than 5 million engagements in the last pandemic time. So you find that a lot of technologies are being used. They were repurposed in a sense to manage and tackle the pandemic. But I think the greater challenge is that the other sectors of our economy and society are going with a very fast speed of adapting new technologies, and that speed needs to be adopted even by the cities of India, so that the same efficiency and effectivities can also be made available to our citizens, especially in the COVID and post-COVID times. Thank you, Royal.
Right.
Yeah, Royal.
Mr. Kumar, I can see you wearing the mask. Yeah, thanks. Mr. Kumar, I can see you wearing the mask. Great. No, I don't mean you to pull it off. I mean, that's okay, all fine. Tell me, from your perspective, I'm sorry, there is some background noise. Can we all mute it, please? Whoever is having the camera on, sorry, the mic on. Mr. Kumar, tell me, what are the tech innovations that you have undertaken, or the municipal corporation at Ranchi has undertaken, and what was the result of it so far?
As I have said earlier, that in recent 5 to 6 years, we have adopted many of the solution for the municipal corporation. Like property tax is there. We have right now, we can say that our property tax department is paperless department. No paperwork is done at any point or any position. Everything is online there. Apart from that, we have implemented the building plan approval management system, which is the part of the ease of doing business. And from end to end, it is fully online, and people are getting their development certificates through online mode. And there is no physical communication between the officials and the citizens for the approval of the building plans and all. After that, we have implemented uh, uh, water supply management system. If you want to take the water connection, you can take the water connection through the online mode. You don't need to come down to the office. And apart from that, we have also implemented hoarding and asset management system. It is basically about the advertisement agency who are seeking license from the municipal authority for display of their hoardings inside the city, and for getting the NOCs. The entire process is online at Ranchi Municipal Corporation. Apart from that, recently, as I have said, that we have signed an agreement with the Stresslight System Limited for the implementation of vehicle tracking system and a manpower tracking system, in which it is an integrated solution. It is not just like putting the GPS or IoT devices in the vehicle and you are getting the feed from the field side. It is an integrated and customized solution, and lots of analysis is there. We are in coming months, I think within 1 month, we are going to implement this solution at Ranchi Municipal Corporation, and it will give the insight of the whatever the operations are going on the field for the solid waste management staff. Because at every municipal corporation, I think everybody must agree that solid waste management is a challenge for every municipal authority, and in spite of of investing so much of amount and investing so much of resource, still the citizen has the dissatisfaction about this solid waste management task. So to monitor all these things, like the sweeping activities, door-to-door garbage collection activities, we have dustbin, which are which are positioned by the municipal corporation, and our solid waste safai karmchari are also equipped with the GPS clock, so that we can see whether he is going to his bait or not, or he is performing his duty, or he is just sitting at one location or not. Because right now we have the dependency only on the zonal supervisor and the supervisor, okay, whatever the going on the task, and for the performance appraisal only their feedback is right now we are getting whatever. But after the implementation of these technology, the scenario will change, and we have some data for the analysis and for the policy making.
Mr. Singh, you're the same question to you. What are the tech innovations that you have implemented? What has been the result? What have been the learnings?
Tech innovations during the COVID times, I will start with that in the reverse order. That we were the only smart city in Madhya Pradesh, and I think I don't know about the others in the other state, that we had created a oxygen tracking system for the entire state, wherein every district what time and what is the requirement of the oxygen for that district. We started it from that angle, and it was a huge success. We had a point-to-point tracking of the entire oxygen supply that was there. Other than that, we also made a Niramaya Bhopal app, wherein during home isolation, people can connect with us regarding whatever demand they had in case they are COVID positive patient, or even if they are not a positive patient, but they are staying at home due to lockdown. So regarding civil supplies, medicines, and even after post-COVID, we were having these kind of facilities for yoga and for like psychological consultations in case they have any kind of mental stress there. So this way we have done it for the COVID center. And other than that, our command and control center was already there. Other than that, we have made a Bhopal Plus application, wherein it's a two-way application, wherein citizens can interact with the smart city regarding what they expect from us. In case they need any information regarding if any person from outside has come, he needs any tourism guide for that thing, where to stay, from hospitals to taxis, and everything is there. Then we have a Mayor Express, which is like of an urban clap for Bhopal, wherein if you need any kind of services from us, any kind of home service, like from electrician to even some fruit vendor or something, you can have that application at your disposal. Other than that, for traffic management system, we have an integrated traffic management system, wherein we not only have an auto challan generating system, we also have kind of cameras that can detect you from not wearing helmets, and if you are three people sitting on a two-wheeler, that can also be detected. Smart pole is one of our major technical projects, wherein we have 250 kilometers of optical fiber network laid around in the entire Bhopal, along with video wall that is there for display of all the kind of information that you need, along with cameras which has analytics, wherein if your car is parked in a wrong place, that also we come to know. So these are our major technical interventions that we have made from Bhopal Smart City as of now. Thank you.
Mr. Unhale, there are a lot of people, even modern people, who live well qualified. They are maybe tech averse or not that tech literate, at times, and maybe they believe in traditional approaches. When we talk about smart cities, of course, you need smart people in that sense, Do you think that the municipal corporations also need to have literacy drives in place other than just providing the facilities? For example, you have a latest tech gadget for facilitating a certain thing, but people don't know about it. It's a waste of precious resource. Are these practical problems actually, do you face such issues on ground? I just want to get an insight on that.
Personally, I feel, that the potential of and the strength of Indian population is much, much higher than we normally tend to acknowledge. So, ability to adopt technology, I think, is fairly strong. And even if you look at, the smallest of the town, we find people using the smartphone probably as strongly as probably you and me might be doing. So probably the cyber world is giving a bit of a flatland in which I think the people do adopt technology much faster. In fact, in my earlier tenure as CEO Thane Smart City, I had done a small survey of adjoining tribal hamlets regarding the adoption of ICT devices in their home. These were just adjoining the Sanjay Gandhi National Park, the eastern rim of the Sanjay Gandhi National Park there. And it was surprising that we couldn't find any significant statistical correlation between tribal and non-tribal and poor and non-poor as far as the adoption of the technology goes. So it was a sample size of around 800 families in the tribal wards of our city. And so my inference was that people are using technology much better than we are assigning them to A. And B, the purpose of the inherent strength to use the technology depends upon the practical utility of that technology. If in fact, if you want to use a mobile, everyone uses mobile now because it is practically useful. So the challenge lies on the smart cities to ensure that their interventions are practical and useful to the common citizens. Once they are commonly there, I'm sure that so this adoption will be there. Of course, I do ascribe to the point that you mentioned that there needs to be an efforts done by the municipal bodies and smart cities, especially in some maybe of greater making the campaign sort of more accessible to the common citizens also. So point A, I believe the inherent strength of Indian masses is much strong in adapting technology. B, I do agree with you that the cities should take certain measures by which they can communicate the utilities of the technology much more strongly and much more in a language understandable by us. If you're going to speak only in English with a population which is either from Telangana or from Maharashtra or from Madhya Pradesh or from maybe Kerala. So obviously the multiple languages or the linguistic issues will have to be catered for significantly, number one. And of course there are certain issues on the women, the aged, the physically challenged, or we'll have to be we will have to be more forthcoming with communicating the ways and benefits of the technology to all the sections of the society. So that's what I wanted to say. Thank you.
Well, I understand when you spoke about the Indian population being underestimated. I think they are fast learners. They turn around technology in their own ways. I definitely agree with that. Mr. Kumar, essentially, I want to rephrase this question and then to Mr. Singh. How do we build that inclusivity, in the offering of a smart technology, where everybody who's not that tech savvy also becomes part of it? How do you ensure, sir, just like how Mr. Unhale said that, linguistic, for example, barriers. If your smart machine at any, place is just having one language or two languages, what about the rest? How do you build that inclusivity in the smart city offerings?
As sir said, the Indian people are very smart enough to adapt into the new technology. For example, we haven't given the training of the Facebook or the Twitter or the WhatsApp to anybody, but still the people are using it very frequently and in a very massive way, actually. So if when you talk about the government, okay, how we leverage our technology to the people so that more and more people can add to it and more people can use it. So for that, there are some challenges on which we have to work or rework on the application which going to be developed in future or which is existing. First is your application will be hassle free and a very pleasing user interface. The user interface play a very crucial role when you give any application or any platform to the citizen, because if it is annoying, then the citizen get distressed from it and they will not never use. Like if you do any type of survey that how many apps is developed by the government side in a state and how much the citizen are using those apps. So I think it will come around to 10 to 15 of the all the apps are using frequently by, and the rest of the apps has lose their interest among the citizen. So we need to rework on those aspects, how to connect the citizen when we do any sort of app or when we provide any platform to the citizen. We need to connect with the citizen, whether the citizen can use it or not, what is the flaw and whether the user interface is very good or not, whether the application is running very smoothly or there is a hiccups or there is a, because every time sometime if you're using any application and every time it throws some error or it will be hanged in the browser or in your mobile, then you will lose your interest. So you have to keep these things in mind. And then IC activity. Secondly, IC activity is very much important. You have to provide the information about your apps to each and every corner of the city or your society. This is the app or this is the platform or this is the application. So this is, you should use this application for the benefit of these purposes.
Right, Ms. Singh, if you can hear me. Okay, sorry. So the same question. It's the same question about building inclusivity in the offerings. Like you said, you use various technologies, the parking, and to track people who are violating traffic norms. How do we build inclusivity, wherein everybody can understand that tech offering? Are there also, in your view, are there any practical challenges that municipal corporations need to overcome to make that happen?
Thank you for the question. I'll say that I'll reiterate my answer once, that we also need to make people, as we say, e-literacy is a very required thing, where about electronic technology, we make them understand regarding what is the importance and how it can help them ease their life, not only in terms of services, but also in terms of ease to access. Like you don't have to go to a bank every time you want to make a transaction, or you don't have to go to an ATM every time you want to make a transaction. So it's from financial literacy to electronic literacy to the ICT literacy that is there. Other than that, regarding inclusivity, as rightly pointed out by one of my colleagues, is that we have to work on the local lingos, we have to work on the local culture that is there. So a smart city has a part of smartness, but it also has to see the city part, wherein in city it is totally built up of the citizens that are there. And if we totally take citizens out of the equation and we only focus upon the smart angle and the technology aspect, then the technology will not be of any utility if in case the citizens are not knowing how to use it at their best. So one example that I would like to give, we have a public bicycle sharing project that is there. It is a very techno savvy project, wherein you have to download an application and then you have to create your account, and all the transactions are online. But we have tremendous amount of ridership in that, and even during COVID times, people were coming out of their houses and using public bike sharing, because we knew that Bhopal as a city, it's a very beautiful city with greenery and lakes. So cycling will always be one of the one of those projects which will be very successful, even though we had a very technical kind of using model in that way. So that is one thing. Secondly, the mental barrier that is there, especially in the people that have not been using technology or any kind of application based instruments or computers in the very beginning phase of their life. So in that way, the inclusivity part will also include the breaking the mental barrier, and then communicating with the people what kind of services on a techno basis that they want, either in the form of payments to the government, like citizen to government transactions, as well as citizen to citizen transactions. So in that way, we have in Bhopal, we always have these kind of interactive sessions with people, wherein we go to public areas like parks, malls, and we just have a kind of interactive session that what is that they expect from us. So I think a combination of all these kind of things will help us to bring inclusivity as well as helping our smart cities to bring a more inclusive technology to the citizens. Thank you.
Great, great. Mr. Unhale, tell me, what is the vision of transforming the smart city landscape using technology? What are the new things that we can expect from your standpoint, from your area of operation? What are you trying to implement, say, in the next 1 year or 2 years?
I think technology evolves much faster, than we can adopt. So I think there will always be a race, to get more and more relevant technology to be used for the citizens. So I think currently one thing which I feel, that smart cities are essentially trying to focus the municipal functioning, and the way to expand from the municipal setup to entire city-wide framework. It might be the other state government organizations, it would be other central government organizations, it would be the private sector, it might be the corporate, and therefore this seamless experience or the digitally experiencing the entire city is something which is which is an ideal which is worth trying for, because the entire city cannot be encompassed only by the municipal functioning. So next, what I think is that move ahead from only municipal to state government, central governments, corporate, NGOs, and citizen groups, all should be able to be witnessed very seamlessly and experienced very seamlessly. I think that would be a more that one thing that should be happening very soon, because what it requires is just backend integrations of various for example, if you already every department has its own digital ecosystem which is working, just having a backend seamless integration with them, with the city framework, I think would allow the citizen to have only one interface through which you can citizen experience the city entirely on it. So I think that is one approach that can be taken, which is relatively easy and which is a low-hanging fruit, which could be tried for. Secondly, we are getting a lot of new. One, of course, I think is because the IoT framework is very easy to implement, and the SCADA of various types. In fact, you've got SCADA for a water supply. Then you can have SCADA for the underground drainage system. You can have SCADA with the help of the electric utility on the electricity supply. And this needs to be, that information and data needs to be accessible openly by everybody, including the citizens. And that I think would be an important shift into the way the digital living or cities can be happening. Because I recollect when earlier when I was working with the IT department, our boss used to tell us that you don't automate the process of clerks. You try to work for the citizens and don't try to make the job of clerks easy by automating what you do in offices. So I mean the lesson to be learned here is that whatever we are trying to do has to be relevant to the citizens, and these silos in which we function and the fragmented experiences that a citizen has to go through can be better utilized by this low-hanging technological fruit, which won't require much investment or much technological knowledge there. And of course, robotics is something we are talking of. We might feel that robotics is very only meant for very rich cities. That's not the case. In fact, I think in Kerala as well as in Pune, in Maharashtra, we are having this robotic cleaning of underground sewer lines, I think, which is very important. In fact, we do read a lot on this methane gas inhalation leading to serious health hazards for the Safai Karmis. And if we are having this very good, simple solution of robotics for cleaning the underground drainages for the so sanitary tanks, I think that is also should be tried for. So I personally feel that in next 1 or 2 years, and we also learned that we are having a national urban digital mission, which is also being talked of. I think in the last budget it was discussed. So getting more advanced technology adapted into the municipal setup would be a very interesting and challenging feature that we can expect for next 3 years. It can be IoT, it can be blockchain, it can be robotics, it can be AI, it can be machine learning. These are not any remote terms now. They are, in fact, many of them are in fact being used even in Indian cities through at backend. So I think adoption of new technologies will improve. and will increase in coming 2 to 3 years. And we'll be seeing only a bottleneck which I feel is that the municipal employees need to be strongly trained, and we require a dedicated cadre of IT experts in the municipal and city government, which is still I think something which needs to be done about that, because dependency only on PMCs and outsourced technological services has a limit to which it can be exploited. So creating our own strength, municipal cadre. In fact, in Maharashtra, we created a municipal cadre for a cadre of computer engineers for the municipalities. It's a state cadre, but they work at the various municipalities from the IT. So I think these also innovations will have to bring in even at the administrative level. And as was pointed out very strongly, that the communication with the common citizens of the idea of smart city is something that we will have to work upon. Otherwise, there's a possibility of a bit of prejudice or a bit of miscommunication coming up regarding the relevance and utility of the smart city framework for the common Indian citizens. So thank you, Roel.
Well, very well articulated, sir. I mean, totally agree with the points that you made. Mr. Kumar, what is the vision of your municipal corporation when it comes to implementing some new innovative technologies for the smart city over the next, say, 1 or 2 years? What do we expect?
Before implementing any new technologies, I think every municipal corporation, as sir said, there is a IT cadre in Maharashtra. I think every municipal corporation must have a data cell inside the organization, as the municipal corporation is responsible for the city management and city administration. So there must be a data cell inside every municipal corporation where you can create a data alliances with the other department. Like if you have to frame the policy, or if you have to frame certain policies regarding, or if you want to enforce any act in a locality or in a particular ward, so you need, suppose right now we are making some transport policy for a particular ward. So you need to the access of the data of the transport department. But right now the every department has their own data and they are putting in a silos. So we need to integrate those data in a common platform. So for that you need to prepare a data cell inside the municipal corporation, and the prime duty of the data cell must be to add the more and more data contributor to that cell, so that we can get the data either through the text file or through the APIs. And when you have the access of the data of the entire city, like you have the data of the pollution department, you have the data of the crime department, you have the data of the transport department, then the things get bit easier while framing the policy at the municipal level. So if you have such data inside your organization, then you can implement any project and you can visualize the project of upcoming projects, and you can serve in a much better way.
Right. Right. Mr. Singh, your thoughts on this?
Yes. So the technology, the intervention that we will have in the near future from the smart city Bhopal, there are certain sectors that we have identified. Since urban mobility is one of the most priority sectors that we have in any million plus cities, and we want to increase the utility of public transport here. So we are coming in a big way for the National Common Mobility Card, which we will have one card for all the kind of mobilities, because metro is also coming up here. Along with the National Common Mobility Card, we are having a new project of end mile connectivity, wherein we are focusing on e-vehicles. So in the first phase, we are bringing in e-bikes in Bhopal, wherein we have already created a electric vehicle charging corridor, wherein you can take bike from one place to another and you can dock them anywhere and charge them anywhere. And the main aim that we have here is not only to increase cycling and the health and the environment aspect, but also to have an end mile connectivity. So in case you want any kind of public transport, you can go to a junction wherein from your house, from your society, you can go to a junction and you can just park it there, and carefree you can go to the public transport. Other than that, in Bhopal Smart City, we have replaced all our vehicles with the electric vehicles, and this kind of because of the e-vehicle corridor technology that we have brought here. So that has been met with a huge enthusiasm in Bhopal. Other than that, we from G to G interaction basis, like in municipal corporations, even from one discom we are getting electricity bills for different services on different times. Like we have a different electricity bill for water supply, for a street light, for our pump stations. So in that case, we are collaborating with Microsoft, and we are having a single platform for the citizen and department to pay their bills for all the kind of utilities that are there. And it would be one of its kind of projects that for which we are already running a POC in a few organizations. We are also collaborating with the World Economic Forum to have some kind of pilot policies in ICT accessibility, open data, cyber accountability, and also for the data privacy impact assessment kind of things that will be coming up in the future. And this will be in the later phase when citizens are ready for that. In the coming future, seeing the pandemic related aspect, because COVID can strike us anytime and we have to always be ready for that. So we are creating a kind of platform wherein as of now, we saw that the maximum number of calls that we were getting on our helpline number was for the availability of bed or oxygen bed or any kind of bed, any kind of medicine or the kind of injections that were in shortage. So we are creating a dashboard, and we will also create a mobile application for the same, wherein anybody can access from their own mobile the real-time availability of bed. Like in case there has been like within 5 minutes of your call somebody has booked that bed, so you will get an alert. Or in case you have booked it already, then nobody can access to that bed. So that way it will be a real-time accessibility to the health facilities, not only during COVID time, but in case of other things, like if you want it for maternity wards, we want it for orthopedic wards, we want it as a dialysis facility that we need. So in the normal times also that will be useful. So these will be a few sectors like mobility, health, and G2G interactions, payment of bills by the citizens, and then the data accessibility and cybersecurity will be our next interventions in Bhopal.
I'm just reaching the end of this discussion, but I want to ask a very quick fire question, like a 30-second, answers, 30-second answers to this. That we've been living these pandemic times for the last 1.5 years or more. Has that impacted the strategy, the viewpoint that we take towards smart cities? Has there been an addition to the strategies, to the offerings, keeping in mind that these kind of things can come up? 30 seconds, sir. Mr. Unhale, I want to start with you.
Yeah, I think the pandemic has, in fact, in my view, it has confirmed our faith into the smart city strategies, that we do require smart cities, we do require smart city strategies to effectively engage and respond to such situations like pandemic, maybe another disease X, or maybe any other climate related emergencies that we might come to. We very much require smart cities, and they have proved that smart cities will be important and essential for not only the 100 cities, but all the remaining 4,000 cities and towns of India. Thank you.
Right. Mr. Kumar, and then
Yeah, during pandemic, smart city, the command and control center has played an important role as a war room for the COVID control management. Everything is done from the inside the room, like the bed management and the supply of oxygen or the supply of remdesivir. Everything was controlled at from the control room. So the pandemic has grow the importance of the smart city, and it will grow more and more in the near coming future. Thank you.
Mr. Singh, last words from you.
Yes, I think the strategy will always be changed because of the pandemic. It will always bring us the challenges also and opportunities as well. Challenge-wise, we have to identify and we have to acknowledge the importance of technology, as my colleague has said, of ICCC, of oxygen tracking system and everything. And also the challenge will be to timely completion of the projects, particularly infrastructure projects that are totally dependent on technology and as well as HR also. Opportunity wise, we have seen that first of all, we were a few smart cities which were able to generate more employment by giving certain projects to our incubate center and those startups also. So we promoted a lot of startups during the pandemic times. And otherwise also other technical aspects like ICCC and all showcase their own importance, which were highly criticized earlier of huge investment. So I think these two aspects will always be there in pandemic.
Thank you, Mr. Unhale, Mr. Kumar, and Mr. Singh. And I cannot wait for a day when we are stepping into a city that sounds like, that looks like a science fiction, I mean, tech around. I hope that the thing is coming very soon. But thank you very much for sharing your viewpoints. It's been a great discussion. And over to you, Robin.
Thank you, Ruhail, and what a wonderful session that was. And congratulations once again on moderating a fantastic session again, Ruhail. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll break for our lunch, and we will be joining back again on the stream at sharp 2. I want to thank all our speakers once again for being with us from the respective municipal corporations. Thank you so much for your valuable time, and keep doing the amazing work. So we'll be back again at 2, and we'll be talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat shaping India's future workforce when we get back at 2 o'clock sharp. So do join in. Thank you.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एम्यूनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
Hello, good afternoon, sir.
a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars and hosting 20+ virtual summits. $33 million page views on average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to BW Future Cities Conclave 2021. It's a flagship under BW Smart Cities, Future Cities, and we want to thank you all on behalf of BW Business World for being here. So with this, it's time we get back to the day's agenda, and we have the next session that will be talking about Atmanirbhar Bharat, shaping India's future workforce. We have our moderator, Mr. Ruhail Amin, senior editor at BW Business World, who has just switched on his cam and looking good. And he'll be in conversation with Mr. Shahid Chaudhry, Secretary, Tribal Affairs, Skill Development, Government of Kashmir. Ruhail, I'll hand it over to you.
Thank you. Thank you, Ravin. I hope I'm audible. All right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Shahid Saab, for joining us. for your time on this panel, where we are talking about shaping India's future workforce. So as Secretary of Tribal Affairs and Skill Development, my first question to you is, am I audible, sir?
Yes. Good afternoon. You are audible. Please continue.
Yeah. So my first question to you is, what is the strategic roadmap that you are following to ensure greater inclusivity of tribal affairs, as well as developing more skill opportunities in Kashmir? So your audio is muted. Sorry, your audio is muted. Yeah.
Yes. Am I audible now?
Yes.
That's a very important question. In fact, I am looking after Tribal Affairs Department, a part of skill development, and the major assignment right now is Mission Youth. So I'll just club all these assignments in while responding to your question. We have first example of COVID challenge. In fact, when we are talking about future workforce, we have to take into account the challenges which are being posed by socio-economic sort of gaps which are predominant in our society. Then the demands of technological advancement and other challenges like food security, sustainable development goals, which we'll be facing, say, 10 to 15 years from now. Then we have a lot of gaps. See, the question is very difficult, and again, I'll take some time to answer this question. When we talk about gaps, there are gender gaps. You talk about literacy among societies, reach out of different schemes, access to justice, access to these government incentives. So there are a lot of gender gaps. When we talk about these online classes or digital literacy, so there is a gap, digital gap you will find in urban and rural communities. Literacy is an issue. Knowledge base is again a serious challenge which we are facing. And lastly, I would say access to system. So when we were faced with COVID, it was a disruptive, I would say, disruptive era. That instead of preparing for our future, we were faced with a challenge, and we had to shift our strategies overnight. Like our personal experience has been that there were a lot of innovations outside the government for which our policy framework was not prepared. So again, we had to take some different route for accommodating that innovation. In first phase of COVID, we discussed about, we established some IVRS call center, various apps for contact tracing and other things. So everything was new. In phase 2 of COVID, we are faced with oxygen issues. So we established oxygen generation plants, but nobody planned or discussed anything about who will man these plants. So in skill development mission and in collaboration with tribal department, we have recently come up with a scheme, a training platform for the youth. So we'll be training around 1,000 people in management of oxygen generation plants. And interestingly, when we discussed with our training partners, so they are willing to provide us opportunities in various countries for these youth. So I just wanted to summarize on this that there are emerging challenges. The skill set or the requirement of skills which was in market last year, it has changed this year. I was reading a World Economic Forum article a month back. So they were saying that active listening is the number one skill which the global corporates or agencies or even government or non-governmental sectors are looking forward. This year we saw the number one is critical thinking. So we are still struggling with board percentages, 99 percentile, 100%. So we are still in that framework. So that is again a cause of worry that how we have to prepare. So we have just reoriented the skill set for our tribal youth also. Like we were investing every year around 10 crore rupees in those technologies or those systems which are turning redundant. You'll be surprised that in 2020 or 2021, if we are just spending some money on cutting and tailoring, so I think that is just an absurd idea. So we came up with just a reframed skill set. Like this year, we are sending these tribal students for commercial pilot training, commercial pilot license training, air hostess, flight stewards, then data analytics, codings, BPO, and so many sectors. I would just say that we should more focus on problem solving, effective communication, and soft skills. So lastly, there are two things that we have already, like I discussed about oxygen generation plants. So point one is upskilling those skilled personnel who are available with us but not ready for future skills. So oxygen generation plant is one thing. You have ITI pass outs in electrical or mechanical engineering. they are ready to handle machinery, but not oxygen generation plants. So they have very specific technology regimes. So like we are offering one course to them for their upskilling, and second is future ready skills, those sectors which are emerging. So we are working on that.
Well, you mentioned the word active listening. Well, even your Twitter handle is Listen Shahid, so definitely active listening. We're often been faced, I somehow am a Kashmiri, so I kind of understand some, we often talk about not having enough opportunities. You have taken over a responsibility. Do you think it had a baggage of, as you said, foregone skill sets, stereotype skill sets that were no longer relevant, and how did you reimagine that? Tell us a little bit of that. Was it a task to convince people, to even reimagine certain things and let go of certain things?
See, I would be honest in confessing that even I am learning new skills in all my 3 assignments of youth affairs, tribal department, or even skill. Because our systems are not sort of inclined with the changes. Like I discussed about policy framework, I'll just quote 2 examples. In 2013, we just innovated something and implemented a project called as E-Panchayat in District Riyasi. I was district collector there. So we nominated this project for national award. Ultimately, we got the National E-Governance Award. In 2014, again, a very simple intervention that we connected all SGMs, Tahsildar, BDO offices with video conference system. We invested good amount, around I think 15 to 20 lakh rupees for just putting a VC system. 6 years later, again, the technologies that, it was again there in 2015-16 that you have everyone on Zoom meeting. You don't need to install those VC systems in remote areas. You just need to have a basic internet service. Talking about E-Panchayat, even the functionary at the lowest Gram Panchayat level, he is well equipped today. So, like we are discussing about 2013, 14, and 15, how things have changed in particular sectors. So, in 2021, we have to be ready for 2030. Talking about baggage, in fact, apart from self-learning, there are a lot of things which needed reorientation. I have an experience that in 2018, roughly in 18, we opened a BPO call center in Bandipura. When we discussed the idea, there were no takers. But when the BPO was established, we were surprised that when we called applications, we received more than 12,000 applications. It was so difficult to select the students. So that was my first experience with students in Kashmir about their talent pool, the lack of opportunities they have. In fact, we have been investing a lot in these ITIs and other things. Recently, we have come up with 2 innovation and incubation centers, investing 360 crores. Now we have to prepare the system about the people who will be selected for undergoing training. It's all about selecting right kind of people, offering them right kind of courses, and making them future ready. So I think there is a lot of learning for personally also for me and for our system, and we are actively working on that. And in government sector, what I have seen is that we have to be very open to ideas. Until and unless we decentralize the things, we empower people across the ranks and hierarchies, so things are not going to change. So that decentralization of policy has to happen at some level.
Right. Shahid Sahab, tell me, I just want to visit the pandemic that we are living in, 1.5 years. Has it freezed a lot of policies that you had in, how has it impacted? I want to understand, and how are you coming to terms and getting a grip over the situation now?
Like I discussed earlier, that COVID-19 was a disruption, and it also prepared us for unforeseen issues. We have evolved a lot. Like working from home was something which the government would never consider a year ago or maybe 2 years ago. Today we are talking about working from home. We are offering a lot of facilities for creation of camp offices. Things are going on with video conference and other things. So one is that policy framework has adjusted itself to a lot thanks to the provisions of the Disaster Management Act. So it empowered the authorities at local government level, at state or central level to go for those flexibilities. And I think a lot of changes have come up in that. And then particularly discussing COVID in the framework of our topic, we are talking about workforce. So the dynamics of work itself have changed. So the work which we used to do a year ago, it has new dimensions. Like again, giving you an example of the civil secretariat where we sit. There is a system of a robust system of archaic that file movement starting from SO going to secretary and between the departments. So it used to take months. When we shifted to e-office, I was just discussing with a colleague yesterday. There is a system of revalidation of funds that if you are not able to spend a particular amount by 31st March, so there is a provision under centrally sponsored schemes that you can go for revalidation next year. So my department sent a file. I sent a file to the finance secretary on 17th June, and yesterday I was just going through some queries, and they returned my file on 20th. So otherwise, it would have taken 6 to 7 months. I mean, I have seen orders of revalidation coming up in December or January next. So that is one thing that at all levels there has been innovation, adjustment to the new technologies, and people are adjusting to it. Second is that the systems are not well versed or open to new ideas, new innovations, and particularly collaboration with stakeholders. So instead of our workplace system has changed. And third is workforce. Instead of going after all the employees and other things, now we have partners, we have organizations, stakeholders. So any scheme which we are picking up, we are getting best of the talent pool from outside. So a lot of things are undergoing change because of COVID.
Right. Sorry, if I may request, okay. The backend team to just mute the cameras and the mics. So, leadership is also about, I mean, being at the helm of affairs is not a kind of a one-man thing. There's a team that works along. Tell me, while there are so many things to address, how do you build a robust institutional delivery that is efficient and ensures time-framed actions, implementation? Of course, this might sound a little ideal, but I mean, how does it happen?
I will come to that. In fact, on the previous Sunday, we had a video conference with Government of India. You'll be glad to know that our efforts of COVID containment in Srinagar, particularly in the framework of use of ICT for COVID containment, have been shortlisted as among top 10 innovative practices. And again, that is for a national award. So there were around 650 applicants in that, and we competed for that. Out of that, 230 were selected, and we had 10 to 15 districts in the finals. So this was a question we were asked. Our entire team was sitting like this on similar platform this Sunday about reason for success. So all of us were unanimous on a few particular things. One is an efficient teamwork. See, in bureaucracy, we are known for centralized decision making. I mean, at higher positions, we decide things and we do not consult our colleagues at various levels. So that's one important thing. So having a very good teamwork, then having trust and faith in your colleagues, irrespective of their seniority, their pay scales and other things. I was reminded of one instance when I visited President Kalam at Rashtrapati Bhavan as a part of our training in 2006. So he quoted an example of leadership about his experience with Mr. Satish Dhawan. They were at Sriharikota for launch of some, I'm just forgetting, some missile or something. So they had called the entire media for sharing success, for sharing launch. So press conference was scheduled immediately after the launch. So this missile or rocket, it was rocket. So the rocket crashed in the Bay of Bengal, or in the sea. It crashed after 5 minutes. So the moment it was time of Mr. Kalam to address that press conference, by that time it had crashed and they got the information that they won't be able to address the media. Mr. Kalam told that that was a life-turning moment when he was thinking that what he would discuss with the media and how he would address. The gentleman, his senior, he asked him to stay back and he addressed the media. So when second time it was successful, Mr. Satish Dhawan asked Mr. Kalam to go and address the media. So that's the kind of leadership I think bureaucracy should think of. And we have been working, that's a very high level thing, but I think we have been drawing inspiration from such examples. So it has been a great learning experience in Srinagar as well. So I think that team building, and third and last I would say is that giving opportunity to stakeholders. One is stakeholder consultation. Say if we are coming up with a course for civil services aspirants, if we don't ask them what they want, so it will be a half-hearted planning. So it's very important to ask stakeholders about the deliverables, about the outcomes they would want to see, the changes they want to see. And a part of it is having faith in the private system, in private setups, in innovators, in private sector. So in 2021, we cannot afford to work in watertight compartments. So these are a lot of things which come together for coming up successful in such systems, in such circumstances.
Right, right. I have a couple of more questions. I have exactly 4 minutes to go. One is that I want to understand the new initiatives for tribal welfare that you plan to unfold, roll out. Take us through some of them.
See, so there are again a lot of things. In fact,
some highlights. Yeah, yeah.
I'll be just quick on that. So one, I discussed about skill development, which will be doing away with the existing skill set and preparing our youth for 10 years from now. Second is that we have a large nomadic population, and we still till date we don't have a data of number of persons actually moving to higher reaches along with their livestock. So we don't have any schemes for them. So we have just launched one enumeration survey for them, which is going to be completed by 31st July. Then we'll be coming up for very specific schemes. And then one important project which we have started is model residential schools in all tribal areas. Every tribal block having a population of 20,000 scheduled tribes or 50% of ST population, we are coming up with one model residential school. One is the project cost for one project is around 16 crores. It starts from class 6. It's on the pattern of JNV. Then we are coming up with hostels for them, facilities on the way of their migration. And then one most important scheme which is being launched from this year is integrated village development scheme. Like Government of India has a written direction, and in 2014 it was communication from the Planning Commission, the erstwhile Planning Commission also, that 10% of the funds will be reserved for investment in tribal areas, particularly on their socio-economic development, on infrastructure and other gaps. So to some extent that happened, but not in a pragmatic manner. And we are establishing a tribal research institute this year, which will be a wholly funded initiative of Government of India. That will give us basic statistics. And the IVDS, the Integrated Village Development Scheme, which is coming up, we are taking up all 500 villages which are having 50% and above tribal population, and 500 minimum the number of persons. So we are conducting an analysis gap. We have had a meeting with the DCs. Today we are meeting with the directors and assistant commissioners. So in next 1 month, we'll conduct this study and complete the village development plans. And based on that, we'll be giving funding to various departments for ensuring that these gaps are bridged. So there are a lot of schemes which we are coming up with in the tribal department.
My final question, and my favorite one I really personally want to know, is one, in your earlier role as the leader when you were in Srinagar, I mean, you became a celebrated, even on Twitter, very active. Tell me, in your personal favorite, what would be the 3 traits that you count that connect with people as a leader?
That's, I think, the most difficult question. But again, I would just dodge the question to answer it in a different way. There is a system that talking about from the government perspective, that the officers working in the government, those who are from Jammu, they do not prefer coming to Kashmir, and vice versa. There are very limited examples which we had seen. So my experience with Kashmir started in 2018 in Bandipora. I mean, the kind of love, the kind of attachment the people have, I don't think it has any parallel. When those last 3 to 4 years have been exceptional in Kashmir. So one thing is that when you have very good and effective communication with the local people, they reciprocate it. We are discussing about Srinagar, but I'm taking you to Bandipora for a reason that people from Gurez, Bandipora, I mean, they have a tradition now that whenever they visit Srinagar, they would either give me a phone call, one SMS to meet, or they will come over for meeting without any work. So that is one thing which is, I mean, very unique to this area. And in Srinagar, I think we have been very good in communication with the public, and I will give credit to the people of Srinagar for everything. We have not done anything exceptional, but we have just been taking feedback from them. Like when I started in 2019 Feb, there was a major issue of Rambagh Jahangir Chowk flyover. We sat overnight for this. So after 3 to 4 days meeting, we made an announcement and we'll complete this in 2 or 3 months. There was some statement. So the entire city was laughing at us. So we worked day and night and we delivered it on time. And that was the first turning point that we could get a good percentage of faith from public in us. And there were a lot of initiatives for hospitals, schools, roads, smart city projects. So you cannot build a good rapport, good bond with public with mere investment in infrastructure. You have to be good in communication with them, understanding them, and being responsive. if you don't have a robust and a trusted grievance redressal mechanism, so people don't trust you otherwise. It's not about having a good IVRS system or some email response system or other thing, but again, communication, reaching out to the people, meeting with them, addressing their concern, and consultation of general public, their representative in planning. So there are a host of issues which I'm just planning to write something maybe a few years later on my experience in Srinagar and Bandipora particularly, and overall, yes. So that has been a great experience.
Much needed. Lovely talking to you. I think it has been, and we really thank you for taking out time to join us today. And we wish you best. And we need, of course, more leaders like you. Thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you so much.
And over.
Thank you, Ruhail, and of course, thank you, Mr. Chaudhary, for joining us and doing the phenomenal work that you're doing. We're looking forward for more of that. With this, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we move on to our next session. We'll be talking about enhancing healthcare infrastructure for urban livelihood. I would like to invite Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus Exchange for Media, to be the moderator. Joining her would be Rashmi Singh, Special Secretary, Social Welfare, Director of Women and Child Development, Government of NCT. We also have Dr. Shafkat Khan, OSD2 Additional Chief Secretary, Health and Medical Education, Government of Jammu and Kashmir. And I would like to invite Mr. Manoj Kumar, Executive Director, State Health Society, Government of Bihar, to join in the conversation as well. So, enhancing healthcare infrastructure for urban livelihood, and I'll hand it over to Sapna.
Thanks, Ravin. Thanks for that introduction. And I think the topic is kind of one of the most relevant in present times. So, it's a pleasure, first of all, to have all these eminent speakers. I believe Ms. Rashmi and Manoj are joining in just a few minutes. Dr. Shafkat Khan, before we begin our questions and, start our discussion, Rashmi is here with us now. Let me give some facts and figures about our healthcare system. India is among the countries with the lowest public healthcare budget in the world. Our budget for healthcare is about 1.8% of our GDP as compared to 3.6% of BRICS countries, 7.6% of OECD countries, and the world average stands at about 9.9% of the GDPs. And according to World Health Organization, also India ranks 184 out of 191 countries as of 2020 in terms of health spending. Coming to the budget of 2021, where the healthcare outlay, which has been huge, about 2.23 lakh crores, which is said to be 137% jump than the earlier budget outlay by the union government. But it also includes major spending on COVID vaccines. It also includes major portion allocated to waste and sanitization under Swachh Bharat Yojana. So my question to our speakers today is, what is their view in terms of placing of healthcare in our union budgets? Dr. Khan, if you would go first, how do you see this, with these figures and facts in the background?
Well, good afternoon. Thank you for having me in this panel, and I would put my perspective from where we stand in Jammu and Kashmir from the perspective of my state. I think, over the years, the budget has substantially increased. The national budget is allocating 1.8% to healthcare. Definitely, it needs a further increase. But in fact, what I would tell you about J&K is that the infrastructure available is already augmented to a level where we are not talking about budgeting anymore. We are talking about effective human resource management, utilization of our infrastructure, utilization, and further, taking it to the doorsteps of people. As far as J&K is concerned, we now have almost 5 new medical colleges which have come up. A number of health institutions have opened up, which are just fresh, and you will be amazed to know that we have increased our bed capacity to around 17,500, and to the COVID bed capacity I'm talking about. And we were able to do this in a very short span of time. J&K has become a role model for all the country in terms of COVID management, in fact. And today, when we see right from the basic, management of testing and to hospital management of these patients, vaccination, and to augmenting healthcare infrastructure, we have spent a lot of funding in terms of infrastructure deficiencies, enhancement, and even World Bank funds have been placed at our doorsteps by the government so that we can utilize them for the effective creation of infrastructure from the oxygen point of view, the oxygen plants, the manifold plants, and the various ways of augmenting it and taking it to the district levels. Same is the case with vaccination. Vaccination also, we have been able, to vaccinate a huge number of population within the shortest period of time. We have covered almost 70% of the population. Number one. Number two, there are areas in J&K which have the privilege of being called one of the best vaccinated areas and fully vaccinated areas. There is a village in Bandipur where Dr. Shahid Chaudhary sir, abhi jo hamare saath, he was on the earlier panel. He was collector of the district also. There is an area where healthcare workers went, 20 kilometers on foot to vaccinate the entire village. So there are good success stories which J&K has created.
That's right,
And
because healthcare is a state subject, and some states are doing much better than others. And as you mentioned, Jammu Kashmir has taken a lot of initiatives. Ms. Rashmi Singh, I was just mentioning that India has, in terms of world spending, India has the lowest spending on healthcare. What do you have to say about that?
See, I personally feel that when you're looking at healthcare today, especially given the COVID experience, it is not just in terms of the traditional concept of like how many hospitals you have, how many dispensaries you have, what kind of medicines in terms of curative treatment that we have been talking about. Because for me personally, when I look at the healthcare budget, I come from a sector where a lot of these preventive activities are what goes into actually making healthcare holistic. So it's not just curative, it's not just treatment, but it's like a lot to do with creating that environment in which we are talking about well-being and wellness as a whole. And the reason why I say that I want to talk about the sector is because, especially when I look at the experiences of so many women today who are impacted by not just the the pandemic in terms of affecting them physically, but it also has various kinds of mental health issues coming to them in terms of the insecurity, in terms of various kinds of stress. So, I personally feel that, we need to start viewing it, holistically and mapping the resources that we have today. When we map the entire resources, for example, when it comes to looking at how do we reach out to women in large numbers. So, I'm not going to see only the health system. So today, in terms of the government, I also look at the system which we have, say, through the Anganwadi services. Now, my Anganwadi services in Delhi, I know that there are around 10,000 centers where we have the capacity to reach out to each center with say mapping of 1,000 household and 1,000 people rather, and around 250 households. So each center has a capacity to reach out to that many. So today are the kind of outreach that we are talking about, in terms of wellness. So it's basically, making that relationship, making that connect where each Anganwadi worker, in each center, say there's one Anganwadi worker, one helper. So we are actually trying to hone their capacities. Also to act as grassroots level, para health workers, I would say. Yeah, so what we need today is not just doctors and nurses. Definitely, I'm not going to say that we don't need, We do need in big numbers. We do need more budget for that. But at the same time, we need to equip, the alternate systems where we are talking about healthcare management principles. Today in COVID times, again, like a lot of do's, don'ts, immunity boosting, a lot of even to convince people about COVID appropriate behavior, even to convince people to come and why it's important to be vaccinated. So, all these things really require not just doctors to do it, but it needs definitely para-health workers in large, huge numbers. So today it is time that we, start communitizing health services. So when we look at our budget, we need to look at actually resources. So budget, not just in terms of financial outlays. For me, the resources will actually translate into, number of schemes and services and, the human resources who can actually be deployed for this kind of a work. Say for example, how do you use oximeter? How do you use today when everybody has been, going through that experience of knowing that, you need to keep mapping your, say oxy level while at home isolation. So we needed this kind of a health education in large numbers, right? Use of temperature, thermometer to measure your temperature, knowing the early signals, knowing how you can identify not just what is the right time for you to isolate yourself from the family. So all that needs a lot of counseling. So I would just talk about my experience in short about at the time when I was in the municipal, corporation of Delhi as the additional commissioner and the NDMC, both. So we also have a wing of Ayush. So Ayush was looking at these alternate, traditional indigenous practices of health, and many people would actually, they were not willing to come to them to try them. So we said that, well, there are a huge lot of doctors there. Can you just try and talk to people for the counseling of, again, in terms of, how do you recognize the early signals? What is the right thing to be done? And so all that, so we started, so health professional, let's use the, resources which are there fully, is what I'm trying to suggest, because I'm not really convinced that we are doing that, right? So, the mapping is important, who all are in a position, then the optimal utilization of the resources is important. And number 3, definitely we need to, augment the level of even these resources. How? By better training, capacity building, so that goes a long way. And, just before me, I also heard about we talk of the communication part. And for me, that's really very important, that health education. So health education through right, communication. So what we call the BCC, the behavioral change communication, the health seeking behavior, like women. They were one of the last, to actually, think of going to a hospital. So the health seeking behavior, which something which needs to be talked about more amongst, all the vulnerable groups. And I also feel that when we look at this kind of a resource allocation, we need to actually look at the vulnerability of different groups. For example, senior citizens, for example, persons with disabilities, children, because they all have different needs. And similarly, when we talk about augmenting health, care management practices, we need to look at, say people staying in our senior citizens' homes. There are children who are in the shelter homes. There are women, who are in the shelter homes. So not just the hospitals and dispensaries, but also the kind of medical services, the management, which goes on in the various entities is equally important, including augmentation of the school health program. Because that, for me, again, is one of the pillars where, the child to grow up healthy is really important, especially today. Thank you.
That's true. That's true. Children are the future of the country. We'll come back to that, talking about children, Ms. Rashmi Singh. But both our panelists have, raised a very good point that more than the healthcare infrastructure, the physical infrastructure, it is a human resource and also the healthcare management. which should be the focus, communicating to the public, communicating to the citizens, creating awareness. That's one of the biggest challenges of healthcare infrastructure in our country today. We are also joined by Mr. Manoj Kumar now. Mr. Kumar, our both panelists have spoken about healthcare management. Funding is one challenge. Getting more funding for the physical infrastructure is one thing. Managing human resources and reaching out to the bottom of the pyramid is another challenge. I'm the editor for a real estate magazine, and we talk to a lot of urban developers, planners, architects, designers. We are talking about smart cities. We are talking about future of cities. Most of the big sentiment that comes from these planners and designers and developers is that technology has been given a lot of focus when we are talking about cities and smart cities, but it is the basic infrastructure that needs prioritizing. Mr. Kumar, in your experience, how can we use technology to enable our healthcare infrastructure?
First of all, thank you for inviting me for this webinar. I was listening to Rasmi Singh ji. Since last year, we have been dealing with this pandemic, and as she rightly said, this pandemic was not only related to healthcare. Mostly it was public health. And in our planning, generally we see that there is absence of public health, and we focus on building infrastructure, recruiting doctors, but we forget about the community health, the community part of it. And rightly observed and rightly said that as this pandemic presented itself, we build on our capacity, we trained our frontline workers, we made aware our general public about the COVID appropriate behavior, or recognizing the disease at its start itself, so that we could contain this pandemic. And it has been our experience that only building infrastructure and recruiting HR is not sufficient at this point of time. Unless we use technology in the best of its way, we cannot go on building infrastructure and recruiting doctors or paramedics or nurses. We should prioritize our expenditure in a way that we are able to get optimum out of our available resources, and only technology can enable us. Many of the states during this pandemic also, and in Bihar also, we experimented with many of new technologies, IT, or be it testing of the vulnerables, be it tracking of the contacts, or once the cases were identified, we also applied technology to trace them, to track them, and even to treat them. The central government is continuously talking of National Digital Health Mission. It talks of assigning a unique ID to all the individuals, all the facilities, all the equipments, and be it anything related to health. So unless we bring all these on a single platform, we are not going to achieve much in future. So I think using technology is as important as to have the civil infrastructure, or to have these service delivery related HR, be it doctors or nurses or paramedics.
That's true. So technology can be an enabler for us.
When we talk of technology, we must recognize that during this COVID period, when all of our hospitals were busy dealing with COVID patients, or they were closed due to lack of HR, it was only telemedicine which came to the rescue of people. And this e-Sanjeevani or e-OPD of Government of India, it came as a rescuer to common public. Common public could get healthcare advice sitting at its home. So we must appreciate this idea that we should parallelly increase our civil infrastructure so that if anybody requires admission or secondary or tertiary care, it should be available to him. But in the parallelly, we must work on using IT as a tool to reaching out to the common people and delivering services at their doorstep.
That's true. Very well said. In technology, and we have seen in the recent times online consultations with doctors and telemedicine, like you mentioned. Ms. Rashmi Singh, I would like to come back to you. Our topic, we talk about enhancing healthcare infrastructure for urban livelihood. This month, we also had World Day Against child labor. And we had inputs. We spoke to Kailash Satyarthi and CRY NGO, and what they told us that due to this pandemic, years of their work bringing children out of labor has been wiped out, because urban livelihood, as you said, is completely dependent on health. The primary breadwinner of the family had health issues or passed away because of COVID, and now the children have been forced into labor market once again. How can we, how healthcare, now we have seen it has far reaching consequences apart from health, to other social aspects also. What do you think needs to be done? Because again, it comes back to our healthcare infrastructure.
See, I would like to actually, relate it to a thought which we were talking about earlier, that, when we, try and build a community cadre, of the para health, professionals. Now there's a huge demand, I tell you. I mean, there were people who were wanting to pay any price, for the psychological comfort that they were being looked after. People would want to pay any price for, like, the nurse, if they are confident that that person knows the basic, parameters to be taken at home, right? So I personally feel that it's time that we actually look at these, livelihood opportunities, so to say, which are right there, for which we today lack. There was a time when people were, wanting to pay any price just to get the test done, right? RT-PCR test done at home. But there was nobody coming. Why? Because there was lack of trained, people. Blood test technicians, there was lack of trained people, or people were down with COVID themselves, right? So, I felt that there was huge demand, but we, somehow in terms of the supply, it is getting short of the demand.
There is a demand and supply gap.
Yes,
in the healthcare services.
Exactly, yeah. So I think we need to, like, start augmenting through training. Maybe some of the hospitals themselves can come forward, to have more cadre of people trained, be it a different kind of, caregiving role. I mean, it can be like a lab technician, more of lab technician, people into going to geriatric care, then that, okay, what are the vital things, which are needed for healthcare of, like, a parent who's there at home. Because I saw that there was a lot of stress on the hospitals, right? But at the same time, when we do this mapping of, like, when I said communitizing health services also, so that, like, they're all the levels actually, the primary healthcare, the tertiary, secondary, they all need to be equally important, but we are going even beyond it. I'm actually talking about, like, even home healthcare facility. So home healthcare is like, something which is like, probably there's a, growing demand, because people are becoming more conscious now, about the need to be more vigilant. So, somewhere there is a livelihood opportunity, but, with good grooming, with good training, with good resources, with good accountability. So all that can come where more people, there are many training institutes which are there, which are looking at all kinds of, I think IT was a favorite, training program in most of the training institutes. We do need a lot of IT professionals. It gives jobs, but at the same time, we today need a lot more of health professionals. So that is how I would look at livelihood. And I think that, in many of the government schemes, programs, many of the urban local bodies, I was with the NDMC where we had actually set up, livelihood, training center, and where we had very good, experiences of people who were getting trained into, say, just looking at eye care. Yeah, so, so it can actually be specialized also, but there's definitely a demand. Thank you.
So every crisis does bring opportunity with it. And, like Ms. Rashmi Singh also said that if this pandemic has created a crisis, it has also opened up opportunities for more livelihood, segments where we can have people even from underprivileged or unprivileged classes, train them to be, caregivers, to be, operators of systems. Dr. Khan, coming back to you, we spoke about the economic, the livelihood. How do you see, healthcare impacting the economic conditions, right from the individual level to the community level and then the state or the country level?
Before that, can I take leave? Because
yes, I know, Ms. Singh, you have to be somewhere else. But thank you so much for sharing those very important views, because you are, part of director for women and child, taking care of that department. So thank you for sharing those views with us. Thank you so
Thanks
much.
a lot. And
Thanks, Ms. Singh.
all the best. Thank you.
Thank you.
Sapna, first of all, hello. Am I
Yes.
audible? Yeah. First of all, I was wanted to put this point that since we are speaking about the technological, interventions which we need in healthcare, I will tell you the most effective in our country, if we have had an edge over others, the first and effective foremost thing has been the use of technology, right from RGSA to app to the eSanjeevani and 102, 108, integrating ambulance systems into it. I mean, it is such a wonderful job which we have been able to do. I mean, COVID app. If there was no COVID app, it would not have been possible to vaccinate so many people in such a smooth manner. Only it was that there was this information gap which got created because of the apprehensions people had about the vaccine. Otherwise, I think if we would have started the right time when we started, we would have been much ahead of other people and other countries. As far as other technological advancements are concerned, I think now we need a smart healthcare system which is integrated fully. Fully integrated would mean that we integrate smart health systems into our lives. Not it should not be only based on applications on your mobile, but it should integrate your health by having the digital number. You have to have a digital card, digital health scan, digital health record history of a patient, integrate it into a database that anybody in the country, wherever you are traveling, from Bangalore to Arunachal to Maharashtra to J&K, if you fall ill somewhere, you are on a easy click of a button be able to find out entire history of a patient. How many times the patient, where did he falter in terms of the phone, in receiving medical care at the appropriate point in time. So I think it is high time that we invest, number one, into a phase where you have manpower, the right man for the right place. Though I understand the COVID has brought everybody into becoming a COVID doctor. In our houses, we all are COVID doctors right now. Everybody has so much of knowledge about COVID, because of the way you have been, the information is being circulated on social media, on television, that everybody is aware about now the healthcare needs of people. We are suddenly more conscious about our needs of healthcare. We are certainly conscious about what infrastructure is lacking we have. So it is not about the government only. It is that every human being on this globe, including our country, knows what our healthcare requirements. Do we have enough number of beds? What were our weaknesses? What were our strengths? And they got highlighted. These weaknesses came out so suddenly that we were caught, at places where we thought, oh God, we should have planned a bit earlier. But nevertheless, the way we have handled this pandemic, I think, accolades the entire fraternity of COVID warriors, the medical paramedics, the administration, the bureaucracy, the political hierarchy of our country, where we have been, despite all the odds, despite all the criticism, despite all the major hindrances which we would have, we have been able to, put a cap on the number of cases. The positivity rate is going down. Some of the businesses were also able to, in the second wave, they were able to operate. People were doing some businesses small time. So the economy was also kept in place. As you said, that your question was regarding the economy and how to sustain an economic model. And I think our country did not have a complete shutdown in phase two of the process, and that is a right decision because a lot of lives. Suppose our airports were functioning, people could travel freely, from one place to another. COVID appropriate behavior was more important than travel. Masking was more important. Testing RT-PCR, our state allowed people only after all the passengers, incoming passengers into the UT of J&K were tested at the two airports. Without testing, they would not be let in. So I think economics is a very important part. Let me tell you that I see people are struggling to live up to their expectations vis-a-vis economical needs. And I think we will have to slowly, gradually, very scientifically correlate our positivity rates, open up at the same rates so that people can earn livelihoods. People in the service class like us, me here, we always fixed, salary on first of month coming to us. But there are people who work every day, under the sun, and are able to take care of their families. I think we'll have to be very sensitive to that fact that a large population of this country earns its wages from early morning to till late evening, and open up, be more kind, but be very forceful in implementing masking, hand washing, COVID appropriate behavior. I think most of the Western countries, and I heard some of them in the Gulf and Southeast Asia, are very strict as far as COVID appropriate behavior is concerned, masking is concerned, and other measures which can contain them. But the economic activity has to be resumed. It has to be resumed gradually, slowly. It has to be opened up to the level where an ordinary person can earn his livelihood by the end of the day.
Two big takeaways, I must say, coming from this discussion is that when we are talking about healthcare infrastructure, investment in technology, as Mr. Manoj Kumar said, as Dr. Khan has also just said, investment in technology is one big factor that can boost our healthcare infrastructure. And the second takeaway from this discussion is that we cannot separate healthcare and economy of the country or the state. They both are interlinked. They are both intertwined. They are both connected. If we can create good healthcare infrastructure, as Dr. Khan just said, that in the time of the second wave, we did not go into complete lockdown. We were able to sustain economic activities, and especially the daily wage earners, they were able to sustain themselves. Mr. Manoj Kumar, I'll come to you. We have established that economy is dependent on our healthcare. Technology is one sector where we have to invest, we have to upgrade it. But how do we bring all the stakeholders together? Because we have mostly seen policymakers are working in their own domain, NGOs are working separately, beneficiaries are working in their own silos. How do we bring all the stakeholders together to have a coordinated effort in this direction?
I must say that this presumption, all the stakeholders are working in silos, is very old. Like we are talking today, you are from media, we are from health field. Some of us are in policy making. Some of us might be from common public also. So now decision-making process has completely changed. Uh, it's a matter of past that the policy used to be made at top and it was just imposed on lower bureaucracy or public. There are wider consultations, like if we talk of COVID, uh, we can easily recall, even at the highest level, even at the Prime Minister level, there was a consultation with all the parties, be it opposition parties. It was there was consultation among the health workers also, AIMS Delhi, CDC, or NIV Pune, or ICMR. They were all consulted. Even the states were consulted. Then only decisions were taken, be it about the lockdown, be it about the deciding how to deal with the pandemic. So we must accept that there are wider consultations before taking a policy decision, even at the center or the state level. And as far as your last question, that health and economy is interlinked, that's a truth. There is no denying the fact that these two issues are interlinked. This might be the factor which prevents us from taking a decision of a national lockdown during the second wave. That economy and health both are interlinked, and economy must go on to keep the health system working.
Right.
We need resources. We need resources to run these hospitals. We need resources to run any program. Uh, Regarding this economy in the urban sector, we must acknowledge that urban health has been neglected for quite some time. It is as early as 2013 only that National Urban Health Mission came into picture. Earlier, there was no public health in the cities. There were secondary or tertiary care centers in the form of district hospitals or the medical colleges. And when we talk of economy and public, we must acknowledge that India is still at the top when we talk of out-of-pocket expenditure in case of hospitalization of an individual. So we have to improve our, as I said, public health, community health, and parallelly work on tertiary sector so that there are multiple opportunities for public, even in the government sector or the private sector. We must facilitate them and create opportunities for them. Because though our urbanization is not very high, even at the national level, it's only 23 to 24%. But when we talk of people who are below poverty line living in urban areas, it's much higher than the rural areas. So, and there are lack of public health infrastructure in the cities. So the urban poor are more vulnerable. When any disease come to their family, they are more affected and their livelihood is more disturbed. So we must try to ensure their livelihood security through creating job opportunities for them and also ensuring them against any health uh, hazard. So,
You spoke about out-of-pocket expenses. India is one of the countries which still has, highest out-of-pocket expenses on healthcare, and we do have PMJY about the health insurance, which has been launched, and hopefully it will be able to achieve its target. So steps are being taken, as you mentioned, that now other stakeholders are also being consulted. It's a holistic process which is now being taken. It's an approach which is more inclusive. So from both our speakers, I would like to know top two suggestions. We are in the right direction. A lot of many other things have to be done. We still have a long way to go. What are the two top suggestions that you would like to give to enhance our infrastructure? Dr. Khan, let's go with you. What are your short and crisp two suggestions? You're on mute.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
So the first topmost suggestion is for the entire system is to prepare for a possible third wave, because what happened in the second wave is been a little bit of this reluctance to understand that there could be a second wave. So we have to understand there could be a third wave as well possible.
Okay.
Because Delta plus, one of the, in Jammu yesterday, we have found one patient carrying Delta plus virus. So this could be the same with other cities as well. But let's be prepared. It may not come. Let's pray to God that it doesn't come at all. But we'll have to be prepared. Preparedness in terms of
The first suggestion, be prepared for any eventuality.
in terms of training people. Of course, we have to prepare for eventualities. We have to prepare for a third wave, number one right now.
Okay.
And while the third wave fear is there in our minds, we have to understand to, see that economic activities also are open. People are able to, because economic revival is a very important part of the entire story. We have to see that our people do not get crushed under the fear of COVID and the rules and regulations we are putting at the highest level at the
So your
political
second suggestion is
level.
keep the economy going. Why prepare for any
Yes, economy has
eventuality
to,
and third wave? Also keep the economy going.
absolutely, there have to be smart ways of doing that. Okay. And I think we'll have to prepare the country for a major mental health revamp.
That's
we'll
right.
have a lot of mental health issues coming up very soon. They have already come up. They are not visible, but they will be visible.
That's right. When we talk about health, mental health also is part of it.
We have in Srinagar, every third day somebody is jumping to the river with suicide. Suicidal tendencies are growing. Depression, stress, counseling of people is a very important job. I think people, we need to have more of psychologists, psychiatrists on the ground.
That's right.
Easy access to those psychiatrists. Anybody to talk to, pick up a phone, or maybe through video calling, through e-Sanjeevani app. I think we will need a lot of revamping our mental health of the people of our country. In that direction, we'll have to start working very, very fast.
Mr. Kumar, your top two suggestions that you would like to make. Dr. Khan said, keep the economy going, be prepared for any eventuality. Let's have not only physical health, but also mental health workers, enhance their capacity. What are your top two suggestions?
For the third wave, as Dr. Khan was talking, we must keep on preparing and building our capacity. But at the same time, we have only one option. That's to vaccinate more and more. So my suggestion would be that we should do vaccination on a war footing, and we should try to cover 100% population before this onset of third wave.
Okay.
And in the larger perspective and as a long-term investment, we must invest in community health in the urban sector, because we have sufficient or ample secondary and tertiary care centers, but this community health or the primary health is completely lacking in urban sector. So there is a need to invest in primary health care in the urban sector, since urbanization is growing and more vulnerable people are living in urban centers. So we
the top two suggestions coming from Mr. Manoj Kumar is vaccination, enhanced vaccination, and second is invest and focus on primary healthcare, the community healthcare. So those two top suggestions that, I think, wonderful suggestions, and I think some wonderful views we got from our speakers today talking about healthcare, how it is not only a healthcare issue, it has far-reaching consequences on all other aspects of our living and our society. And thank you so much, Dr. Khan, for being here with us, sharing your views, sharing your expert comments, and Mr. Manoj Kumar for sharing your suggestions. Thanks for being here, sharing your time with us.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Sapna. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Manojji, for being there.
Oh, and let me thank Sapna as well for moderating that session. Thank you, Mr. Khan, for being there, and of course, Mr. Kumar as well. So with this, ladies and gentlemen, we are down to the last two sessions for the day. And if you're just joining in, let me quickly welcome you. This is BW Future Cities Conclave 2021, flagship event of BW Smart Cities community at BW Business World. We just had a chat with the two gentlemen and the lady, and now we're moving on to the second last session for the day, Swachh Bharat Mission, Shaping Urban Sanitation and Waste Management. Again, I'd like to invite the moderator, Sapna Srivastava, editor, Realty Plus Exchange for Media, to be the moderator for this one. Mr. Naveen Agrawal, director, Mr. J.B. Ravinder, joint advisor, Swachh Bharat Mission, Urban Government of India is here in place of Naveen. Mr. Deepak Kumar Singh, Principal Secretary, Environment, Forest and Climate Change, Government of Bihar is joining us. Mr. Himanshu Sharma, Commissioner, Patna Municipal Corporation, will also be there. Mr. Advesh Meena, CEO, Jaipur Smart City Limited as well, and Paramita Datta Dey, Team Lead and Senior Research Officer, National Institute of Urban Affairs. So that's the panel, ladies and gentlemen, and I'll hand it over to Sapna here.
Thank you so much, and thanks for the introduction, Ravin. And it's a pleasure to have such an eminent set of panel members today, the speakers today. And our topic is Swachh Bharat Mission. And, I must say that we have had such big accomplishments under this Swachh Bharat Mission. First of all, waste management is now receiving the much deserved attention. It has also created a momentum of social and behavioral change at local levels. And most importantly, the toilet coverage has increased significantly in rural, semi-urban and urban areas. But the key element of Swachh Bharat Mission has been, in context of rural areas, in terms of shift from open defecation, triggering, the change in the mindset, the cultural mindset of the people. So some accomplishments under this mission, but here we are talking about urban sanitation and waste management. So Ms. Paramita, I come to you first. Urban setting has a different challenge in terms of waste management. Urbanization is one of the big factors which creates informal housing, slums. And in slums, we see there is hardly a space for a toilet within a home. Even sewage infrastructure is most of the time missing in such areas. How do we take care of such issues when we are talking about sanitation?
Okay. Thank you, Sapna ji, for that question. And I'd like to first thank Business World for giving me the opportunity to be a panel on this very important session. Before the pandemic, we have been looking at sanitation only through the, through an inclusive angle, and particularly in the Swachh Bharat Mission. So, of course, it is very important to have independent toilets. So, one home, one toilet is a concept that one would, that is the best thing to do. But in slums, because there is lack of space and sometimes lack of resources as well. So shared toilet or community toilet is what the Swachh Bharat Mission has talked about. And so there's a little bit of difference between public toilet, community toilet, and shared toilet. So when we talk about public toilet, it is a toilet that we see that is present in areas of high footfall like marketplace, institutions, and the like. And in slums, there are, if one is not able to, accommodate individual toilet, so it is either a shared toilet or a community toilet. So a community toilet is one in which a number of families share the toilet, and shared toilet is even lesser when, 3 or 4 families decide to share a toilet and they maintain it. So a lot of times maintenance of these toilets becomes an issue if it is given to the public authority or to the municipal corporation, because then people don't own it. They feel that it is the duty of the authority to come and clean it, to maintain it. So whenever we have seen that even in slum areas or low income areas, whenever there is ownership and whenever they are federated and people come together to own and clean the toilet and take care of the toilet themselves, it has been very successful. So that has been our learning through Swachh Bharat Mission, and we've also done a lot of capacity building work. We've trained more than 6,000 people in 154 workshops that we did in 4 years from 2016 until 2020. So not only did we train, but it was also a great learning exercise for us when we met all these urban local body officials. So we do understand that there are a lot of issues, but I think the ownership, when the ownership is given to people, and there's a lot of IEC and information education, communication, and awareness raising that needs to be done. And if that is done properly, then it is very much feasible.
That is true. In fact, I'm editor for a real estate magazine, and that is what we have seen, under PMAY scheme, when we enable the owners to build their own houses, those models have been more successful because they are able to construct what they need rather than being given, something which is, not suitable to their kind of living. Mr. Himanshu Sharma, I'll come to you, what Paramita just said about urban sanitation challenge. Another big sanitation problem in Indian cities is the lack of even the most basic information, like maps of sewage and water piping. How the data, the collection of data is a one big challenge in cities. How do we address that? Or how is it being addressed?
See, you are absolutely right that the data management, especially in the ULB, is always a challenge, because the manpower which are generally deployed in the ULB, they are not that much equipped in handling the data, and generally we don't employ private sector agencies to manage the data. However, in Patna, we have employed a few professionals. We have started collecting data in particular formats, and then we are digitizing the data so that we have this. So because you rightly said that sewage network data or water supply pipelines data, that is always a kind of, I would say, a challenge. Generally, we outsource the work to private agencies also for, like in Bihar, we do have one organization, BUDCO, Bihar Urban Infrastructure Development Corporation. Now they generally work in silos. Municipalities have not been given the mandate to even kind of monitor, or I can say to oversee their work. So they will execute the work, they will lay the sewage lines, then generally maps are not shared with the municipalities, water pipelines maps also are not shared with the municipalities. Generally, the lines which have been laid, they are too old, 40 years, 50 years back. So these are the challenges, but various kind of surveys, geo mappings, they can be done, and data can be collected and stored for future uses. Always the best thing is that we should have the data in digitized form. Like in Patna, you must have seen in newspapers 2 years back, we had massive floods. So at that time, it came to the light that we don't have the drainage maps also. So then we realized that we should have all the maps prepared and digitized, and we should keep it. So generally it happens, but I think if we have the professionals hired, and we can keep the data with us.
As long as we are aware of the problem and we are taking steps in that direction, so that's a good news. Mr. Avdesh Meena, you are CEO of the smart city. We are talking about smart city, and first thing when anyone talks about smart city is the technology. When we are talking about sanitation, how can technology be an enabler? Like GIS, geographic information system, or Google Earth. How can we use technology to map the smallest details, planning of toilets, running water disposal? Is there a way we can use technology as an enabler in this?
Hello, Sapna ji. Thank you very much for inviting me to this conference.
Right.
So first of all, I'll like to tell that there are various different type of technologies. If we view it only from the point of ICT, then that is a one part of Swachh Bharat mission. Then we can view it from the part of processing. How do we process it? How do we use technology in processing? So there is one is monitoring, one is processing, and other is about collection and whatever the new technologies can be used to ensure that the waste is being used. So if we talk about monitoring, first of all, as you talked about GIS monitoring and other type of monitoring which can be used. we can add ICT to the whole process of waste collection. Like suppose the waste is collected from house, but there is no proper mechanism of how much waste is collected, how much it is of it is transferred to the transfer stations, and then how much of it is transferred to the final stations. So there need to be proper monitoring using ICT tools. That how much waste is collected, is the waste collection proper 100% door to door, is it operating or is it not? So ICT is a big step in the starting to monitor the waste collection. Now talking about processing things, like we see there are a lot of new technologies which can be used to process waste. So there are places where waste can be used to generate biogas. There are places where waste can be plastic can be used to recycle. It can be used in roads. It can be used in different places, even for crude oils also to generate crude oil. So basically, I think technology is a very big game changer in this whole event of waste management. So it has
We
to
are
be a
talking about
comprehensive.
technology right from the beginning, from
Yes.
data collection to even repurposing and recycling the waste. You know, so
Yes,
the
yes.
technology becomes a enabler.
Yes.
That's fantastic. You know, and you know, as you mentioned that we are already doing it. There are systems available and are being implemented. Let me go to Mr. Deepak Kumar. You know, sanitation has a big impact on our environment as well. Mr. Kumar, you wanted to give presentation also, you know, want to present something on that.
Thank you, Sapnaji. Not only sanitation, but sanitation and waste management. Am I clear? My voice is
Yes,
clear?
you can. Yes, I can.
So sanitation and waste management both are important aspects. And as Himanshu just said about that in the uh, before that, Paramita talked about the toilets, and Himanshu talked about the drainage system and the sewerage system, and Avdesh talked about the use of technology. Now I will just cover the other aspect of waste management, and it is true for both waste management and sanitation, but broadly I have prepared it only from the perspective of waste management. Let me just share it. It says that host has disabled participant screen sharing. So if you can
Can I
just,
request the IT team to help?
if you can just enable it.
Can you share the screen now, Mr. Kumar?
No, it says that
Okay, Ravin, can you help with that?
it is disabled. Anyway, if
No, I cannot do that. I'm sorry. So the IT team will be doing it as quickly as
Till the
possible.
time we get that sorted,
Yeah,
Mr.
yeah,
Kumar,
yeah,
you are
yeah.
talking about waste management and environment. How are they connected?
Yeah. Let me by the time they allow the sharing,
Yes.
I will just come to the soft aspect of that waste management as well as sanitation. I like to call it software, because in any program there is an hardware aspect, there is a software aspect. Broadly speaking, hardware aspect is what we build. We build drainage, we build sewerage lines, we build sewage treatment plants. All these are the hardware aspect of that, and then I call the software part of that, which is basically the changing the attitude and the mindset. So in the software aspect, I think mainly in terms of waste management, we have to recognize the role of four important non-official stakeholders, and which I think they are citizens, rag pickers, kabadiwalas, and waste recyclers. These are the four important non-official stakeholders. First, we come to the citizens. Why the why the waste management, or why the town's cleanliness is not successful, is that many times, and most of the times, there is a lack of attitudinal change among citizens. I have just thought about 4 points. The first point is that any city sanitation or waste management program can succeed only when there is a public ownership of that program. When we talk about public ownership, then there are two important aspects of ownership by which that ownership will come. One is the participatory decision making, and another is the greater role in supervision. You just now mentioned about the sanitation thing, that they would like to build it themselves rather than something building up and then giving it to them for using it. then they don't feel that it is their own decision of build the toilet here, or it is their own decision to manage the solid waste generating of the city. So if it's a participatory decision making, and at the same time they have the general public, the citizens of that municipality or the any urban local body have a greater role in supervision, then they would own that program and the chances of success are more. So that is the first point regarding citizens. The second point is about developing pride in the cleanliness of city. This pride again will come only when there is an ownership of the public. I remember when I went to Indore for last several years, Indore has been being declared as the cleanest city. And when I went to Indore last around 2 years ago, then I found out that every person, whether it's a thelawala, whether it's a general, I have some relatives in Indore, everybody was aware as to how the waste management has to be done, how the waste has to be collected, where it has to be kept. Everybody is keeping a 3-4 years ago I went to Sikkim, and there I found that in Sikkim, even on the roads when you travel to the small tea shops, they also have a small tin kind of a thing kept there as a dustbin, and whatever is there waste, that is put that in the dustbin. So it is not only when this ownership comes, then comes this pride, and only then any program will be successful.
You are right. What you said, you mentioned about Indore and Sikkim, they actually are the role models for other cities, in terms of Swachh Bharat or in terms of cleanliness. And you spoke about citizen ownership also. Very important point. We'll come back to the other stakeholders, but here let me, there is one very common complaint about Swachh Bharat, which I would like to take to.
Actually, Sapna, if you
Mr.
can
Ravindra.
just give me 5 minutes, because
Yes.
I don't know. I had asked about how much time I have. I was not told, but I would then I would not go into the details. But I just wanted to quickly cover the 4 stakeholders.
Okay.
So the third part is about the consciousness about the segregation at source. That is very important, because if you can segregate at source, then almost half the battle is won. And the fourth point, you can say the recycling, whatever can be done domestically or locally, for example, the kitchen waste. I would come to the next aspect, that is on the software, that is the rag pickers. Rag pickers, we don't understand their importance, but they are very important stakeholder in the entire value chain of the waste management. And I would just say one thing, apart from recognizing their importance, we also have to assimilate them in the social welfare and child welfare program. I would just mention one thing. There is an ethical dilemma when a government officer or a municipality officer deals with the rag picker. The problem is that theoretically speaking, under the Indian law, anybody below 14 years is not allowed to be involved in that kind of rag picking. But unfortunate part is that when we got a survey of Patna done, almost 40% of the rag pickers who are doing the rag picking, they are children below 14 years. So giving them recognition as well as doing something for them, in incentivizing them for collecting low value and high volume waste, this is important. Third part is the kawadi walas, which are another important components of the entire waste management chain. And if we can link them with the recyclers, as well as we can link them with the rag pickers, and whatever is not of value to them, if that can be collected by the municipality for recycling, for processing, or in whatever way it is disposing, then it will become an important part. The last part I will come, it is about the recyclers, who are again an important stakeholders. So for them, single window clearance, easy availability of land in industrial areas, their regulatory facilitation, and other incentives and subsidies. These things are important, which can be given. So I would just conclude by saying that these are 4 important non-official stakeholders. Apart from spending our money on these things, on the hardware of building drains, sewerage lines, STPs, apart from toilets, if we can also give equal importance to this softer aspect of connecting all these stakeholders, then our sanitation as well as waste management program will be successful.
Some very important points you raised, Mr. Deepak Kumar, in our earlier panel where we spoke about healthcare infrastructure. There also the speakers emphasized that apart from the physical infrastructure, the human resources and the management becomes a very important aspect of the entire infrastructure that we are talking about. Going to Mr. Ravindra, you just heard about what our other speakers had to say. About Mr. Deepak Kumar spoke about bringing all the stakeholders together. One common gap that we have seen in Swachh Bharat mission is the inferior quality of construction, such as there is no running water, or the septic tanks have not been maintained, which leads to non-usage of toilets. How do we deal with these kind of issues?
We must admit that as Principal Secretary Sir also was mentioning, we are very good in the hardware side, but on the soft side, it is very difficult. There are, as you said, there are many cases where the water has not been ensured. But this has been a social problem as well, because you don't own the facility. Anybody who has been forced to go there would try to forget that matter there itself. Now, fortunately, because of the Google and other things, we are able to, evaluate the condition of the toilet also. You may be knowing that on the Google toilet locator, we have about 60,000 public toilet blocks spread across over 3,100 ULBs. They are there. So at the click of the button or by pressing the button there, whether you are satisfied or not, we have toilet maintenance protocol also. That's why now ODF is out of the certification. It is a minimum of ODF plus. That means any assessor who is going there has to find running water, has to find the bolt in proper place. These are the fundamental things which are found lost in public toilets and community toilets. Then ODF double plus. That means some of the toilets, then there is another social angle also. When you see a public facility or a shared kind of facility by all, tendency earlier was to construct in a usual traditional materials, and it was difficult to be maintained also. Now aspirational toilets are there in the ODF double plus, in which you use high-end materials, and simply by using high-end materials, everybody tries to maintain it in a better way. And because we put the ICT tools there also, there is an attender, and the value of the facility infrastructure is going up, not only financial terms, but in social terms also. So our Swachh Bharat survekshans are also assessing these things. And nowadays it is not just ODF, it is ODF plus is mandatory. Then only you will get 800 or 1,000 marks in the such survekshan.
Okay. So we have reached to the next level where now maintenance has become the focus or the emphasis of the Swachh Bharat mission now.
Exactly.
So Mr. Veena, I'll come to you, when we are talking about cities of the future, developing cities which are smart and technology enabled. How are we looking at these, what Mr. Ravindra just mentioned, ICT-enabled toilets? How are we planning our sewage infrastructure, sanitation infrastructure? How are we doing for our cities? Both for the new cities that are coming up and Jaipur as, is an existing city. How are we doing there in terms of retrofitting?
As we discussed earlier also, the use of technology for monitoring. So like Jaipur Smart City have developed certain smart toilets. So where you can go in, you can put your user charges there, and then you can enter, and then everything will be flushed out. It will be cleaned before you use. And all that is very technologically enabled. So it doesn't need any manual operation of any of the items. So this is how we can use technology for that thing. Now we need to monitor this. So the second point is monitoring this through use of technology, so that I should know whenever there is any sensor which is missing, or any place like water is not coming, or any other issue. So that should come as an alarm to me that this thing is being missed here. So that thing, then it could be addressed. So once we use technology to operate and then to monitor it, so then we can create such system where technology is being used for the smart cities.
And we are doing these initiatives already. We have these sensor-enabled toilets in our cities. Do we have them?
Yes. As I
Okay.
discussed, Smart City Jaipur have created many such smart toilets also. And I think we should focus more on retrofitting the existing toilets also with these smart systems. So
Okay.
that will be our next priority.
Mr. Himanshu Sharma, we spoke about retrofitting, and what Avdesh Meena said, retrofitting the toilets. But the bigger challenge lies in retrofitting the sewage infrastructure, which might be a decade old in a existing city, like you also mentioned. How do we address that problem?
Now, see, like in Patna, I can tell you that we had a sewage network which covered at least.
I think there's some connection problem there.
Am I audible?
Yes, now you're audible.
Yeah. So I was telling that I can give you an example of Patna, where we have a sewerage network which covered generally 30 to 40% of the city, and it is around 40 to 50 years old. Now the thing is that the city has grown. We have now high-rise buildings instead of the small houses which were earlier there. So generally, like in Patna, we have started altogether a fresh laying of the sewerage lines. Now, one part is this, the part which has not been covered, the roads are wide, where you can ensure that the drainage and sewage lines can go together. There we can do this thing. As far as maintaining the sewer lines, which have been constructed 50 years back, and ensuring that they are clean, we have got a few machines also. They can be deployed. We are deploying here in Patna. We have purchased a lot of new machines which are used for sewer cleaning. That is one part. And augmenting the infrastructure as far as laying of new sewer lines where the old sewer lines are not able to take the load, and also augmenting the sewer.
I think we have again. So before, because our next set of panels, yeah. So, Mr. Himanshu Sharma, now before we close this session, I have lots of questions, and it's a topic which it needs at least 2 hours of discussion. But before we close this, one top suggestion from each of our panel members. One crisp top suggestion, one line answer I would like from all our speakers. What is required to be done to enhance our Swachh Bharat mission or sanitation and waste management? Mr. Deepak Kumar, your one sentence top suggestion.
Yeah, thank you, Sapna. I would again reiterate what I have already said. The only thing which we can do to make the sanitation and waste management successful is to get the full participation of all the stakeholders, including the non-official stakeholders, and emphasizing on the software aspect of the program.
Okay, fantastic. So when we are talking about stakeholders, let's not miss out the bottom of the pyramid or the unorganized segment. That is what Mr. Deepak Kumar is saying, holistic and involve all stakeholders. Avdesh Meena, your one sentence top suggestion for our Swachh Bharat mission.
Similar to as sir has mentioned, the main thing which we need to focus upon is public participation and then innovation.
Okay, public participation and innovation, what Avdesh says. Paramita, what is your top suggestion?
Well, in addition to Mr. Deepak Kumar and Mr. Avdesh Sharma, I think it's capacity building. So it is capacity building of all the stakeholders and more, targeted capacity building. So what may work in Jaipur for officials in Jaipur may not work for officials in, say, Sikkim, in Gangtok. And what may work in Kerala may not work in Bhopal, in like.
Right.
Gopal. So targeted capacity building, not just with respect to the place where you are, but also with respect to the stakeholders. So different one for senior decision makers, something different for the bottom of the pyramid, and something for mid-level functionaries.
So what Paramita is saying, capacity building with the context of its setting. One size does not fit all. Mr. Himanshu Sharma, what's your top suggestion?
I would say, like Deepak sir has said, that source segregation is the key, and we should incentivize reducing, reusing, and recycling at the source level. That kind of incentive should be incorporated in the kind of we can give rebates on holding tax, we can give rebates on solid waste management user charges. That way, we will reduce the waste, and that will only help us.
The source, segregation of waste at source, it should, it is one of the biggest suggestion that Mr. Himanshu Sharma is giving. Let's do that, I think, and rest of the things will fall in place once we do that. Mr. Ravindra, you have heard all the other panelists. You are, directing, advising the Swachh Bharat mission. What is your one top suggestion that you have?
Now I am advising that unbundle.
Okay.
The landfill should not be with Urban Development Department, separate business under environment. Because if you attach a plant to the landfill, there is no incentive for the plant to run in the monsoons or when there is a breakdown, there is no incentive. Zero-base landfill, we are talking about, concept-wise is very good, but practically not possible. So unbundle it, run it as a separate business entity under a separate government authority so that, efficiency is brought in.
Okay, so again, from waste segregation to how to, treat the waste. Landfill is what Mr. Ravindra is saying. It has to be separated. It has to be incentivized and, work separately if you are looking at, the holistic solution for the entire sanitation and waste management for our urban areas. Thank you so much to all our speakers. I wish we had some more time and we could talk some more about, how to go about it, because this is such an important topic for the entire country today. But thank you so much, all our speakers, for sharing your time, taking out the time to be here with us and giving us your valuable views. Thank you, Mr. Deepak Kumar. Thanks, Avdesh Meena. Thanks, Paramita. Thanks, Himanshu Sharma. Thanks, Mr. Ravindra, for being here with us.
Thanks to all.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
And thank you, Sapna, as well, for moderating that wonderful conversation. Really had some insightful session in progression there. Thank you. With this, ladies and gentlemen, we'll move on to the last session that we have for you today, and we'll be talking about water management for future cities, importance of storm water management, river water management for streamlining urban lifestyle. Now, this is a really important one and a loaded one, and I would like to invite to moderate this session, Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, Mission Director, National Water Mission, Government of India. To join him, I would like to invite Mr. Ranjan Kumar Sinha, Member, River Management, Central Water Commission, Ministry of Jal Shakti. And we also have Mr. Victor Shinde, Sector Coordinator for Water and Environment, National Institute of Urban Affairs. So that's your panel, and I would request Mr. Kumar to take it forward from here. So while I'm waiting for Mr. Kumar to step in.
BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in. BW Business World presents a rich legacy of curated events that enable conversations on policy issues in India.
Because of the state of our cities, we have no option but to build smart and resilient cities.
Digital India is more for the poor, underprivileged, and the deprived.
Covering a range of topics, BW Business World events look to create a strong narrative around smart cities, digital India, healthcare, Swachh Bharat, human resource issues, education, banking, and finance, among others.
The world is fast changing. Best practices are available now on the net.
विकास डेवलपमेंट पूरी राजनीति में ये फोकस बन गया है.
BW Business World events provide a speaking platform to the voices that matter.
स्मार्ट से ताल्लुक यह है कि हम जो बेसिक एमिनिटीज हैं उसको हम चुस्त दुरुस्त करें.
You don't have to be a technologist. You need to understand how technology influences the world.
Mahatma Gandhi was a great man. He was the leader of the freedom struggle.
We believe that e-governance and IoT will play a very, very important role.
BW Business World is an excellent exhibition platform that helps you showcase your services to the right audience. BW Business World's digital transformation went on the fast track in 2020, marrying its legacy of credibility and robust business journalism to a technology-first world. Hosting over 250 virtual summits and webinars across its 17 niche business communities, with millions engaging with the power-packed content like BW Dialogue Series, Festival of Life web series, and custom-created webinars, and hosting 20+ virtual summits. 33 million page views on an average, 21 special issues in 2020 hit the stands, and multiple IPs scheduled in the coming months, BW has taken a leadership position in the business news segment. To become a part of our legacy, write to us at partner@businessworld.in.
So those were the BW Business World AVs. If you haven't connected yet with the community, please go ahead and do that. It is going to be a lot of information coming your way if you connect with us. So with that, ladies and gentlemen, I think it's time we move on to our last panel discussion for the day. And this is going to be water management for future cities, importance of storm water management, river water management for streamlining urban lifestyle. As you can see, I have my moderator for the session, Mr. G. Ashok Kumar, Mission Director, National Water Mission, Government of India, joining us. I would also like to invite our speakers, Mr. Ranjan Kumar Sinha, Member, River Management, Central Water Commission, Ministry of Jal Shakti, and joining him, Mr. Victor Shinde, Sector Coordinator for Water and Environment, National Institute of Urban Affairs. So that's your panel, ladies and gentlemen, for the last session for the day. I'll request Mr. Ashok Kumar to take this forward from here. Over to you, sir.
Am I visible?
Yes, sir. You are visible and audible.
Good evening, everybody. This is the last of the discussion on smart cities, future cities. So I I congratulate Business World for these interesting seminars. They covered a lot of topics in the whole day, from digital transformation to the livelihood, telecom networks, and then water and urban livelihood, and etc. etc. So this is again a very important resource, water. I also invite my co-panelists and Ranjan Kumar Sinhaji and Victor Shinde. Both of them I have associated with working. So it's welcome to all of them. I'll put some background for about 5 minutes, and then we'll go for the panel discussion. Basically, today's topic, which we have in the last panel, is the water management future cities, importance of stormwater management, river water management for streamlining urban lifestyle, etc. Okay. There are many issues in our urban sector with the urban population growing up in ups and downs, and there are a lot of challenges coming up in the urban areas. Water is one of the actually limiting factors. In fact, if you look at one of the major limiting factors for the growth of the entire country is the resource availability of water. So there's a lot of emphasis laid on water in the recent years, and we are looking at various options of how to get sustainable water supply to ensure the continuation of our civilization, and that's a very, very challenging task now. And with the urbanization picking up, the challenges in water in that it's more. We have there are a lot of issues which are very, very unique to urban areas. If you look at the water sector in the rural areas, that has a different type of challenges, because agriculture is probably one of the largest usage of water, in rural areas, and there are a lot of scope for rainwater harvesting and other sources available in rural areas. But urban also specifies and gives a very different, unique challenges. Urban, very concentrated population, and hence we require very large volume of water to be supplied for drinking water purposes and other purpose. And probably one of the areas where a lot of potable water is used for non-potable purposes. That's also one big challenge which we have. And then the access to water and democratic access to water to get equitable distribution of water through pipeline is another major challenge in urban areas. There are issues of large non-revenue water. It's 40 to 45% of water in urban area is actually not even water. It's just not even accounted for. So there's a lot of non-revenue water and unaccounted water, which is also a major source of concern. And most of these urban areas have water, which is piped water supply, and then brought from very large distances. Like in Hyderabad, I know it's about 186 kilometers away. Udari, they're bringing from Krishna, they're about 100 kilometers away. It's a big value-added water which comes in, but then a lot of wastage happens there also. There are a lot of challenges which are very unique to urban areas. Probably will get compounded as the future cities come up. So as I said, one of the limiting factors of the expansion of cities would be the availability of good drinking water. But there is a lot of solutions are available for us. Luckily, there's most of the water used in urban areas to a large section is the drinking water sector, which would also come back as a sewage. So there's a lot of potential of getting back the water by recycling, and 80% of the water, 75 to 80% of water comes back as sewage. So if we can treat that sewage water, we can get that water for probably non-potable purposes and substitute the potable water being used in the non-potable purposes. That is also one solution for it. There are challenges, as I said, in urban area because of the concretization and urbanizations and the compaction of land. Earlier, rainwater used to go down and used to recharge the groundwater. That has really a problem now because of the urbanization. Compaction is happening, and so water permeability is a big issue there. And this has this type of concretization and tiling of the ground has resulted in less water going down to the underground area, which is actually reducing the water table very low. The water table is going down very fast in urban areas. And also a new phenomenon which has emerged is the urban flooding because of these water, which otherwise used to go to the underground, is coming down and coming onto the roads. The stormwater drains, which were actually supposed to carry the water in the roads, are now catering to the huge volume of water which is coming out from the compounds because of the concretization and urban and the tiling of those areas. So that water is creating havoc in the road management. The road is getting damaged. It is this water goes to the low-lying areas, creating urban floods. So many cities we really seeing in the last couple of years. The urban flooding we have seen in Delhi, the bridge picture where one whole bus was submerged in water and one person fortunately was alive. Floods in Hyderabad is very common now. These are all very, very unique things which have happened in the last couple of years. And these stormwater drains, one of the topic which we have for discussion today. Stormwater drains, which were supposed to carry a small quantity of water, which is falling in the roads, are now getting choked because of a lot of factors. Plastic weight is coming there, and the capacity is coming down. But the intensity of rainfall has gone up. Water is coming from the compound is increasing. So all this is resulted in tremendous loss of resources and damages to roads and etc. in the urban areas. And of course, as I said, there are a lot of best solutions which can come up, like the recharge of water, use of recycling of water is one thing. Then this issue of catching the rain and increasing the groundwater table is also a good solution there. There is tremendous scope for a treated water supply because many urban areas are now coming up with this one fundamental, very, very fantastic solution for their resource problem. They can get the treated water and use it for revenue generation. Surat, like municipality, get about 150 crores water because of recycle. And grey water is another great source for urban areas, which can be used. With minor treatment can be used for rejuvenating the encroachment of urban water bodies, disappearance lake. These are all very unique phenomena of the urban areas because of real estate value. One more point. These are the problems which we are facing now. Well, a lot of the future cities are smart cities. Smart cities should have water available 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. Now, in many cities, we have only maybe 1 or 2, 3 days supply of water to the pipelines. Probably in the new emerging future cities, we would like to have water 24/7. Tap will be always having water, 100% metering, zero non-revenue water. And most important is how rivers will be merged into the planning of the urban planning, how rivers and water bodies would be a part of the integral part of the water body of the urban landscape. It not only increases the availability of water, it increases the aesthetic sense, and also it increases the recreational facilities available. See, many of the cities in the world which are located in the river exploit the good river on the side for tourism and recreational purposes. That's what probably we also look into it. So all these things require people's participation, and I hope that the future city in India be a very smart city where 100% metering is done. All water is tapped, and the rivers which flow by the rivers over the city are not polluted, because in most of the places in India, rivers are used as dumping ground for sewage waste, and the major problem in many of the cities is the pollution or sewage pollution of the water bodies. These are all things which we have to address it. So our eminent panelists are here. I'm sure they will be having a lot to say. I know Victor. We had been working together in the Namami Gange when we were doing the urban planning for the riverside cities of Ganges, and Ranjan Kumar Sinha is also expert in river management. He is from the Central Water Commission. So I first request Ranjan Kumar Sinha ji to talk about the.
So very, very good afternoon to all of you. Am I audible?
Yeah.
So very good afternoon to my colleague Ashok ji and the world for giving me the opportunity. And I will be speaking here on the topic in the 4 parts. So just share the screen. Can you give us the permission to share the screen, please?
Is the permission given? Technical side, please look at that.
I'm waiting for that. So I humbly request organizers to kindly give me the permission to share the presentation.
The backend team is doing that, Mr. Kumar.
Okay.
You have a permission, sir. You are co-host now.
Okay, thank you. It is showing on the screen on the Zoom, host disabled participation screen sharing. Still it is coming. Again, same is visible on the screen.
Yeah, you are co-host now.
So, okay, thank you. Are you able to see on the screen? Are you able to see on the screen?
Come in, yes.
Okay, thank you. So it's water management for the future cities, in where we are particularly stressing for the management, its importance, and rainwater management in particular for streamlining urban lifestyle. First of part, starts from the Central Water Commission, the activities related to the my wing in the CWC, catering to the activity of the water in the field. So we are repository of the hydrometeorological data, including water quality, and it's available to the use for the users as per the hydro policy of the 2018 of our Ministry of Jal Shakti. Flood forecast on the rivers and the second part inflow forecast for the reservoir are also available on the available link, which I have shown. We are also studying river morphology and the climate change. And lastly, but the most important, coastal management, including its erosion aspects, we are studying. We are having the pan-India setup, and we are doing our activities in the all 12 river major basins of the country, wherein we have 1,543 hydrometeorological observation sites, in which we have 764 is the water quality sites, and they are controlled by the 14 regional offices of the Central Water Commission, mostly in the state capitals of the state country. This is the 20 basin. On the left side, the basin name is coming, same is shown on the map of the country. These are the locations of all the 14 regional chief offices headed by the joint secretary level officer. We have shown on this map. And the management of the data related to hydrometeorological observations. So we are storing and compiling those data. And those parameters, what we are observing is gas, discharge, sediment, and water quality. And meteorological parameters are starting from the rainfall, temperature, humidity, fan evaporation, solar radiation, wind velocity, snow melt, and all. Basically, the importance of collection of these two hydrological and meteorological parameters is for the development of the nation at large. Number of hydrometeorological observations in year being done by the Central Water Commission, it is 80 lakhs approximately. So kind of the huge volume of the data is reflected over here. We are trying to show, along with the river network, the HO sites on this map. And you can see that some portion of the Rajasthan where there is desert, and on the other side also, it is not covered because those are the rivers turning into the Myanmar on the eastern side. So otherwise, we have the hydrological, meteorological sites. Largely, we are representing the whole country, including the Jammu and Kashmir also. This is the basin-wise, 20 basin-wise, the hydrometeorological sites. This is the water quality monitoring network of Central Water Commission, because urban pollution and the lifestyle is largely responsible. And this is particularly very, very important for our country. And just we are trying to show on the left-hand side, 2011 to present and the future scenario. And you can see that last few years, especially since 2019, the real importance on the water quality is too much, because we are of the view, the organization is of the view that is given the due importance to the water quality network. And we are doing this, expanding our network in the last way. And in the future also, we have the huge expansion program. Same, we are trying to do all the present on the right-hand side on the map of the India, we are trying to show the 764 present water quality sites. Now coming to the dissemination of data, till now we have shown what we are doing, how it is useful to the country at large, including the government departments and the private at large. So we have two kinds of data. One is unclassified. It is all in the policy of our Jal Shakti, what data is, what kind of, it's mentioned, and other is classified data. So erstwhile Ministry of the Water Resources had constituted a committee headed by the Chairman Central Water Commission, which gives the approval of this data. And we have started since this committee is in place, and the first meeting of the Classified Data Release Committee was held in 2014. Last meeting in the June we are proposing to held now, and in the till May 2021 we have done the 48 such kind of meeting. And last few years, maybe 2 years around, we are doing this meeting every month to understand the problem of the users for the planning of the suppose PhD department across the states for the water supply, construction of dams, planning of the water resources projects, so on, so on. So total till now, 637 cases have been considered, wherein we have rejected or deferred 18 cases. 487 is the non-commercial, 150 is the commercial, including one foreign commercial. So commercial, basically the private organizations, you can say, and the Government of India undertakings and the pure government department are non-commercial. Out of 150, there is demand from private sector number is 35. So not much demand we are trying to say. Basically, we are trying to show this, what we are doing, how it is useful.
Kumarji, you have to go a bit faster because
I will finish in time.
Good.
Major data users are Delta RS, CWC Google, and Brahmaputra Real Time Monitoring Scheme. This is a very much important program of the Government of India, CPCB, IIT Consortium, so on, so on. So this is the topic of the webinar, water management for future cities and still then importance and the rainwater management. So here we are saying what is the management activity of planning, developing, distributing, and managing optimum use of water resources. So next part is the need of this management in the country. This is the water resources availability in the Indian basins. And you can say that major availability is the Ganga, Brahmaputra, Godavari, and some other rivers as well. This is that we are trying to show. This is the per capita availability in the country. Just again share, please. There is some technical, just wait for a second, please. Okay. So this is the per capita availability, that is in the volume per capita per year. So basically we are trying to show that 1700 units the water stress line and water scarcity line is 1000.
We are not seeing that slide.
So is it not able to, we are able to share?
Your screen is visible, but not the PPT.
PPT or not. So just we are trying this. Some technical glitches is coming. Now is it? Are you able to see? No.
I'm not able to see.
Just share the first. Again try to share.
Again we are trying to share.
Is it okay now?
Okay, fine.
Okay, sorry. Okay. So this per capita availability is going down every year, obviously, because of the increase in population, so on, so on. And for the 2015 scenario, future scenario, also we are trying to show here. Next. Something is not working.
yes, slide has changed.
Seems. So in the per capita utilizable water resources, and this is a last information is available over here, and we are trying to show that in the Brahmaputra, Godavari, these are some of the basins where there is not much of the water used right now. Next. This is the projected water demand over the years, and we are trying to show that for the different sectoral uses, that from bottom to top, irrigation, domestic industry, energy, and others. We are trying to show that how this from 97 to 2015, these sectoral uses are increasing on the bar chart in the percentage terms and somewhere else on the absolute means. So irrigation is the largest user of the water in the country. This is being clear from the figure over here that the absolute figure is increasing, but the percentage figure of the water is for the irrigation is going down in the future years. It is coming down from the initial to right now. These are some of the latest CWC publications and the associated links we have given. So you can read on the screen. I'm moving further. Now coming to the urbanization. So here we see that in India by 11 already, 2021 census report has not come till yet, wherein around 36% of the population has shifted to the urban areas. And we see from the 1901 till now, so from 10 to 17 to in 2011, we have 31% of the population migrating into the city. So putting a lot of stress into the urban lifestyle. The whole issue of this, the water issue is not very much matching with the stormwater planning, drainage, etc., with the infrastructure development taking place in the developing countries, including the India. So influence of urbanization is poor water and sanitation facility, major health problem. Urban pollution as well as rural pollution also leads to deterioration in water quality of natural water resources. 10% of the world cities currently have water treatment facilities. Only we can see how is the grave is the problem. And 90% of untreated wastewater in developing countries discharge into rivers directly. So conclusion is concentration of human population leads to water scarcity, which leads to social and economic development issue. Coming to the storm water. So this is basically, we are trying to show the, on the right hand side, the Delhi's photo near the Ames. So how this rainwater rooftop and comes into the drain and from the other sources, and the city is completely clogged. Next. So if relationship between the stormwater and development, increase in of runoff rate, increase in the consequent volume, decrease in the consequent groundwater recharge, increase in the pollutants, and increase in the erosion, which all leads to these 5 factors to the potential for the flooding downstream. You can see that this is all the civil engineers can appreciate this, the chart on the right hand side, that 2.1.1, soil on the slope less than, the runoff coefficient is very less, all is almost going into the groundwater. Whereas if you move down somewhere, this figure is high as the heavy industry, it is till 0.9. So majority is converted into the runoff. Next. So we basically confuse this figure. I am in this slide is intentionally shown to all of us. Urban flooding and water logging as these two different terminologies. So third slide says the flood doesn't come to urban area. Urban area, we are expanding towards the flood prone areas of the city where growth has not taken place, and we are moving without thinking future consequences. What is happening in the whole of the country? It is Bangalore, Delhi, everywhere, cities. Mostly it is the water logging due to the poor planning, uncontrolled growth, lack of supervision, and so on, including the maintenance of drainage channel. So completely, so if we plan the urban lifestyle properly, coupled with the drainage, stormwater facility, So this we are trying to show on the last.
Ajit Kumarji, under 2 more minutes. It's better because we are...
I think a majority of time has taken by, so I'm trying to please.
Yes, because they have taken at least 10-15 minutes.
I'm already very fast. So some examples of the we are trying to almost daily every year happening, and this urban flooding. It is the Patna 2019. Mind it was not due to the riverine flooding. The city's drainage was clogged. Rivers were in low speed. Still, this is the case. So be very clear about these two aspects: riverine flooding and the urban flooding. Here we are trying to show that how this flooding. These are impacts of this flooding leads to the many psychological, environmental health issues, communication, economical, industries are shut down, internet facilities goes, it doesn't work. So a lot of things are there. You can read this slide. I'm moving because of the lack of time. Next. So some suggestions and the possible solutions we'll try to show in the next slide. So this is the way how we can plan our future. So this is the natural water cycle on the first top left, wherein you have the porous ground, you have not made the pavement very plastered, concretized. So situation is very much in the control. On the second right-hand side top, rainfall is occurring, much less infiltration because of the soils are, pavements are paved. So if there is no rain, streams dry up. And if there is rain, so more runoff comes and it becomes flooded. This is the last issue. So in the last solution to this is that we can have the porous pavements we are trying to show where the situation, along with the development, you can control the things. So that is the bottom of slide. Next. So plan of the green infrastructure such as the park, lakes, forest, etc. Proper uses of the, along with the IT and with the citizen participation, definitely we can do the wonders. So it's basically management, low-hanging fruit. If you can achieve this, we can do wonderful things. This is the floodplain zoning. This is the initiative, very famous initiative of Central Water Commission way back in 1975. Bill was circulated to 78. It is the only 4 states where there is not much problem of the flooding, starting from J&K, Manipur, Rajasthan, and one more state they are using this. And we are trying to show that in the reverse path, which is the probability 3 zone, only temporary development should take place. And you go from away from the river, these two restrictive and warning, you can plan the infrastructure. So mind is, what is floodplain zoning? We are encroaching the flood waters in the monsoon season of the rivers. So that we are trying what kind of infrastructure development should take place. So just in this diagram. So this is a very good initiative of Ministry of Earth Science, Government of India, that the moment rainfall forecast is there, where there will be water logging in the city. And here it is in the bottom blue lines, Mithi River of the Bombay. So we are through this application, iFlows, we are trying to say in advance that this much with this rainfall, this much will be the water logging depth. So please do not venture into on those times through this area. So this is this kind of the, again, screen sharing has been stopped, but I will probably try to continue the thing. I don't know. So examples of sustainable, till I'm able to share, I will continue talking. So examples of sustainable stormwater management is it incorporates both the natural environment and the engineered systems. It promotes sustainable stormwater management practices to reduce runoff, green roofs, green gardens, so on. And we should can plan the green infrastructure at the scale of neighborhood or site. And green infrastructure refers to a stormwater management system that mimic nature by soaking up and storing water. We are trying to show some of these very graphically. So these are the pavements being used internationally, where this is the made of the permeable pavement where water can seep into the below ground on the right-hand diagram, you can see. And through this permeable, you can see that rate of 600 liters a minute per square meter it can go. So these are the very good initiatives that, and from the above, you can see that it is the paved, but there is no difficulty. It is porous and we are able to do justice with the nature and our future generations. Next. So just we are trying to show in the depression of the used garden, and the runoff is coming from the gutters in the house. And these are very native plants where
We are not seeing anything.
I'm extremely sorry. Why it is
not seeing. Please wind up. We are seeing only your the directory of your screen computer, nothing else.
Nothing else. Again,
Okay, then please wind up so that I think we can get the.
There are some figures, Ashokji, it is difficult to. Next. So these are preparation. These are all particular kind of local trees where we can in the construct. Is it able? Are you able to?
Yes. Now it's available.
So these are larger than the rain gardens, and these are the storm you can, which is polluted. It can be. So this is the bioremedial measure for the purification of the storm water. So underneath you can say that underneath pipe, and ultimately you are able to discharge used water into the river in a nice way. So it's not polluted. Next.
I think we should please wind up because he has also had to speak for 4:45. We have to wind up. So let me should get them 15 minutes to speak. You please.
Okay. This is the practice of the Japan. Where
Japan. Okay.
This is the Tokyo. The access flood water we are able to store in this concrete structure. Mind it cannot be applicable in the country, but the reservoir has helped reduce the number of homes in the Tokyo by water damage in the nearby areas by around 90%, you can see. So they are using it just. So these are all I have tried to respond. It is in the payment, and we are trying to along with the development. So we are trying to do the rainwater harvesting so we can recharge the groundwater. So this is the conclusion. Proper storm water and river water management integral for the proper development, and development has to go hand in hand conjunctively with the water sustainability. Management depends on the local conditions, topography, resources, climate, etc. Proper implementation of water policy is a must, and encourage cooperation and participation through stakeholders. So these are some of the conclusions. Unless and until we decide to make the world better, please to live. So all the cooperations are needed, and thank you. So thank you very much for giving the opportunity. I have tried my level best to be the fastest of my kind. So sorry, it was some trouble. So thank you.
Thank you, Ranjit Kumar. So you had actually given a good perspective and also the practical examples of what can be done to save the water in urban areas. Now I request Victor Shinde, who is a sector coordinator for water environment in NIUM. He had also been, as I said, associated with urban planning and using river as one of the bedrock for that. Over to you, Shinde.
Thank you very much, Ashok sir. And it is so wonderful to be reconnected to you, on this forum. I think, like you rightly said, you were associated with this project that we started 2 years ago, and that's exactly what I'm presenting today. So it's a matter of pride for me as well. That you are here to listen to that project. Okay, and a very good evening to Ranjan Kumar sir. So this is the first time I'm meeting you, but I hope we'll have opportunities to meet in the future. Right? So I'm going to request the organizers to please get me access, to allow me the access to share the screen. In the meanwhile, while I kind of set the context to what I'm talking about, right? So this over the next 10 minutes, I'm going to be talking about a very specific element of water management, and that is related to rivers, especially in the urban context. So the urban rivers context. Right? Now, this actually, this whole project is part of a joint exercise between the National Institute of Urban Affairs and the National Mission for Clean Ganga. Right? Okay. Yeah, I have just got access to my screen, so let me just give me just 1 second while I just share the screen here. Yeah. Okay, great. Okay, Ashok sir, you can see my screen? Yeah,
great.
Thank you very much. Right. So, well, before I get into anything, let me just introduce myself. My name is Victor Shinde. I work at the National Institute of Urban Affairs, which is the think tank of India's Ministry of Housing and Urban Affairs. And we're kind of involved with a lot of the urban missions that India has launched. We do the research and the policy behind that, right? Now, this talk is about a very unique framework, which is called Urban River Management Plan. It's the acronym URMP, and I'm going to be using that acronym quite a bit in this talk here, which we jointly developed with the National Mission for Clean Ganga. Now, NMCG, if you all know, right? So it started way back as a more of an infrastructural approach towards cleaning up the Ganga and rejuvenating it. But down the line, they realized that merely infrastructure solutions may not be enough. So we need some other elements, softer elements, in order to effect the wholesome rejuvenation of Ganga and its tributaries. And that's how we came up with this concept of river sensitive development, right? So this whole framework actually talks about river sensitive development. Right? Now, what you see on your screen is a very common features in mostly all of our rivers. You have wastewater pollution, there's solid waste pollution, there's over abstraction, encroachment, so on and so forth, right? But if you kind of take two steps back, to see where is the problem emanating, where is it originating, and the answer is resoundingly clear that cities, urban areas have largely been responsible for the sorry state of our affairs, right? And we began this project with the approach that if cities have been part of the problem, they also have to be part of the solution. Right? It's only fair that they're part of the solution. So that actually led to the development of this framework, which we're calling Urban River Management Plan Framework. It is available at this website. You can kind of freely download it. In November last year, the Honorable Minister for Jal Shakti, Gajendra Singh Shekhawat, he launched this framework. So now cities in the Ganga Basin, to begin with, will start using this framework, to prepare their own plans. So just to start with, what exactly, and I'm going to just spend another 5 to 6 minutes telling you about this framework, and then taking you just to a glimpse of how the city of Kanpur has been actually using this framework here. Because I was also told that when I was talking to the business world, representatives, that this talk would be perhaps shared with the ULBs and city officials. So I'm hoping that this kind of inspires them as well, to come up with their own urban river management plans here. Right. So the urban river management plan, in the simplest sense, it's an integrated approach to manage the river and its associated elements in a city sustainably. Right. Now, there are 3 words that I have highlighted here because these are the key words, when we talk about this definition. The first is integrated. When we talk about coordination between agencies, right? Because the river is a system. It does not exist in isolation, right? And there are a number of agencies, number of elements that are associated with the river. So that kind of coordination is really crucial. Second is this whole planning framework does not only talk about projects, right? Not only treatment plants or not interceptor sewage drainage. Right? It's a mix of planning and project. Right? It's that kind of an integration between planning and projects. Associated here. So this is, a river it's a riverine ecosystem. There are so many water bodies, wetlands, the drains, the nalas, they're all connected to the river, right? So this framework is not only looking at the river, it's looking at the entire gamut of elements that are associated with the rivers. And finally, sustainable. So I think this is based on the principles of sustainable development that a river, of course, when we talk about a river, we always think of it as an environmental asset, from the environment point of view. But it also has a very strong social view, a very strong social value. It's like a medium to kind of act as a social cohesion, right? And at the same time, it has a very strong economic value, right? So this framework actually looks at all the 3 angles, all the 3 elements of sustainable development. Here's the overview of the framework, and if you look at it closely, it just looks like a typical framework that you have. And one of the challenges that we had, because there are so many cities, so many river cities, not just in the Ganga Basin, but the rest of India as well. And each of them is unique. They have different conditions, they have different contexts. So how can the same framework be applied to all, right? So that was something that came to our mind, and we went back to the drawing board, redesigned it. And which is why what you see on your screen are 2 different colors. When you talk about the elements of the entire framework, of course, you have the usual things like the vision. Every plan, every city needs to have a vision. They need to have objectives. interventions, monitoring and evaluation mechanism, and of course a financing stream. Right? But in order to account for that site-specific nuances, we've prepared this framework that the green boxes that you see, the elements, vision, objective, and the monitoring mechanism, this is same for all the cities, right? So this does not change. What changes are the interventions and the financing mechanism. So in other words, if the objective is to control pollution, that objective is going to be applicable for all the cities, but how it goes about controlling pollution is entirely the choice of the city. Right? One city might decide it wants an STP, the other city might decide, oh, I might want to have some IEC activities, a third may look at some regulatory mechanisms. Right? So depending upon the context of the city chooses the most appropriate interventions to address that objective. So here are the 10 objectives, and it's essentially this 10-point agenda that every river city needs to follow. These are the objectives. The first, as you see, is regulating the activities in the floodplains, which is more from a planning perspective. The second relates to keeping the rivers, the water bodies, and the drains pollution free. The third is in terms of rejuvenating water bodies and wetlands, since they're closely associated with the river. Fourth, a very important one is to enhance the riparian buffer, that strip of vegetation that you have on either side of the river, is to enhance that. Fifth is to increase the reuse of treated wastewater. Now you might wonder, what has treated wastewater to do with the river management, right? Because increase in use of treated wastewater actually means that the demand for fresh water is reduced, right? So that kind of creates less stress on the river. Sixth is in terms of maximum good quality return flow, which kind of is based on the principle that if a city is taking from the river, it also needs to give back to the river, right? It's a little bit of a give and take thing here. Right? So the first 6 are related to the environment. The next 2 are related to economics. So eco-friendly riverfront projects in every city needs to have these eco-friendly, because these are projects that actually help the river to come from the background to the foreground, right? It's the interface between the city and the river. Right? 8 is to leverage on the economic potential of the river, through commerce-based activities. It could have river tourism, it could be river markets, the multiple ways to do that. Right? Of course, this all has to be done in a sustainable and a river-friendly manner. And number 9 and 10 are more of the social elements where the idea is to inculcate river-sensitive behavior amongst the citizens, and then take that one notch up and engage those citizens in river management activities. Right? So this, as a crux, is the 10-point agenda that we have given for all the cities, and each city is now going to use this agenda. Like I said, these are the common features, but how they achieve this is entirely their choice. Right? So, and that intervention is the freedom that we give to cities. Right? We think there are a number of benefits that cities get, and I'm not going to go through all of this, but as you can see, environment, social, economic, the multiple benefits that cities would get, by implementing this, this urban river management plan. Now, I'm going to take 5 minutes here just to run you through, the first city in India that is preparing the river management plan. And this was the news that came in the Times of India in January. And I'm very happy to share that the city has already prepared it now, and hopefully in the next 2 or 3 weeks, we would be ready to release, the URMP for Kanpur, right? So now, just to show you examples of what Kanpur has done, right? Now, in order to have a pollution-free river, that was the objective, if you remember. And one of the interventions that it decided that it would do is to link all the river quality data that they have, with a smart command and control center. It's a very simple, nice, very unique, simple objective, but a very effective objective. So this kind of gives them, that this will at least tell them, where the problem is arising on a real-time basis. Now, there are 2 rivers in Kanpur. One is, of course, the Ganga, and there's another called Pandu. Ganga is relatively well monitored, but Pandu has few monitoring stations, right? So they want to kind of also focus on the other river, that is Pandu. Second is, this is a very crucial one, in terms of water bodies. And I know this National Water Mission also, there's a lot of focus on reviving water bodies. And one of the problems I have found in many of our cities is there's just not a good database. There's no good database. Like even if you talk about Kanpur, they have 84 water bodies, but we're not very sure where they are. And the whole idea as a first step is for them that they would develop a comprehensive database of all the water bodies, right? And they'll use physical chemical parameters that you see. There are the biological parameters and so on and so forth. They have also identified some zones, on the Pandu River, some stretches. This is regarding the riparian plantation. Now, again, the thing with this is a little bit tricky, because a lot of the floodplain sometimes is encroached. Delhi is a classic example, right? So this is a little bit of a long-term thing, so you kind of have to do this in stages. And what Kanpur has done is they have identified, a stretch of land where they will start to begin, planting this riparian zone with a 30-meter width. And this kind of, and then they progress up or they scale up the ambition slowly, right? So this can't be done in one go. I think there's hardly any Indian city that can actually do this in one go. So it's got to have to be an incremental approach that they use. In terms of treated wastewater, they have these treatment plants, these 5 water treatment plants, and within 3 kilometers of the STPs, all the parks and water bodies will now be using this treated wastewater, right? So this has gone in their plan, and this is how they are trying to scale up the use of treated wastewater. There is a very famous ghat in Kanpur, which is called Atal Ghat, right? This is what the Prime Minister inaugurated maybe a couple of years ago, right? Just next to the Atal Ghat, there's a vacant area that is just a site for garbage dumping and stuff. What Kanpur is doing is now it's going to convert that entire area into a riverfront park. Okay, so we have some initial schematics, and I'm also told that the work on this has already started, right? So I think this is really good progress that the city is doing. This is an ambitious thing, right? So they are also looking at leveraging on the economic potential of the river, and here's a cultural theme boat ride. But this is the plan. Okay, so it still is a work in progress, but there's a historical site just next to Kanpur called Bitur. Okay, it has a lot of tradition attached to it, and this is that kind of a theme ride that they're thinking of applying in that area. Right? So that was my last slide, and then the reason for showing you this experience of Kanpur, like I just said, is that if this can inspire certain other cities who are probably watching this at some point in time, I know that it would be really nice, because as you see, a lot of these interventions are already captured somewhere or the other. With the Amrut mission, with the Smart City mission, a lot of these are already there. So it is not actually you are creating a URMP is not actually creating an additional burden. It's just complementing a lot of the existing.
Thank you, sir. We are actually just finished in time. Thanks for finishing in time. So I'll add 1 or 2 points to what you are telling. This is a wonderful presentation, because I know we have been associated with this in the initial almost a year. So we had a lot of discussions and I'm very happy to see it has come to achieve. How a city's transformation takes place, the riverfront in Patna, it's a classic example. So we had built that which is about 5-kilometer riverfront, which has really transformed that area in Patna. So a river can make a lot of difference in the life of the cities, and you have rightly said how river should be made a part of the urban planning, and how to make that, like as I said, aesthetically as well as economically. Thanks a lot. You also mentioned about the rainwater harvesting sector and the cash rain thing. So that's basically we are telling that campaign which PM now launched, Cash the Rain. Today we had a workshop with the Hyderabad people, about 150 NGOs and senior officials represent. So we are now moving city by city to look at what are the cash the rain. Very nice of you, and I think all the 3 panelists who had done a good presentation, very informative presentation. I hope that this would be of great use to the people who are watching. Thanks a lot. Thank you.
Thank you. I would like to thank all the 3 amazing orators for being with us. Mr. Ashok Kumar, Mr. Ranjan Sinha, and Mr. Victor Shinde. Thank you so much for your valuable time, and we really would look forward to having you join us back again on the BW Business World platforms to share more knowledge with us. With that, ladies and gentlemen, it's time we thank you all as well for being a part of this amazing conclave. If you've been with us since morning, we've had some amazing speakers, just like these 3 gentlemen that we just had on the panel. And we hope that you got to experience and learn a lot about what we really are going to see come in the future. So with that, I want to thank you once again on behalf of BW Business World team. This was BW Future Cities Conclave 2021, flagship event of BW Smart Cities community at BW Business World. Connect with us for more. Thank you so much. My name is Ravin, and it was a pleasure to be here.